Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Chapter 1. Soul Society, Outside the Gates of the Senkamen. The once again substitute Soul Reaper Ichigo Kurosaki stood at the end of two separate columns of ceremoniously decorated Soul Reapers that lined his path to the gate that would lead him back to the world of the living. A light breeze whisked through the air, and the sun beamed brightly in the sky, only a few clouds being present to block its rays. There was but one singular thing standing immediately before him and the ethereal glow of the portal, and that was the body of Kugo Jinjo. Said deceased man was currently being carried by 4 Soul Reapers via a stretcher-looking device that held his corpse. Ichigo, however, didn't really pay too much attention to that. So much had happened in such a short period of time. His meeting the Foolbringers, the battle with Tsukishima and subsequently Kugo Jinjo, and, perhaps most importantly, the regaining of his Soul Reaper powers. Maybe to him that wasn't the most important, given that obviously it was protecting his friends that held that coveted position, but still he'd be lying if he said it didn't bring him a sense of joy. Perhaps the means was a little odd and less than preferable, but in the end Ichigo supposed he wouldn't have it any other way. His friends and family were safe. The immediate threat had been dealt with, he had cleared things up with the 13 court guard squads, and now, just maybe, a time of tolerable peace and calm would enter his life. It was true that his life for the previous year or so had been what one could call peaceful, but that was offset by the fact that he had lost his powers. At first it wasn't so horrible, but it gradually got more and more difficult to bear. Not being able to see half of his friends, people he had fought with in the heat of battle, naturally this would bother anyone. It's hard to believe that all of this. Ichigo thought, and he continued to walk towards the large gateway. Almost all at once he took in everything that had resulted from his gaining Soul Reaper powers. The people he had met, the friends he had made, the enemies he had fought, the lives he had saved, and even the place he currently walked the grounds of. It was simply all amazing, so much so that it was almost overwhelming to think about. He had pushed such recollections and notions to the back of his mind for over a year, and now that he no longer had to do so it seemed to hit him all at once, as if he was reliving a dream. All of this makes me feel stupid for ever having wanted a normal life so badly. Ichigo thought. He couldn't deny that he had wanted to live a normal life for a time, and in fact he was even looking forward to it slightly when he had fully lost his Soul Reaper powers. However, he had been lying to himself more and more every day when he said he was fine with the end result. Any day of the week he would choose to have Soul Reaper powers and the responsibilities that came with them. Ichigo realized, now, that his life would never be normal, and that was just fine with him. Behind the orange-haired teen as he continued to walk stood 2 of his closest comrades and treasured friends, Rukia Kachiki and Renji Abarai. The once again substitute hadn't seen them in so long, and though they said not a word and chose to walk in respectful silence behind him and the body of Kugo Jinjo, just their presence was enough. It was true that they had not spoken or approached Ichigo in over a year, nor had they made the attempt to do so. However, Ichigo was never one to dwell on the past, and the fact that he now had his Soul Reaper powers once more made any petty resentment seem to be just that. A moment later the group of men carrying the body of the first substitute Soul Reaper entered the large portal, alerting Ichigo to the fact that he was nearly at the gate himself. However, that wasn't what broke him out of his nostalgic thoughts. The voice of one of his friends graced the sound of his ears, just as he was at the front of the Senkamen. "Thank you," Rukia whispered quietly. At this, Ichigo allowed a small smile to come across his features, if only for a brief period of time. The raven-haired lieutenant likely didn't want him to hear that if how quiet her voice was anything to go by, but nevertheless he knew it was directed at him. Still, since it seemed as if he wasn't meant to have heard those last words, he put it off as such. "See you, Rukia," Ichigo said, his back still facing both the subject of his farewell. The substitute turned an instant later, catching the quiet look of surprise on the face of his close friend. Very clearly she had been deep in thought as well, but still she recovered quickly and gave the orange-haired teen a small but genuine smile. "How many times have I heard that now?" Rukia wondered aloud, staring at the ground for a moment before looking back up at the once again substitute Soul Reaper. It's not like we'll never see each other again. Why should it matter how many times I say it? Ichigo countered in a somewhat cheerful manner. You're right. Rukia replied. Ichigo gave a small smile to the purple-eyed woman before waving her off and turning to run through the precipice world. When his body entered the blue, ethereal glow of the portal, the gates began to close, and with that the ordeal of his return was seemingly complete. Within the precipice world, unknown distance from the world of the living. It is really strange how the men carrying Jinjo's body are so far ahead of me. I must have followed at maximum a minute later. Ichigo thought. The time difference aspect of the Dangai never was something he really cared to thoroughly understand, which was especially ironic given the means he used to defeat Aizen, or rather gained the power to do so. That aside, it was still confusing as all hell to see the body of the man he defeated being carried off only to lose sight of it a moment later. Oh well, I guess it doesn't matter. Ichigo thought. He continued to run through the essential bridge between worlds, somewhat thankful that the cleaner was not being sent through it at the moment. In all honesty, he had far too many unwanted encounters with the large unstoppable machine. It seemed that every time he was within this world, so was it, running up on his tail. Abruptly, however, a large rumbling sound echoed throughout the Dangai, causing the ground to shake and for Ichigo to stop dead in his tracks. What the hell? Ichigo wondered, looking around somewhat frantically. It felt as if it were an earthquake of some kind. And given that he relied on this practical tunnel to travel from the world of the living to the soul society, and vice versa, it definitely wasn't a good thing that it was doing something it plainly shouldn't. The shaking stopped no sooner than it began, though the substitute still stood in place, looking around for potential sources of danger. The cleaner was still not in sight, but that only gave him more cause for concern given that said device was the only thing that he thought could have caused that much commotion in the precipice world. So, if the cleaner isn't causing it, what the hell is? Ichigo wondered. The orange-haired teen continued to stay at a standstill for several moments, after which he collected himself and began to slowly walk forwards, his eyes still scanning the surrounding area simply to err on the side of caution. Just a few seconds later, the quakes began once more, only this time much larger in scale. The restrictive current that lined the sides of the Dangai began to flow at a rapid pace, faster than Ichigo had ever seen it before, and the ground itself began to move in a wayward fashion. Damn it, what the hell is happening? Ichigo thought, now struggling to maintain his balance despite the fact that he was doing his best to remain unmovable. The floor of the precipice world itself began to shift and turn in random directions, causing the substitute to panic a great deal given that he now knew very well that he no longer had control over where he was headed. At best he could pray he didn't get slammed into the restrictive current, and so that's just what he did. Shortly thereafter, the ever-shifting floor on which the young Soul Reaper stood began to move in a fashion that suggested it was about to slam into the wall of the precipice world, directly into the rapidly flowing ooze-like substance that lined its sides. Just my luck. Ichigo thought, immediately after which he felt himself being moved into the restrictive current. Just before this happened he knew very well it would be unpleasant. He simply hoped that the substance lining the walls was only half as vile and disgusting as it appeared, and even then being absorbed by it would still hold the potential to be one of the worst experiences in his entire life. Fiori, Harem Town Harbor, aboard a luxury ship. A massive tidal surge crashed into the sides of the city onto the beach, drenching the coastline and sending a large luxury ship with it. Water crushed into the outlying buildings of the city, but fortunately the ship itself landed on the sands of the beach. Nearby the crashed form of the ship, Lucy Hartfilia clung to the ground on her knees, appearing as if she were trying to recover from being swept away in the aftermath of her most powerful celestial spirit's attack. Needless to say, the fact that the spirit caught her in the practical tsunami aggravated the blonde-haired wizard a great deal. Next to her stood the blue talking cat that had accompanied Natsu, only his mood seemed rather pleasant despite what had just happened. It was actually quite hard to tell given that his head was firmly planted in the sands as his upper body squirmed and squiggled in order to rectify that situation. Aquarius, her contracted water spirit, however, floated nearby with a small smirk on her face, which was likely due to the fact that her master seemed to be annoyed by her recent actions. "What's the big deal? You think you could have tried not to sweep me up with the ship?" Lucy questioned in an agitated manner. The blue-haired spirit seemed not to care in the slightest in response. "Oh, that was an accident. I didn't mean to get the ship," Aquarius replied snidely. "You were aiming for me?" Lucy exclaimed angrily, though the water spirit only turned her back from where she floated in the air nearby. "Don't call me for a while. I'm going on a week-long vacation with my boyfriend." Aquarius began, turning her face slightly so as to show her wielder a smirk of superiority. "And he's hot," she added before vanishing in a bright watery glow of light. "You don't have to rub it in," Lucy shouted, though very clearly the spirit either chose to ignore her or didn't hear her. At the same time, the formerly trapped talking feline freed his head from the ground and popped back up to give the mage some words of encouragement. "I've got an idea. If the fish lady gives you any more trouble you can call me to take care of her." Happy chirped, raising a paw to the sky in order to take on a triumphant pose. "I don't think I can handle much more of this stupid cat," Lucy whined, placing a hand over her face in a hopeless fashion. The would-be conversation between the two was cut short upon the nearby pedestrians coming forth from the nearby outlying buildings of the city to view the wreckage. That did make some sense, given that it was their city and it wasn't every day that a luxury liner just up and landed on the beach. "What happened?" one of the bystanders asked to no one in particular. "That ship was thrown into port," another answered. Within the ship the fake salamander and his entourage began to gather themselves, helping up those who seemed to be knocked out or picking themselves up in order to assess the current situation. "That hurt." Bora sighed out, rubbing his head slightly as he got up from the floor of the ship, or rather the wall given that the cruiser was currently on its side. His attention, however, was instantly brought to the upper part of the ship on what he supposed to be the opposite wall. Incidentally, that part of the ship was acting as the current ceiling, but it really couldn't be called that given that there was an enormous hole that allowed what appeared to be a man to stand on the surface. "What in the—" Bora trailed off, staring at the smoke-covered figure that stood atop him and his crewmates. "Natsu!" Lucy exclaimed as she ran up to the side of the ship, his body being very visible to anyone nearby the capsized vessel. She stopped in her tracks when she became close enough to view the expression on his face, and when it did she was somewhat confused. It was one of absolute seriousness, and what's more the pink-haired teen didn't seem to acknowledge her call as his eyes were fixed in a slight glare down on the man who had aggravated him so much in just the past several minutes. "So you claim to be a member of the Fairy Tale Guild?" Natsu asked in a low, ominous tone. "So what's it to you? Go get him, men," Bora sternly commanded, not caring in the slightest who this man was or why he seemed to upset. "Sir." Many of his co-conspirators responded convincingly. "Let me get a closer look at your face," Natsu said as if to himself before ripping off the practical cloak he wore. "TCH." Bora scoffed with an annoyed smirk, not finding the action all that intimidating in the slightest. "Watch out!" Lucy shouted upon seeing two of the men rush towards the pink-haired teen. "Don't worry about him. I probably should have told you this earlier, but he's a wizard too," Happy said cheerfully from atop the blonde's shoulder. "Huh!" Lucy exclaimed, though the blue-furred cat just went back to eating a fish. The two men neared their intended target, but the pink-haired teen didn't waver in the slightest. When they were close enough, he merely brought his right hand across to take them both down, doing so successfully in causing each to fall over to the sides, bruised and beaten. "My name is Natsu. I'm a fairy tale wizard, and I've never seen you before," Natsu stated in an agitated fashion. At this, both the pretend member of said guild and the blonde celestial spirit mage were greatly surprised, though perhaps Lucy was more so. It didn't seem true, but the proof was present in the form of a guild symbol that was tattooed onto his upper right arm. "What?" Bora exclaimed. "You've gotta be kidding me. So Natsu is a fairy tale wizard?" Lucy wondered aloud. That mark on his arm, this guy's the real deal Bora. One of the crew said in a panic, having observed the Crimson Guild mark on the mage's right arm. Don't call me that, you fool. The now named Bora, as far as Lucy and Natsu were concerned, shouted indignantly. However, the said name seemed to ring a bell to a certain blue feline, who currently stood next to Lucy with his arms crossed and his eyes set in a glare on the purple-caped mage. I know him. That's Bora the Prominence. Rumor has it he was kicked out of the Titan-Nose Wizard Guild a couple of years ago because of bad behavior. Happy said with derision. Lucy, on the other hand, didn't seem to respond to those words. All she could do was stare in a stupefied fashion as the pink-haired teen began to walk towards the false pretender who likely didn't think for even a second he was a mage of a decent caliber. I have no idea what you're trying to do here, buddy, and I don't care if you're a good guy, bad guy, or what. I'm not gonna let you dirty the Fairy Tale Guild's name. Natsu exclaimed angrily as he continued to approach the formerly legitimate wizard. And what are you gonna do about it? Stop me? Bora asked mockingly. The fairy tale pretender extended his arms outwardly a moment later, summoning a great amount of magic energy in the hopes of defeating the pink-haired teen in one blow. Providence Typhoon! Bora exclaimed. A large ray of dark pink flames burst forth, charging directly at the fairy tale wizard that had just a moment ago challenged him. The section of the boat the young mage stood on was instantly engulfed in a cloud of fire and smoke, which subsequently caused the nearby observers to run in fear. Natsu! Lucy exclaimed in a worried fashion, believing the man she had only recently met to have been defeated. The blonde-haired wizard made to move in order to assist her presumed friend, only to be stopped by a certain blue cat spreading its wings and flying in front of her with its hands spread out so as to clearly relay a message that she shouldn't go any further. Aha! The nearby onlookers shrieked as they headed back towards the city. That's the way it goes. The bigger the talk the weaker the man, humph. Bora sneered, turning his back to the column of fire his attack had caused. Gah, this is so gross. Nata's voice called out from within the flames. What? Bora thought out of sheer confusion, instantly turning to see how the boy was even able to speak. When he did so, he could see the pink-haired mage standing within the ball of raging fire as if it wasn't even there. In fact, he was patting his mouth as if he was trying to keep down something unsettling. Moreover, he seemed calm and confident, something no one thought to be possible given his current situation. Are you sure that you're really a fire wizard, 'cause these are the nastiest flames I've ever tasted? Natsu griped, after which he literally began to swallow the very fire that surrounded his body. What? Many exclaimed, not having believed this was even possible. Did he just eat fire? He just ate fire, right? Lucy wondered confusedly, her words momentarily failing her. The faux salamander and his crew watched as the teen finished devouring the fire, after which he just seemed to wipe off his mouth as if he really had just finished eating a meal. What the hell is going on here? Who is this kid? Bora exclaimed in a panicked fashion. Fire magic doesn't work on Natsu. Happy commented from his position next to the blonde-haired celestial mage. I've never seen anything like that before. Lucy said in an awestruck tone. Now I've got a fire in my belly that's raging to get out. Natsu stated menacingly as he walked forward slightly in preparation for his upcoming attack. The pink-haired mage pounded his fists together, an aura of fire surrounding his body as he puffed up his cheeks. It didn't seem as if any of his opponents were capable of doing anything to stop them, be that out of confusion or stupidity. Needless to say, the following attack would undoubtedly hit its mark. Fire Dragon Roar! Natsu exclaimed, launching a colossal torrent of fire directly at the fairy tale pretender and his gang. A massive explosion ensued, causing a large puff of smoke to shoot into the sky so high that it likely could have been seen from anywhere in the city. The resulting winds echoed for several miles, and when the dust had finally settled, most of Bora's men were lying on the ground, either being knocked out or smart enough to know they shouldn't continue to fight. The boss himself, however, safely floated on a large collection of flames that kept him suspended in midair. He was not harmed in the slightest, but very clearly he was rattled by what had just happened. Bora, I swear I've seen this guy before. That pink hair, that scaly-looking scarf, there's no doubt about it, he's gotta be the real one. One of the defeated men said nervously. He's the real salamander. Lucy thought out of surprise. Given what she had seen thus far it did make sense, but even so it was extremely difficult to believe. You got that right, pal. Natsu trailed off with a confident smirk. An instant. Later he balled both his left and right hands into respective fists, summoning flames to surround them shortly thereafter. Such force was generated by the flames that the surrounding wood cracked and tore just at their formation. I hope you guys are paying attention, 'cause this is what a real fairy tale wizard can do. Natsu exclaimed before charging forwards, his sight set on a certain overconfident mage that had irked him so much in the past day of his life. Don't get cocky. Bora exclaimed. As the pink-haired mage approached, he pushed both of his hands together and called forth a large magic seal from his suspended position. Red shower. Bora shouted, launching a barrage of bullet-like flame spheres directly at his opponent. Though the projectiles were fast and substantial in number, the Dragon Slayer sidestepped each of them and continued to dodge even while in midair, leaping towards the false pretender in an attempt to punch him into another dimension. Jiwei. Natsu grunted, sending his fist forwards and making direct contact with what he thought to be either his opponent's face or midsection. The end result was a certain cocky fire mage being sent across the city so quickly that for a short PRD of time velocity rings surrounded his body. He hit a random building several moments later, the impact of which caused a small uproar of dust to shoot into the air. Natsu began to walk towards the obvious landing site of his opponent, clearly not wanting to relent so quickly. Lucy, on the other hand, was still trying to grasp exactly what the teen's magical powers were. So he eats fire and then attacks with it? But how does he do it? Is it some kind of spell? Lucy wondered aloud, though the Dragon Slayer's closest friend was nearby to explain. He has dragon lungs that allow him to breathe fire, dragon scales that help him to dissolve the fire, and dragon claws for attacking with fire. His brand of fire magic is one that allows him to take on all the qualities of a dragon. It's an ancient spell that's rarely used anymore. Happy explained. Seriously? Lucy asked, clearly amazed that this was even possible. This particular magic was originally used to deal with dragons. That's why it's called Dragon Slayer magic. Happy replied. We should get into the city and find out if he needs any help. Lucy stated before running off. But Natsu doesn't. Happy began urgently, however the blonde had already started heading towards the city. The blue-furred cat began to head after the woman he still couldn't quite remember the name of, figuring that it didn't really matter in the long run. Without any hindrance, the two began to make their way towards the Dragon Slayer, and additionally the fake fairy tale mage. Harjin Town, remote section of the city, Bora's crash site. What the hell just happened? Bora wondered, rubbing his head slightly as he picked himself up. The former legitimate mage scowled heavily upon thinking back to being punched so hard by an opponent he had severely underestimated. He wasn't about to let the kid get away with such an insult to his skill. You had enough yet? Natsu questioned as he approached the sizable hole in the building his opponent had crashed into. You. Bora growled out, the mere sound of the salamander's voice irritating him more than any man ever had previously in his life. In an attempt to give himself a bit of space, Bora willed his fire to propel him far into the air so that he would be able to view his opponent from a different angle and potential mount a counteroffensive. A bead of sweat made its way down his cheek as he saw his opponent surely had more in store for him, but even so the battle wasn't over yet. Don't talk as if you've beaten me already. This fight is far from over. Bora exclaimed. The infamous wizard extended the palm of his right hand and shot a powerful ray of pink fire directly at his opponent, only for it to be carelessly dodged before it could land a direct hit. Natsu appeared atop a nearby structure a moment later, his eyes fixed in a glare at the faux salamander as the nearby building he had stood in fully collapsed. Natsu! Lucy exclaimed as she ran up to the nearby area, seeing that the fight had come to a standstill. I'm here too. Happy exclaimed cheerfully, pumping a fist into the air from atop the blonde's shoulder. A moment of silence took over, both Natsu and his opponent just staring at each other in order to see who would make the first move. Get ready, salamander. Bora began, bringing his arms back as if to prepare for an attack. Natsu in turn ready to either devour or dodge the expected fire-based magic that would have been launched, but then something occurred that neither he nor Bora nor anyone within the city expected to happen. Abruptly what appeared to be a hole in space appeared in the skies, about the same height as that at which Bora floated. It was rectangular in shape, and the insides appeared to be a blindingly light shade of blue. What the hell is that? Bora thought confusedly. The fact that the gate shot into existence, however, was soon made to be the second most surprising thing about it. Something that appeared to have the shape of a man shot out of it shortly after it appeared, the form of which was covered in smoke. Whatever had so suddenly appeared landed on a nearby building rather easily, still covered in the remaining smoke as the ethereal portal closed just as quickly as it had come into existence. Each participant and observer in the battle just stared blandly as the smoke finally disappeared off of the man's form. They saw someone that appeared to be no older than 18 years of age. He had orange hair, brown eyes, and appeared to be fairly tall. That, to most, would be perfectly normal to see. However, that is where his appearance ceased its sense of normalcy. The orange-haired man wore a black shihakusho, a thick red strap that ran across his chest, had tattoo-like bands crossing over his chest, wrists, and ankles, wore standard-looking sandals, and, perhaps most strangely of all, sported a large cleaver-like sword wrapped in white cloth across his back. What in the name of? Bora muttered as he gazed at the new arrival. Did this guy somehow come to back him up? I've never seen anyone travel like that before. Lucy thought confusedly. Ichigo looked at his surroundings briefly, a look of mild confusion written on his face. Internally he was extremely glad that the restrictive current hadn't killed him outright, however if it hadn't killed him he knew it had to be something else. If it had just spit him out in some random place within the world of the living that'd just be too good to be true, and with his luck that was never the case. Okay, this is definitely not right. Ichigo thought, noticing the odd architecture of the surrounding area and the general feel he got from wherever he was. He turned a moment later to look at what appeared to be a caped man suspended in the air by a pink, fire-like substance, a teen wearing next to nothing with pink hair, as well as a blonde-haired woman and a blue cat. To be honest, the blonde-haired girl was the least weird thing he had seen, but due to the fact that she was near a blue cat his perception was somewhat offset. Yeah, this is definitely not right. Ichigo muttered to himself before releasing a sigh of extreme annoyance. Kid, who the hell are you? Bora questioned from his position in the air. The fire mage got the attention of the orange-haired teen an instant later, having been the first to actually break free of his confusion in order to inquire as to who or what exactly he was. Ichigo began. Before he could fully make his reply the sound of yet another portal's opening, the very same as that which had previously been created, had cut him off. Each of those present once again looked as what Ichigo knew to be a Senkaman as yet again something was cast out of it in a puff of smoke. Ichigo, who had been the closest to this event's unfolding, narrowed his eyes skeptically in order to see who or what it was. The form of it was clearly a man but it was currently falling so quickly he seemed to be knocked out or unable to collect himself, which meant it was possibly just a normal human. Whoever it was wore clothes typical of where he was from and had orange hair, the sight of which caused a realization to dawn on the freshly arrived substitute Soul Reaper. Wait a minute. Ichigo thought. He began to panic the very second that he realized the falling man was in fact his own body, and he knew very well that it was in no way capable of stopping itself from hitting the dirt like a rock. Each of the others present sweat dropped at the sight of the orange-haired man diving across another building to grab what looked like an exact replica of himself. However, the freshly arrived version seemed to be wearing much more normal clothing, though they were obviously still foreign. What the hell? Ichigo wondered, glaring angrily at the sky. None of what had just happened made any sense to him, and even more so he didn't even know where he was. Even if I'm here somehow, it doesn't make sense that my body would follow. Ichigo thought in an annoyed fashion. A moment later he reached into his pocket so as to check for something, and he almost let out a hard sigh of relief upon feeling the shape and texture of his substitute Soul Reaper's badge. He recalled not leaving it on his body, and quite frankly, if he didn't have the thing with him now, he either wouldn't have been able to access his powers after entering his body, or he would have had to drag his body around so he wouldn't be powerless 24/7. From the perspective of everyone else, this was also true in that nothing made sense to them. This random person dressed so strangely just appeared out of nowhere, and a moment later what looked to be a differently dressed unconscious version of himself followed. Certainly this cracked the strangeness scale for each of them. Why are there two of him? Natsu and Lucy wondered similarly. Happy appeared to be chewing on a fish as if to say he had either been distracted or somehow not noticed just yet. Alright kid, just who the hell are you? Bora exclaimed, his level of anger and annoyance rising in the wake of the multiple events that just continued to confuse him. The substitute looked over at the hovering form of the caped man an instant later, but he paused after realizing something he hadn't before. Wait, they can all see me. Even if this guy has spirit energy, that doesn't explain why the other two can clearly see me. Ichigo thought. Ichigo felt out the air around him, however doing so confused him more so than prior. He could definitely sense that there was something within the air as far as he could tell, but he didn't know for the life of him what it was. It wasn't spiritual energy, as it would have a feel more akin to Hueco Mundo or the Soul Society, even the world of the living to a degree, but at the same time it was of the same abundance. Maybe whatever energy is in wherever I am is allowing them to see me. Ichigo thought. Moreover, he could feel a certain power emanating off of the bodies of most everyone in the city. It again was definitely not spirit energy, but it still existed. His thoughts, however, were rather rudely interrupted before he could consider anything more. Kid, I asked you a question. Who or what the hell are you? Bora shouted angrily. Sorry about that. Ichigo began. The fire mage looked at him strangely, especially since the teen seemed to be rather genuine in his words. From his perspective he had been demanding, but it seemed as if whoever the kid was, he was of the impression that the apology was needed. In truth, Ichigo just acknowledged that his presence was likely a great source of confusion, and he had been spacing out for his own reasons while at the same time ignoring the question that was asked of him multiple times. My name is Ichigo Kurosaki, substitute Soul Reaper. Can you tell me who you are and where we are exactly? Ichigo questioned. What? Bora stuttered off out of disbelief. We're in Harem town. Lucy answered warily, her thoughts also being those of disbelief. And that's where exactly? Ichigo questioned, causing most present to sweat drop. You seriously don't know where we are? Lucy wondered aloud. That reminds me, why did you even bother coming? Bora questioned condescendingly, causing a tick mark to appear on the blonde's forehead. Shut up you sicko. After trying to sell me and those other girls into human slavery, what makes you think you should even be allowed to speak? Lucy shouted angrily. The orange-haired teen's ears seemed to perk up at this, and his expression quickly changed to a rather ominous scowl and glare. He very clearly wasn't happy, and the object of his anger appeared to have something to do with Bora. You tried to do what? Ichigo asked dangerously, his glare slightly unnerving the fire mage. It can't be helped if she's sore about it. However, now that my plan is ruined, I'll just have to get rid of her and this fire mage. In fact, if you wish to stand in my way, I'll add you to the list. Bora stated confidently. Is that so? Now I can't really let you do that for obvious reasons. However, I'll give you this warning. Get as far away from here as possible and I won't kick your butt. Ichigo said, still holding his characteristic scowl and glare. Ha 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 ha. Sorry, but I don't think Bora said. Before the infamous fire mage could finish his sentence, he heard the sound of the white bandages coming off of the teen's sword and the subsequent sound of a body leaping into the air. He moved back a moment later in order to dodge, but much to his, and everyone else's, surprise, his flesh was pierced. Blood fell down to the streets of the city as Bora recoiled back in the air. The wound itself hadn't been deep due to the fact that he had moved away, but nevertheless he didn't think in a million years the kid would have been that quick. Whoa! Natsu, Lucy, and Happy thought similarly. What the hell? Bora muttered to himself. He looked back over at the form of the orange-haired teen, seeing that he was now atop another building following his leap into the air with the large cleaver resting across his shoulders. I did warn you, so you can't complain. Ichigo stated, his expression neutral and his tone calm. However, because this was the case, it sounded more and more mocking to the fire mage than anything the Dragon Slayer had said thus far. You insolent little. I will burn you into ashes. Bora exclaimed. He brought forth both of his hands and fired off a massive ray of energy like he had before. However, this was more concentrated and its target more precise. I'd better try to STO. Natsu thought, only to be unable to finish his mental sentence. In front of his and everyone else's eyes, the black-clad teen brought forth his sword and blocked the massive torrent of manifested magical energy with only his blade, which subsequently caused their eyes to widen out of shock. Within a moment after that, all Ichigo did was swing his sword off to the side and the attack was instantly reflected before it dissipated into the air. That's not possible. With just a sword he was able to deflect that much magic energy like it was nothing? Bora wondered confusedly. My turn. Ichigo trailed off, bringing his sword back once more. Bora's eyes widened significantly at his opponent's words, but he was still far too shocked by what had just happened to do anything about what happened next. The large cleaver was swung across the air in front of the substitute, and with it shot forth a massive ray of concentrated wind that was caused by the sheer force behind the swing. The fire mage shot even further up into the sky, his magical flames that had kept him suspended vanishing after he took the hit. His body was now sporting a singular slash from the man's first attack, and the rest of his skin was slightly bruised just due to whatever attack this kid had just fired. He just assumed because of the force behind the gust that it had to be wind magic. Your technique was strong, but it wasn't even close to strong enough. Bora exclaimed as he once again summoned his red carpet to keep himself stabilized. You think that was a technique of some kind? Ichigo asked somewhat amusedly, causing those present to quirk a curious brow. What do you mean? Bora asked skeptically. That wasn't an attack or a technique I am capable of using, it was just the force that resulted from my swing. Ichigo explained, once again resting Zangetsu across his shoulders. From his swing? Lucy and Happy thought, sweating slightly at the prospect of what one of this guy's actual attacks could do. Not too shabby. Natsu thought with a grin. Where the hell did you even come from? Bora exclaimed. That's my line, where are we again? As in what world? Ichigo questioned, sounding serious. He has to be kidding, right? Lucy wondered with a deadpanned expression. Once again the faux salamander seemed to be extremely confused by his opponent's words. However, he quickly shook his head, refusing to allow the kid to mess with him in such an obvious way. Idiot's just messing with me. Bora said to himself. Who are you calling an idiot? Ichigo questioned in an annoyed tone. Why, you little, perish. Bora exclaimed, extending both of his hands and launching a colossal ball of pink fire at the black-clad teen. Ichigo merely jumped out of the way and into the nearby streets, deciding that deflecting the attack would likely have served no purpose at this point. However, when he expected a large explosion, nothing seemed to come. He glanced back at the area that attack had landed and saw the pink-haired teen holding it back with both of his hands. Thanks for the meal, new guy. Natsu stated, obviously referring to the orange-haired man. Now it was Ichigo's turn to sweat drop as he saw the Dragon Slayer begin to consume whatever type of energy projectile was launched at him. It was definitely strange, but even so he had seen much stranger. Eating fire, that is new, though. Ichigo thought as he saw the pink-haired mage wipe off his mouth. Hey, listen, do you care if I finish this guy off? It isn't that I mind, but you kinda jumped in before I got the chance to beat him into a pulp. Natsu stated, his hands balling into flaming fists as he spoke. Knock yourself out. Ichigo replied before walking towards the blonde-haired woman in order to see if he was at all needed. Plus, doing so would finally allow him to put his body down. You ready, Pale, 'cause I'm about ready to beat you into the next dimension. Natsu stated cheerfully before lunging at the fire mage. The two began to fight across the town, likely destroying more property than most people ever got the chance to in their entire lives. On the other spectrum, Ichigo approached the blue-furred cat and the blonde-haired girl who seemed to be somehow connected with each of the fighters. You okay? Ichigo questioned, placing the large cleaver back onto his back and allowing the white cloth to appear once again. Yeah, more importantly, are you? Lucy asked warily. Of course, why wouldn't I be? Ichigo responded. Because you. Lucy began, only to be cut off as a large ray of pink magical energy ripped through what appeared to be half of the city. What the hell? Ichigo wondered aloud, shielding his eyes from the resulting dust that shot across the city. Each of them then saw Natsu fire off a massive ray of what appeared to be raw fire directly at the floating form of his opponent, not landing a direct hit but very clearly showing a good deal of strength. Exactly what kind of powers does that pink-haired guy have anyway? Ichigo asked as he watched the battle. His brand of fire magic is one that allows him to take on all the qualities of a dragon. Happy explained. Ichigo just looked down at the speaking blue feline normally and then nodded in understanding. Inwardly he was confused beyond belief, but the fact that he didn't outwardly seem so greatly confused Lucy. Dragons, again, were new to him. So a cat just talks to you about dragons and it's normal. Lucy trailed off. What? No, that doesn't bother me. Ichigo replied, causing the blonde to deadpan. See, you're just dumb is all. Happy chirped reassuringly. Stupid cat. Lucy grumbled underneath her breath. Still, that cat said magic, right? Then if this place, wherever it is, does have some kind of energy, that must be what I feel in the air and what must be coming off of everyone. It's kind of similar to spiritual pressure, so I guess it isn't too far-fetched that its abundance and the fact that everyone seems to have some form of that energy allows them to see me. Ichigo thought. He looked down at his body with a look akin to realization. The substitute had almost forgotten he was carrying his literal self due to everything that happened. Given that the pink-haired mage, he supposed, was taking care of it, he saw no reason to stay in his spirit form. That in mind, he still needed someone to hold up his body so he could comfortably enter it, and with that he turned to the nervous-looking blonde once more. Hey, could. Ichigo began, only to be cut off by the climax of Natsu's battle. Fire Dragon Iron Fist. Natsu roared. A moment later a resounding boom echoed throughout the immediate area just due to the contact of Natsu's attack with, unfortunately for a certain someone, Bora's face. The fire mage was sent flying across the city, ramming into buildings and streets alike before ultimately flying straight into a tower bell. Not bad. Ichigo thought. That's gotta hurt. Lucy trailed off, wincing slightly. You bet it did, but the creep deserved it. Natsu stated matter-of-factly as he walked up to the group. I think you may have overdone it though. Ichigo stated, looking at the enormous amount of destruction with a deadpanned expression. Oh wow. He really did. Lucy exclaimed. Happy chirped. Just shut it, cat. Lucy growled. Anyway, thanks for the help, even if I didn't really need it. Natsu said in a friendly manner, giving a smile towards the orange-haired teen. No problem. Ichigo replied, giving off a small smile himself. By the way, what kind of magic do you use? The way you came here was really weird. It was like you just came out of nowhere. Natsu commented with a slight amount of amazement in his voice. Happy exclaimed. About that, you see, Ichigo began. There they are, men. A man shouted from nearby. Each member of the group, feline and human, looked towards the source of the abrupt shouting to find a large amount of army troops running in formation directly towards them. Even to Ichigo, that clearly wasn't a good thing. Ah crap. We gotta get going. Natsu exclaimed. The Dragon Slayer grabbed Lucy's wrist a moment later before he began sprinting as if he were running for his life. Happy followed in the air, but for a brief moment Ichigo just stood in place, now being highly confused yet again. Hey, guy, if you want to stay out of trouble I suggest you run for it. Natsu shouted as he continued to run. The blonde began to say something to the pink-haired teen, but Ichigo couldn't quite make it out over the sound of marching soldiers. He figured that he could have fought them off, but given that he didn't really know where the hell he was, doing so would be a mistake. Thus, he threw his body over his shoulder and began to sprint after the two people who seemed nice enough to follow. Maybe they can even tell me where the hell I am. Ichigo thought. Don't let them get away, men. A soldier exclaimed as they continued to give chase. Chapter 2. Hey, guy, if you want to stay out of trouble I suggest you run for it. Natsu shouted as he continued to run. The blonde began to say something to the pink-haired teen, but Ichigo couldn't quite make it out over the sound of marching soldiers. He figured that he could have fought them off, but given that he didn't really know where the hell he was, doing so would be a mistake. Thus, he threw his body over his shoulder and began to sprint after the two people who seemed nice enough to follow. Maybe they can even tell me where the hell I am. Ichigo thought. Don't let them get away, men. A soldier exclaimed as they continued to give chase. Fiori, plains leading to Magnolia, the next morning. Okay. I think we lost them. Natsu stated tiredly, looking back at the forests he and the others had just exited and seeing no one in pursuit of them. You think or no? Lucy asked in a panic. After all, she viewed herself as far too pretty to be sent to jail. I can't sense their presence running after us anymore, so they are either really far behind us or he's right. Ichigo said, looking back at the forests as he spoke. See, listen to. Natsu began, only to stop upon realizing something. The pink-haired mage brought his hand up to his chin a moment later to illustrate an expression of deep thought. Ichigo seemed somewhat confused by this, as did Lucy, but the blue exceed just seemed to mimic the Dragon Slayer's actions. I just realized we never introduced ourselves. Natsu said. Well, we did just have to outrun the army. Lucy commented. Happy chirped. Anyway, name's Natsu, a wizard from the Fairy Tale Guild. I liked the way you stood up to that faker, by the way. Natsu said cheerfully, causing the orange-haired teen to chuckle slightly. My name is Lucy Heartfilia, and I'm just a girl trying to join a guild at the moment. I guess I should thank you for fighting that guy given what he did. Lucy stated. Happy piped in. Does that cat have a name? Ichigo questioned nonchalantly, causing the blonde's eyebrow to twitch. I still don't understand how a talking cat doesn't weird you out. Lucy thought aloud. At this, the substitute released an inward chuckle given that he happened to have many encounters with a certain talking cat. I just hope he's just a talking cat. I definitely don't need to have another encounter like my first one with Yoruchi. Ichigo thought. Why is a talking cat weird? If something like whatever magic exists, why would this be all that strange? Ichigo countered. Fair point. Lucy trailed off. Anyway, this little guy is happy, and he's my best friend. Natsu stated happily, flashing a toothy smile towards the blue feline. Yep, that's me. Happy said. Nice to meet you all. My name's Ichigo Kurosaki. He replied. And what's the name of the unconscious guy that looks just like you? Natsu asked, pointing a finger at the human body of the orange-haired man. He, however, didn't know that was the case. Oh, actually that reminds me. Can one of you hold this up for a second? Ichigo asked in a hopeful voice, likely because he knew it was an odd request. Sure. Natsu answered nonchalantly, causing the blonde to sweat drop. The pink-haired dragon slayer did so a moment later upon Ichigo handing the body off to him, after which said teen turned his back and prepared to enter his human form once again. Both Lucy and Natsu watched with widened eyes as Ichigo's body essentially fell into the body of the man they presumed to be his twin at best. What was even more surprising was that after the body had evidently absorbed Ichigo it began to move until it eventually got up and walked in front of them, shaking off Natsu's grasp. What the hell? Lucy and Natsu wondered similarly. Thanks for that. Ichigo said, breaking the two out of their respective dazes. What did you just do? Lucy asked confusedly. I think a better question would be what kind of magic do you use and where are you from? You came out of nowhere back in Harem, you use a sword, and it looks like you've got two bodies somehow. I've never really seen anything like it. Natsu exclaimed, though he sounded somewhat excited. About that, from what you've told me and from what I can gather I'm definitely not even from this dimension. Ichigo stated seriously. Natsu, Lucy, as well as Happy looked at him with a clear sense of surprise immediately after this, the complete opposite of what the substitute had expected. He began to speculate that perhaps they believe him, but what occurred next shook off that expectation almost instantly. Wahahaha. Natsu laughed out, rolling on the ground and clenching his sides alongside his best friend. Lucy herself was laughing so hard she was crying, however she had the decency to at least stand in place. The orange-haired teen watched with a deadpanned expression for a good 5 minutes before they stopped their humor-induced outburst, but then again he expected that kind of reaction. Better they laugh than think he was outright crazy. Oh wow, that was funny. Lucy said, wiping the remnants of her tears away with her hand before finally collecting herself. Yeah, I figured you'd think that. Ichigo thought. But seriously, where are you from? Lucy asked in a friendly manner, giving a small smile as she completely thought the teen's previous statement was a joke. I was trying to be serious, but I completely understand if you think I'm crazy. Hell, if I was in your position I'd probably think the same thing. Ichigo stated, somewhat confusing those who kept his company. Seriously, where are you from? It has to be somewhere in Fiori, right? Lucy asked, though her tone was clearly unsure. Again, I'm probably not from this world, as weird as that sounds. As for how I got here, it beats the hell out of me. Even if I tried to explain everything I still don't think you'd believe me. Ichigo said honestly. Lucy stared at the orange-haired teen with wide eyes and an expression of disbelief, but for more reasons than one. Firstly, it was very clear that he, at least, believed what he said was the truth, which meant that he wasn't lying as he saw it. Secondly, if that was true, then he was either completely insane or telling the absolute truth. It doesn't seem like he's lying. Natsu thought, giving a good hard look at the teen's face. He could tell that Ichigo was calm, collected, and had no malicious intent behind his words. That would normally confuse him given the extremely outlandish information he was just given, but then again he figured he owed him the benefit of the doubt. On top of that, he had a scent about him that definitely wasn't anything he'd smelled before. Let's say you were telling the truth so far, how did you end up all the way here? Natsu questioned, drawing a surprised glance from the blonde-haired girl. Well, from where I come from there are two separate dimensions that are connected by something called the Dangai, a precipice world or a world between worlds. It acts as sort of a bridge if you can imagine something like that. The lining of it is covered in something called a restrictive current, and, long story short, something happened that forced me to fall into it. The next thing I knew I landed straight into your fight. Ichigo replied. Restrictive current? Lucy asked in a confused manner, obviously wanting some kind of description. The best I can describe it is a nasty-looking sludge or ooze. Ichigo replied, involuntarily shivering at the memory of being pushed and subsequently absorbed into it. You. Happy said out of disgust. Natsu didn't really seem to be affected, but Lucy grabbed her arms and shivered in a manner similar to that of Ichigo. Perfectly understandable given that it wasn't exactly something anyone would want to be thrown into, even just in an imaginary sense. Wait, so you're telling me that you're really from a different world? Natsu questioned with a raised brow, though he sounded a bit skeptical. Yes, I am. Ichigo answered sternly, his voice full of truth. Fairy Tail's resident dragon slayer stared at the orange-haired substitute in a serious manner for several moments, neither saying a word, just simply looking into each other's eyes. Lucy looked back and forth between the two nervously, mostly because she just couldn't read the situation properly. She just hoped it wouldn't end in a fight. However, what actually occurred was something that was extremely far off from what she had thought would occur. Cool! Natsu exclaimed excitedly. Happy chirped. What? Lucy stuttered out, seeing the cheerful reactions. That's awesome, you're gonna have to tell me what it was like. Natsu stated, giving a smile towards the man from another world, as it were. That was easier than I expected. Ichigo thought. He, however, was not going to complain, especially since, for some reason or other, the truth seemed to make the Dragon Slayer excited. He's either really gullible, or has a screw loose. Lucy thought aloud, breaking the substitute out of his thoughts. Then I take it that means you don't really believe me? Ichigo questioned. The blonde-haired mage turned to face the substitute with a surprised look, almost as if she didn't think her last comment was heard. Shortly thereafter she looked away in a bashful manner, not entirely sure what she thought at the moment. I guess given the type of magic that I use it isn't entirely unbelievable. Plus, the way you came here was a method I've never seen or heard of before. Lucy admitted, sounding as if she were trying to convince herself more than reply to the question. What kind of magic do you use that makes you believe what I said? Ichigo asked out of curiosity. Oh, you wouldn't want to be bothered by my explanation. Lucy said in a bashful manner. You've got that right, Lacey. Happy stated matter-of-factly. It's Lucy. She shouted angrily, glaring at the blue feline. Actually I'd like to hear about it, if it's all the same to you. Ichigo stated, somewhat to the blonde's surprise. I am a celestial spirit mage, so my magic actually relies on beings from another dimension. I make contracts with creatures from the celestial spirit world and summon them by using gate keys. I just call on them whenever the contract allows me to, and that lets me use them in various situations. Lucy explained. Gate keys? Ichigo asked curiously. Oh, silly me. The keys look like this. Lucy began, bringing out the series of keys she had collected thus far. Ichigo took note of the different colors and forms of the keys, guessing that this had something to do with which spirit it would summon. The concept seemed to be very simple to him, and he supposed it would make her more open-minded to accepting what he had said. The silver keys are ones you can purchase at magic shops across Fiori, but the golden keys are the rarest. They open the 12 gates of the zodiac and the spirits that they summon are the strongest. Lucy continued. I see. That seems pretty straightforward to me. Ichigo replied. So what about you? I'm assuming that since you aren't completely blown away by what's happened to you and what this place is like, that magic must exist in your world too, or am I wrong? Lucy questioned, genuine curiosity in her voice. Well, I guess no, but it's really more complicated than that. Ichigo replied, confusing the blonde slightly with his answer. By the way, since you really don't have a clue where you are, maybe you want I should tell you a little bit about Fiori? Natsu asked, supposing that even he could give the orange-haired teen the basic knowledge of his surroundings. Actually, that'd be really helpful. Could you? Ichigo replied, sounding grateful given the current circumstances. No fair Natsu, I wanted to tell him all the cool stuff. Happy whined, tanking on the Dragon Slayer's pant leg. Alright buddy, why don't you field this one? Natsu offered, happily giving the floor to his friend. It really didn't matter as long as the information was right, and Happy always did like to talk a lot more than he did. Fiori is a kingdom ruled by the Fiori family. As you can guess, Fiori has a pretty large population and some of the most talented mages in the entire world. Magic is commonplace in almost every town, and those that have strong enough magic energy and develop good combat skills join guilds. Happy began. I remember you saying something about the fairy tale guild that you happen to be a part of. I think I can guess, but just to be sure, exactly what is a guild? Ichigo inquired. A guild is. Natsu began. A guild is a place where wizards from all across the world can go in order to find work and take job requests. Also, they join together with others in order to improve their skills, and in some cases they gain a family. Happy answered, cutting his friend off. Hey! Natsu exclaimed, having wanted to answer the substitute's question. Sorry Natsu, you snooze you lose. Happy replied, crossing his arms in a triumphant fashion. Why you? Natsu trailed off threateningly. Happy began to run from his presumed best friend a moment later, doing so in circles as it didn't seem that either of them was particularly adept at catching the other or running from the other. That didn't really make any sense since the cat could fly, but Ichigo supposed that he had seen stranger things. Would you mind telling me what kind of money people use here? Ichigo questioned, directing said inquiry to the blonde that had also been observing the friendly confrontation. Oh, Fiori currency is jewels, but I assume you don't have any. Lucy said, ending on a somewhat sympathetic note. Don't worry, I'll figure something out. Ichigo assured. Yeah, by the way, you're taking all of this really, really well. I mean, if I was in your position, I'd probably be so lost and confused. Lucy stated, sounding slightly impressed. Ironically, this doesn't even count as even one of the top 5 things I found hard to believe. Ichigo replied. What kind of world are you from? Lucy wondered, not entirely sure if she really wanted the answer to her would-be question. To be honest, I half expected both of you to think I was insane. I mean, I claim to be from a different dimension. I came in out of nowhere, wear clothes that probably aren't normal if I know my luck, and I even walked around with my own body over my shoulder for a majority of the time I've known you. Ichigo listed off, actually questioning the decision of his 2 new acquaintances to trust him. It didn't seem all that bad if you spaced it out, but putting it all together made it seem extremely hard to believe, even if it was the truth. Oh yeah, speaking of which, what's up with that? Natsu asked confusedly, ceasing his pursuit of Happy for the time being. It's a bit of a long explanation. Ichigo trailed off, unsure of whether or not the Dragon Slayer actually wanted to hear it. I'm all ears. Natsu replied. Same. Lucy commented. Happy chirped. Alright then, but it won't make any sense unless I explain a few things beforehand. Firstly, magic energy doesn't really exist in my world. There are 2, well, technically 3, realms of existence from where I'm from. There is the world of the living, the Soul Society, and a place called Hueco Mundo. Ichigo began, the others listening intently to his words. The world of the living is a place you can think of as similar to this world, except no one really has the ability to use magic. They are pretty much all powerless save for a very select few. He continued. You mean like you? Lucy asked, getting a nod as a response. Yes, like me. Then there's the Soul Society, which is linked to the world of the living by something called the Dangai, which I explained to you earlier. The Soul Society is a place where souls go to rest after their earthly bodies pass away. Basically, you can think of it as the afterlife. Souls possess spiritual energy, and that is why normal humans can't see them. Souls also have the power to use their spiritual energy in different ways, which I guess makes it similar to magic energy. Ichigo stated. So that's why I can feel some kind of energy on him. Natsu thought. Those who have enough spiritual energy become soul reapers, who are essentially people that police the souls, if that makes any sense. The reason is because some souls don't instantly depart for the soul society, and that's where the concept of a soul reaper comes in. They enter the world of the living and guide the souls to the soul society. This is necessary because a soul is beyond the realm of existence of a normal human, so even though they can touch physical objects, they themselves can't be seen, which means that they could potentially cause trouble. Ichigo continued. I guess that makes sense, but what about that other place, Hueco Mando? Natsu asked. It's Hueco Mundo, and I was getting to it. You see, there is another reason souls have to be guided to the soul society, and that's because if they don't, then the soul becomes what is called a hollow. Basically, hollows consume other souls both to gain more spiritual energy and to survive. Ichigo began. You. Happy exclaimed. For once I agree. Lucy said, wincing slightly at the thought of anything actually consuming her physical body. Ditto. By the way, thanks for finding something that can spoil my appetite. I really didn't think anything in existence could do that. Natsu commented, clenching his stomach slightly. Sorry about that. Anyway, where was I? Oh, right, hollows are, wait, do demons or something like that exist here? Ichigo asked, guessing that if magic existed, then maybe something that goes along with that concept did as well. Yeah, they do actually. Lucy replied, however she had never actually seen one herself. Figures. Ichigo thought with a deadpanned expression. Well, think of them like that. Hueco Mundo is where they live, and soul reapers also protect the world of the living from them. Most soul reapers, however, are actually souls, whereas I am still a living human being who is able to use powers by accessing my soul form. Because of that fact, I am a substitute soul reaper, so I have the duties of a soul reaper, but I am still a living human. Ichigo explained. That's really cool. Natsu said cheerfully. Happy exclaimed. Wait, so how exactly does that work? Lucy asked. Oh, that's actually pretty simple. I just touch this badge and I can exit my body at will. I can show you if one of you can catch me before I hit the ground. Ichigo replied. Both Lucy and Natsu nodded in understanding, after which the orange-haired teen turned his back to them and prepared to exit his body. Within a moment later, his hand firmly grabbed the wooden skull blade that was attached to his side, shortly after which his body shot backwards and his soul form was left standing, sword and all. He turned to see his body had been caught by Lucy and Natsu in unison, but their eyes were firmly fixed on what his soul form looked like, as were those of Happy. Ichigo had assumed this would be the case, especially since prior they didn't really know the significance of what he looked like. Still, I am glad that the pass still works properly, otherwise I'd be in some trouble. Moreover, if the pass still works, then maybe the Soul Society can still track me, and if that's the case, maybe they can come get me out of this dimension. Ichigo thought. It wasn't entirely ludicrous to think that if the Dangai had moved him into this world, that his and theirs was somehow connected, which meant that the combat pass was likely still traceable. In addition, the concept of magic was remotely similar to that of spiritual energy, and they could even see him in his soul form. This took quite a bit of pressure off of him, given that he knew for a fact that it wasn't entirely on him to find his own way back, a situation that was very much so less than preferable. Then when I'm like this, all I have to do is enter my body again and I'm fine. Ichigo stated. He did just that a moment later, after which he freed himself of both Natsu and Lucy's respective grips and picked himself off, turning to face them shortly thereafter. That was really interesting. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that before. Lucy said as if deep in thought. I want to do it, let me try. Natsu exclaimed, after which he grabbed the combat pass. When nothing happened, the pink-haired mage began to look around, inwardly wondering if it had actually worked. Upon seeing that his body wasn't lying on the ground nearby, he just poked the wooden badge once more, after which he began to scratch his head in a confused manner. It kind of only works for me. Ichigo clarified. Figures. Natsu grumbled. To be honest, I was surprised that you two could see me when I first got here. Like I said earlier, living humans usually can't. Ichigo stated. Going back to what you said, I think it has something to do with the magical properties of this world. If what you said about spiritual energy and magic energy being similar is true, then it doesn't seem too far out there. Lucy mused. I still don't know what this spirit energy stuff feels like. Natsu stated. I don't know how well this will work, but I can try to raise it. Ichigo stated. The orange-haired teen shut his eyes a moment alter, trying to focus as best as he could to let his spiritual pressure flow outwardly. He knew very well that doing so in his human body wasn't particularly easy, but still he could try. For a short period of time, a massive spike of raw energy tore through the air around them, so much so that all those save form Ichigo widened their eyes at the abruptness and intensity. It died down very quickly, but still its presence was undeniable. So, how was that? Ichigo asked, wanting to know if they had been able to feel his rising spiritual energy. That was, really weird, but it was also really powerful. Lucy thought. From what she could tell, the feel of spiritual energy was outlandish and strange compared to magic energy, but still it seemed just as potent, if not more so. Not bad, it's definitely not magic energy, but it's really powerful. I think it's got me itching for a fight. Natsu said with a grin. Maybe later. Ichigo said evenly, though he truly wasn't in the mood for a confrontation at the moment. Killjoy. Natsu grumbled. The substitute then glanced at the blonde-haired celestial mage, taking note that she still seemed awestruck by the feel of spiritual energy. She should have been somewhat surprised, that was understandable, but not on this level. After everything that I've said, you really shouldn't be so surprised. Ichigo stated jokingly, effectively breaking the female teen out of her daze. That's true, even if I do believe you though, it is hard to buy that you're from a different dimension. Lucy replied. I don't think it's all that hard to believe. Ichigo seems honest, and I like that. Natsu stated. That's really the reason you believe me so easily? Ichigo asked with a raised brow. The Dragon Slayer adopted an expression of thought for a moment, after which he appeared to return to his cheerful demeanor and made to speak once again. Well, I am kinda used to people not believing me when I tell them how I grew up and where I come from. My father was Igneal, king of the fire dragons, and since dragons have been thought dead for ages, most people don't believe me, at least not until I show them Dragon Slayer magic. Natsu replied. How does that work, by the way, you being raised by a dragon, I mean? Ichigo said, just assuming that the teenage wizard was not actually the offspring of a dragon. Ichigo figured that if Natsu was kind enough to give him the benefit of the doubt, he would do the same. On top of that, he was familiar with the concept of soul reapers and hollows, so magic and dragons didn't really take a big leap forwards to believe. In some ways it was a step back. Igneal raised me when I was little and taught me how to use Dragon Slayer magic. One day he just left, though, and ever since I've been looking for him. At some point I joined Fairy Tail, but whenever I hear a rumor I head out and start searching. Natsu explained. I see, sorry to hear that. Ichigo said, not entirely sure how to respond given he didn't know the pink-haired mage's feelings on the matter. I was actually in Harem looking for Igneal. Someone told me that the salamander had been spotted and I thought it had to be him. Turned out to be that poser that you fought for a little bit. Man, that guy really set me off. Natsu stated, gritting his teeth together at the end of his speech. But I've been on a few of these types of runs and they've never made me give up before. Actually, I should thank you for helping me out a bit back there, so if you ever need a favor feel free to ask. Natsu continued, giving a thumbs up to the orange-haired substitute. Happy chirped. Thanks, actually, there is something you could help me with. Do you know anyone that could help me out with my situation? Ichigo asked with clear hope in his voice. The dragon slayer hummed in thought for a moment, after which he snapped his fingers as if in realization. Ichigo hoped to God that this meant he knew something that could help him or, perhaps, someone. I've got it. Maybe my guild's master can help you out. We're already halfway to Magnolia, and when we're there I can take you to Fairy Tail so you can ask him anything you want. Natsu exclaimed, rather happy that he had thought of this solution. What about you, Lucy? I don't want to hold you up, so if... Ichigo began, only to be cut off. Don't worry about Larry. She is coming with us because she wants to join Fairy Tail too. Happy assured. My name is Lucy, you stupid cat. Lucy shouted. I am not stupid, you're stupid. Happy shouted back, prompting the blonde to chase after the winged feline in a fit of rage. Anyway, you ready to get going, Ichigo? Natsu asked, flashing a grin towards the substitute. For a moment Ichigo stood in place as if deep in thought. Given his current options were to either wander around in search of someone who might be able to help him or travel with Natsu for the same purpose, he supposed it was far more efficient to do so with someone who had a clue as to where they were going. This is by far my best option to take, but I just hope the Fairy Tail Guild Master can help me out. Ichigo thought. Are you ready? Natsu asked in an unsure tone, confused as to why the orange-haired teen had spaced out on him. Huh? Oh, yeah, lead the way. Ichigo answered. Natsu flashed a toothy grin before he turned heel and began to run off towards what Ichigo could only assume to be Magnolia and subsequently Fairy Tail. As the two ran, Happy and Lucy followed close behind, though the blonde was still chasing said cat, who once again seemed to forget he could fly. Magnolia, outside the Fairy Tail Guild, some time later. The four stood in the front of a large building that seemed rather quaint and peaceful if anyone were to walk by it. Ichigo looked at it with a small sense of hope, Lucy with a sense of awe and wonder as this was the first time she had seen a guild hall before, but Natsu and Happy looked at it with nostalgia in their eyes and smiles on their faces. If any place on the face of this world could be classified as their home, it would be this guild hall, and with this in mind they began to walk forwards, Ichigo and Lucy following shortly thereafter. When they reached the doors of the building, Natsu flashed a toothy grin, not even bothering to look back at his new acquaintances. He prepared to open the door in an excited fashion, just knowing somewhere in his heart that both Ichigo and Lucy would love it. Welcome to Fairy Tail, Natsu said before making to open the door. Chapter 3. The four stood in the front of a large building that seemed rather quaint and peaceful if anyone were to walk by it. Ichigo looked at it with a small sense of hope, Lucy with a sense of awe and wonder as this was the first time she had seen a guild hall before, but Natsu and Happy looked at it with nostalgia in their eyes and smiles on their faces. If any place on the face of this world could be classified as their home, it would be this guild hall, and with this in mind they began to walk forwards, Ichigo and Lucy following shortly thereafter. When they reached the doors of the building, Natsu flashed a toothy grin, not even bothering to look back at his new acquaintances. He prepared to open the door in an excited fashion, just knowing somewhere in his heart that both Ichigo and Lucy would love it. Welcome to Fairy Tail, Natsu said before making to open the door. Inside the guild hall. What's up everyone, we made it back alive. Natsu shouted upon entering the building. We're home. Happy chirped, flying behind the shoulder of the dragon slayer with a smile spread across his lips. Somewhat to Ichigo's surprise given Natsu's method of entrance, the members of the guild looked over towards the pink-haired mage with smiles on their faces and only joy in their eyes. It was the same look he saw whenever he entered the home and greeted his own two sisters, yet here it seemed to be a commonplace expression despite the fact that these people couldn't all possibly be related by blood. What's up Natsu? Welcome back. One of the members said quietly before taking another sip of his drink. Good ta, see ya kid. Another commented. Wow, this place is so vibrant. Lucy thought, smiling as she allowed the essence of what it was to be in an actual guild hall flow through her mind. Ichigo just kept looking around observationally in order to get a better sense of what people from Fairy Tail were like, and, outside of several people's choice in outfits, everything appeared to be rather normal. Moreover, everyone seemed very laid back and relaxed, but that part he had expected just from knowing Natsu a short while. He couldn't really picture the fire mage being a part of anything that was remotely regimented. "So I heard you went all out in Harem, Natsu. Had to go start some true." A man began. Sadly, said man didn't get to finish his sentence as the foot of the pink-haired dragon slayer quickly made contact with his face. He flew across the room a moment later, destroying a table in his path and successfully confusing both Ichigo and Lucy. However, only one of them was afflicted with a mild sense of panic. The hell did he just do that for? Ichigo wondered confusedly. "Why did you do that?" Lucy exclaimed, her words mirroring exactly what was going through the substitute's head just a moment prior. "You lied about that salamander, I'm gonna kick your butt." Natsu stated matter-of-factly, speaking to the man who currently lay in the debris of a wooden table and effectively ignoring the blonde's question. Ichigo just looked at the dragon slayer with a deadpanned expression, not actually believing anyone would fight for that reason. But with how the man reacted, it became very clear that the desire to fight was mutual. "Don't get mad at me, I'm not the one to blame here. I was just passing along a rumor I heard." The man countered. "It was just a rumor?" Natsu questioned in an angry tone. "You wanna fight?" The man challenged. "Let's go!" Natsu shouted in response. The two then charged at one another and began throwing punches and fists, but the rest of the guild just watched like it was nothing special. In fact, several of them didn't even seem to notice the squabble was occurring. However, most of them were forced to acknowledge it shortly thereafter as the confrontation between the two wizards quickly spread all across the guild hall. Tables began to get knocked over, drinks and food fell onto the wooden floor, and more people began to enter the brawl as a result, though they just picked fights with random people nearby. "I'm so confused," Ichigo thought as he observed the myriad of confrontations that started to occur. Now Natsu, I think you need to calm down," Happy exclaimed, having been hit and sent flying like a ping-pong ball before he could even finish his sentence. It wasn't too long before it seemed absolutely everyone in the guild hall had started to fight someone in some manner. They didn't even seem to care who they were throwing punches at. Ichigo supposed if they weren't at him it didn't matter, so he didn't care, but when he turned to look at his blonde-haired acquaintance he found himself surprised by her reaction. "Oh wow, I'm actually standing inside the fairy tale guild," Lucy said in an awestruck tone, a tinge of blush on her cheeks. "So this doesn't bother you, at all?" Ichigo asked confusedly, guessing that it should just by knowing the celestial mage a short while. "They're completely insane, but still I get to see it in person," Lucy replied jokingly. "Insane is putting it mildly," Ichigo thought. "So Natsu's back, huh?" A black-haired teen wondered aloud as he neared the large ongoing brawl. Said man was moderately tall, had spiky black hair and dark blue eyes. His body was toned and muscular, which was very visible due to his only wearing a pair of black underwear at the moment, and he sported a dark blue fairy tale guild mark on the upper right portion of his chest. "Come out here and fight me, Natsu, we need to settle things," he exclaimed. "Gray, clothes," a brown-haired woman stated nonchalantly from what appeared to be a large amount of beer barrels. The woman who had appeared to have abstained from the fight had long, brown hair that reached the middle of her back, a pair of purple eyes, rather large breasts, and a slim figure. Incidentally, her clothing only serviced to emphasize her voluptuous body more so in that her upper body was clothed in nothing more than a blue bikini top that left her stomach exposed and simultaneously revealed a pitch-black fairy tale emblem on the lower left portion of her waist. She sported 2 metal bracelets that covered her right and left bicep respectively, and 3 simple round metal bracelets on each of her wrists. Her lower body was covered by a pair of capri pants with 2 bands hanging from each legs and a light, pink belt covered by heart motifs loosely tied around her waist. The appearance of the brown-haired woman was complete with a pair of high-heeled sandals that made themselves apparent on her feet. "I don't have time for that," Gray shouted before jumping into the fight. This is why I don't date the men here, they all have no class. The woman griped before she began to drink straight from a nearby barrel of what could safely be assumed to be booze. Holy crap, that's a lot of alcohol. Ichigo thought. You're all out here whining when it's not even noon. A stout man stated firmly from the sidelines of the fights. The man stood very tall, had long white hair styled upwards, and a pair of blue eyes. His body was very muscular in nature, and his face was marked by a scar that ran down his right eye. He wore a high-collar dark blue jacket with purplish-blue innards, held closed on the front by a line of buttons. A pair of loose pants the same color of his jacket adorned his waist, and a simple belt held them up. In a way the man was just imposing if first appearances were anything to go by. I'll show you how a real man fights, he exclaimed, only to be punched by both Natsu and the black-haired teen who wore next to nothing a moment later. This just keeps getting weirder by the minute, Lucy thought. Sure is noisy in here. A smooth confident voice trailed off from behind the duo. Both Ichigo and Lucy turned to see a man with somewhat spiky orange hair, a pair of sunglasses, and two ladies, one on each of his respective sides. Other than his clothing, the most noticeable thing that the two took note of were that he bared a great resemblance to Ichigo. Shortly after the man had said this, however, a projectile in the form of a wooden mug landed directly on his forehead, forcing the confident smile he wore to vanish, if only for a moment. I'm gonna go fight, but only for you two, the man stated, speaking to the two women who were previously at his sides. Good luck, Loke, the two said in unison before the man left. At this point the entirety of the guildhall had likely begun to fight, however it was only with fists and a few kicks being thrown here and there. No magic was being used and everyone seemed as if they were genuinely having fun, a concept that was very, very strange to Lucy, but only very strange to Ichigo. What the heck is wrong with these people? There isn't one sane person in the whole place, Lucy thought aloud. Doesn't seem like it, Ichigo commented. Hello, can I help you? A very sweet feminine voice asked from, ironically once again, behind the two. Ichigo and Lucy turned to see the owner of the voice, at which point their eyes were greeted by the sight of a breathtakingly beautiful young woman. The woman had long white hair that curled slightly at the ends and was distinctive in that the hair that would have covered her forehead was tied in an upward ponytail. She had a pair of captivatingly gorgeous sapphire blue eyes, a curvy, voluptuous body with large BRST, and a genuine smile etched across her lips. She wore a sleeveless, ankle-length maroon dress with a pleated skirt complete with a large pink bow that adorned her chest. Trimmings of a similar color lined her neck and various other parts of the dress, and a pair of high-heeled shoes were present on her feet. Her demeanor was extremely calm and innocent, but given what had happened thus far it was still too soon to assume she was completely sane. This, at least, had been the substitute's perspective. Lucy, however, was awestruck and practically in shock for some reason. It's Mira Jane, in the flesh, Lucy exclaimed girlishly. From the way she appeared and her tone, Ichigo just assumed that the woman they were currently speaking to was somehow famous. The female wizard giggled in a flattered manner a moment later, blushing ever so slightly at the obvious fangirl greeting she received from the blonde. Come over to the counter and I can help if you need anything, Mira Jane offered warmly. The brawl continued to rage on all across the guildhall as the two walked behind the white-haired woman, though they momentarily had to dodge a few flying bodies and furnishings but nothing really all too difficult. Well, at least for Ichigo. It may have only been a few feet, but every step of the way seemed very lively given what surrounded them. When they made it over to the main bar they took their seats, and Mira Jane, in turn, walked behind the counter and began to clean off a series of glasses with the same expression still plastered on her features. They sure are lively today, Mira commented cheerfully, causing both of those that sat across from her to deadpan. Shouldn't we try to stop them? Lucy asked, as if such a question shouldn't have needed to be said. I usually just prefer to let them have their fun. What they're all doing now is fairly normal around here, Mira Jane replied. It's like a guild made entirely of kenpachis. Ichigo thought, shivering a moment later at even the concept of such a thing's existence. Are you cold? Mira Jane asked with a touch of concern in her voice. What? Ichigo exclaimed in a confused manner. You look like you just shivered a little. Mira Jane replied. Don't worry about it, Ichigo said. He paused for a moment to dodge an incoming vase, which instantly zoomed past his face and hit someone else off to his side. While unfortunate for that person, he personally really didn't want to be a part of whatever this was at the moment. Fine. Ichigo finished, getting a nod from the smiling white-haired woman. So are you two new here? Could it be that you wish to join our guild? Mira Jane guessed, her words instantly causing the blonde to glow in a childlike manner. Yes. Lucy squealed, likely sounding nothing like what she had intended. The celestial mage's reaction caused the apparent barmaid to giggle once more. After this, she turned her sights towards the orange-haired boy yet again, who didn't really seem to think the question had been directed at him as well. However, she didn't get a chance to speak as very shortly thereafter none other than the very same black-haired boy called Gray came flying into them, almost hitting Lucy dead on but settling for crashing into the legs of her chair and scaring the blonde half to death. That wasn't really an issue given that Lucy herself was physically fine, but the man in question who had been sent flying into her chair wore absolutely nothing at all. This, naturally, came as a bit of a shock to the two newcomers. Eep! Lucy exclaimed, shutting her eyes and turning away out of disgust. What the hell is wrong with you? Ichigo shouted in an annoyed tone as the man picked himself up. Gray had, for a moment, been confused as he didn't really know the person that had just addressed him, but he very quickly understood what he had been referring to and all it took was a simple glance down at his body to confirm his suspicions. Damn it! Gray roared before charging the Dragon Slayer once again. Ichigo's brow twitched at that, mostly due to the fact that the tone the black-haired teen had used implied that he didn't know that he wasn't wearing any clothes. Just wrapping his mind around that concept gave him a headache. Thus, the substitute ignored it and went back to the conversation he had been having. Still, at this point the ongoing brawl was starting to get on his nerves. Anyway, I don't recall you giving me an answer to my question. Mira Jane said sweetly, trying to get back on the topic of conversation prior to Gray's interruption. Well, Ichigo began. Before he could give his answer yet another object or some fixture came flying across the room, only this time he hadn't been the one it nearly hit. The object flew directly into Mira Jane's face, sending her flying back into the wall behind her with a comically large bruise on her head. Oh my god! Mira Jane, are you okay? Lucy exclaimed. I'm okay. Mira replied with a small smile on her face, though her eyes appeared to spin. Don't die, Mira Jane. Lucy pleaded. Ichigo, however, was not amused in the slightest. Having to dodge the vases and bodies hadn't been all that bad, but he needed to get serious for a brief moment in order to talk to Mira Jane and find out where the master was. Needless to say, the only way he saw that happening was if he were to stop the fight. It also had something to do with the fact that it had started to get annoying, at least for him. With one swift motion, the substitute grabbed his combat pass, ejected his soul form, and caught his body before throwing it over his shoulders a moment later. With that done, he turned to the others present in the guild hall, though none of them seemed to notice what he had done or what he intended to do just yet. Knock it off! Ichigo yelled, releasing a large wave of spiritual energy as he did so. The entirety of the room's occupants froze collectively and their eyes widened at the feel of the pressure they were just hit with. It was only briefly, but that didn't make it any less intense. Almost all at once they stopped fighting and just stared back at the orange-haired teen that had caused the guild to come to a standstill, and even those who had not been participating looked at him with both surprise and confusion written on their faces. Thank you, Ichigo said in a slightly annoyed tone before walking back to help up the barmaid. Many members of the guild sweat dropped at this, but moreover they were all still confused. Not one of them outside of Natsu, Lucy, and Happy knew who he was or where he came from, and yet the feel of his assumed magic energy and the speed he was able to raise it was intense enough to make everyone in the guild just stop moving. "Who is that guy?" one asked aloud. "I don't think he's in our guild." Another muttered. "How'd he do that?" Another wondered. "Why is he dressed that way? He's also got a huge sword on his back." Someone stated. "Why is it wrapped in cloth? Never seen that before." Another commented. "Why is he carrying what looks like himself on his back?" Someone asked confusedly. "I almost saw Urza for a second." Gray thought with a slightly panicked expression. Incidentally, this was the same thought that entered Natsu's head, but his face was now marked by a massive grin that indicated his intent very clearly. It was too bad the brawl was just broken up, because the thought of anyone being similar to Urza in terms of power or combat ability got him itching for a fight. What was that? Mira Jane wondered, her thoughts matching that of several other onlookers such as Kana. He could have just done that before. Lucy thought with a deadpan expression, though since he had eventually broken up the fight she didn't feel the need to make a comment. The orange-haired teen let his body rest on the chair he had been sitting in, after which he made his way behind the counter and offered a hand to the white-haired woman he had only just recently met. Said woman just stared at him with an expression that made her look as if she had spaced out or was too deep in thought to be brought back by anything less than a voice addressing her directly. "Are you all right?" Ichigo asked, his hand still extended. The white-haired woman blushed slightly before shaking off her thoughts and collecting herself. She seemed to feel somewhat embarrassed given that she was practically staring at him in her daze, and perhaps even more so because she allowed herself to space out over something so trivial. "Why yeah, thank you," Mira Jane replied before taking the hand and allowing herself to be helped up. The teenage substitute Soul Reaper nodded before he headed back across the counter, the eyes of all the mages in the guild, or most of them, fixed on him all the while. It likely had to do with his appearance at this point, on top of the fact that his unconscious body currently sat in place lifelessly on the bar chair he had recently occupied. "So, are you also here to join the guild?" Mira Jane asked, repeating her earlier question before she had been unwillingly interrupted. "I actually met Natsu in Harem and he gave me the advice that I should speak to your guild's master about a bit of a situation I have. So that is why I'm here," Ichigo replied. "That's surprising that Natsu was capable of giving you advice that didn't SCK. He's a complete moron," Gray commented. "True," several stated in agreement. The Dragon Slayer then turned towards the Ice Mage with a tick mark on his head and his teeth brought to bear, clearly being angered in some way by that last comment. "What did you say, Popsicle?" Natsu exclaimed. "What did you just call me?" Gray shouted back. Natsu immediately rushed over to the black-haired teen and punched him directly into Loke, who fell over almost instantly upon the body ramming into him. Ichigo fought the urge to slap a hand over his face given that he knew where this was going. "Like I'd let you get away with that," Gray exclaimed upon picking himself up. One by one those that had previously been pacified by Ichigo's actions began to fight like the world was ending the very next day, which in turn caused said substitute Soul Reaper to slap the palm of his hand over his face in an exasperated manner. "Guess they're at it again," Mira Jane said in an amused manner. "You punks can be such a nuisance." Loke sneered before placing what appeared to be a magic ring on his finger. "Took the words right out of my mouth," Gray said before preparing to fire some form of attack courtesy of a blue magic circle forming over his grip-together hands. "I'm ready for ya," Natsu stated, calling forth fire to cover his fists in the manner it traditionally did. "Do they always fight like this?" Lucy asked worriedly, placing the blue feline in front of her as some kind of shield. "Yup," Happy answered cheerfully, not seeming to mind the way the blonde was using him. It was either that or he didn't understand the meaning. "I better stop this before they blow up the building," Ichigo thought. However, a moment later doing so became unnecessary. A large black monster-like creature stood up in the center of the guild hall with a very evident look of annoyance about him. Lucy looked at it with a panic-stricken expression while Ichigo himself even looked surprised, despite the fact that he half expected something weird like this to happen in the near future. "Would you fools stop acting like spoiled children?" the creature roared. "He's huge!" Lucy exclaimed. Everyone around the guild immediately froze in place, no one, at least at the moment, saying a single word in the face of the large giant. "I'm sorry. I didn't know you were still here, Master," Mira said cheerfully. "Master?" Lucy uttered in a surprised voice, her words mirroring the thoughts of the resident substitute Soul Reaper. "Our guest goes to the trouble of stopping the lot of you, and you go back to fighting just like that?" he bellowed. Very clearly he was respected if how perfectly still everyone was happened to be anything to go by, though that didn't come as a surprise given that he was the leader of Fairy Tail, presumably. What had come as a surprise was what happened a moment later. A certain someone didn't seem to understand that when this man said stop, he meant stop. "Ha ha 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 ha, talk about a bunch of babies. Looks like I won this round, you goo." Natsu began, only to be crushed under the foot of the giant a moment later. Was that necessary? Lucy wondered. That was a bit extreme. Ichigo commented upon seeing the pink-haired dragon slayer taken out of action so easily. "What's this? Do we have new recruits?" the giant questioned, glancing down at the only two people within the guild hall that weren't members, yet. "Yes, sir." Lucy immediately replied, though her orange-haired companion chose to say nothing. "Greya." The giant roared out as energy began to flow off of his body. Lucy held her hands up in an attempt to defend herself from whatever wrath she thought she had inspired within the giant, but in truth the large obsidian beast began to shrink. In fact, it shrank so much so that she stood at least 3 times this man's actual height. The guild master revealed himself to be a short, elderly man with black eyes, a thick, white mustache, accompanying white hair, and a cheerful demeanor. He wore an orange hoodie over top a white undershirt with a black fairy tail insignia at its center. His shorts were also orange, and he wore something similar to a jester's hat with alternating orange and blue stripes. In his left hand he held a plain white scroll, but other than that and his hat nothing really stood out about him. "Nice top meet cha, dot." He greeted cheerfully, raising a hand in the air in a friendly manner. "He's so tiny. This little guy is really in charge here?" Lucy wondered aloud. That, to Ichigo, didn't really make any sense. Granted, this guy probably had more composure than that, but why insult someone who could pound you against the floor with just his foot? It didn't really make any sense. "Of course he is. Allow me to introduce the Fairy Tail Guild Master, Makarov," Mira Jane stated cheerfully. Both Ichigo and Lucy looked at the elderly man, expecting to speak with him at this very point in time. However, the rather impish guild master jumped up in the air, landing in a less than graceful manner atop the second floor's railing. He cleared his throat a moment later, silencing all whispers that may have gone on in light of what was clearly to be an announcement. "You've gone and done it again, you bunch of clods. Just take a look at how much paperwork the Magic Council sent me this time. This is the biggest pile of complaints yet," Makarov stated, lifting his right hand and showing a rather sizable stack of paperwork. "Who?" Ichigo wondered aloud, looking to Lucy for an explanation. "They basically govern over the guild since the king himself doesn't really meddle with them too much," Lucy whispered, giving the briefest explanation she possibly could. "Have you kids lost your minds? All you're good for is getting the higher-ups mad at me," Makarov exclaimed, drawing many disappointed looks from the members of the guild. To most, the elderly man looked rather aggravated, but that was somewhat understandable. Ichigo had recalled numerous conditions under which Hitsugaya had been furious with a certain strawberry blonde lieutenant over the infuriating menial task that was paperwork, and none of that likely had a thing to do with damages caused by his subordinates. However, Makarov began, doing something that both Ichigo and Lucy hadn't expected. Within the palm of the man's hand the stack of paper ignited, burning away within a second later and becoming nothing more than a collection of ashes. "Ta heck with the Magic Council," Makarov stated. Lucy looked at the elderly guild master with amazement in her eyes. In fact, she was so captivated that she didn't even pay any attention to Natsu jumping up into the air and consuming the ball of flaming paper Makarov had thrown down towards the first floor. "Now listen up. Any power that surpasses reason still comes from reason, right? Magic isn't some kind of miraculous power. It is a talent that only works when the flow of energy inside of us and the flow of energy in the natural world are in perfect synchronization. To perform magic someone must have a strong mind and the ability to focus. It should take over your being and come pouring out of your soul. If all we do is worry about following rules, then our magic will never progress. Don't let those blowhards on the council scare you, follow the path you believe in. 'Cause that's what makes the Fairy Tale Guild number one," Makarov stated, ending by pointing his right hand high into the air with his index finger extended and his thumb pointing out. "Ya-ya-wa-ya." The guild hall cheered, mimicking the old man's action by performing the very same hand gesture. "Didn't see that one coming," Ichigo thought with a small smirk. Truth be told, he didn't think he had ever met someone who had the exact same attitude of Makarov thus far, but he was just happy the guild master seemed easy to talk to. Now all he needed was for said man to actually be capable of helping him. After the cheering had died down, the members of the guild went about their respective business, but Makarov himself went back over to the bar in order to greet the two new prospective members. "Excellent speech, master," Mira complimented sweetly. "Thank you, Mira Jane. Now, who might you two be?" Makarov questioned. "My name is Lucy Heartfilia, and I'd love nothing more than to join this guild," Lucy said in a pleading manner, causing the elderly mage to chuckle. "Don't worry about that, my dear, you've got nothing to worry about. In fact, welcome to Fairy Tale," Makarov replied, causing the celestial mage to beam with joy. Ichigo just watched plainly as Lucy began to happily dance and swirl around the room. Of all the people he had ever met, she was definitely the most dramatic person when happy, or perhaps at all times. "And who might you be, my boy?" Makarov asked cheerfully, closing his eyes and directing a genuine smile towards the orange-haired teen. "My name's Ichigo Kurosaki," Ichigo replied. "A fine name, my boy, and I really must thank you for breaking up that little squabble before things got out of hand. The way you did it though took me a bit by surprise, 'cause, to be honest, I'm not all too used to hearing such a commanding voice from a male around here," Makarov stated jokingly, though the humor went right over the substitute's head. It seemed to draw a chuckle from Natsu, however, as he walked up to the group with Happy on his shoulder. Apparently the Dragon Slayer understood the attempted joke, and perhaps Lucy understood, but she was still jumping around like a fool, so it was hard to tell if she had even heard the elder mage's words. "By the way, Mira Jane, could you please give our new recruit her guild mark?" Makarov requested. "Right away, master," she replied, after which the barmaid and the celestial mage headed over to the other side of the counter. "Yeah, anyway, I'm not actually here to join your guild. I have a bit of a problem and Natsu said that you might be able to help me out," Ichigo stated, causing the elderly mage to raise a curious brow. "Did he now? What kind of problem might you have, my boy?" Makarov questioned in a friendly manner. "He's not from this dimension," Natsu exclaimed in an excited manner, evidently eager to see what his guild master's reaction would be. The Dragon Slayer's comment, though intended only to inform the master, seemed to collectively address the entire guild if their reactions were anything to go by. Apparently as a group, each member save for a select few turned and looked at the pink-haired mage as if he were completely crazy, or perhaps incredibly stupid, but neither implication was very flattering. "What kind of a terrible joke is that, Flame Brain?" Gray asked in an annoyed fashion. "It wasn't a joke. He really is from another dimension, he said so himself after we met in Harem. He randomly appeared from the sky and everything," Natsu replied. "Yeah right, stop being an idiot, Natsu. Gray countered. Real men don't lie. The stout man who had been previously and simultaneously punched by both Gray and Natsu stated. I'm not lying. Tell them Ichigo. Natsu shouted defensively, looking to the orange-haired teen to back him up and also causing the entirety of the guild to do the same. The resident substitute, however, was currently glaring at the pink-haired dragon slayer. Very clearly he was annoyed or bothered, but Natsu, for the moment, didn't seem to understand why. While I wanted to speak to you about this in private. Ichigo began, causing the fire mage to chuckle nervously given that he now realized his error in judgment. Sorry. Natsu said sheepishly before releasing a nervous chuckle. What Natsu said was true. I'm not really from here, PRD. The gist of what happened was that I happened to be traveling in a place called the Dangai, a bridge between two worlds called the world of the living and the soul society. I got SEKED into something called the restrictive current and the next thing I knew I was in some place I now know to be called Harem, right in the middle of Natsu's fight. Ichigo stated. You were traveling in between worlds? Makarov questioned in a tone of clear disbelief. Yes, that's correct. I was leaving a place called the Soul Society, which I guess you can think of as the afterlife from where I'm from. The Dangai exists so that people called Soul Reapers can travel between the world of the living and the Soul Society to perform the duties they are required to perform. In essence they make sure souls cross over to the other side safely, but that is a very simplified version. Ichigo replied. So according to what you're saying, you are a Soul Reaper? Makarov asked in an unsure voice, though it was hard to tell if he was genuinely curious or if he was just humoring the boy. I am not technically a Soul Reaper because I am also a living human, so that makes me a substitute Soul Reaper. That is why I live in the world of the living and possess the powers of a Soul Reaper. That's also why I look like this and have a body with me as we speak. Normal humans actually can't see me in this form where I am from, but apparently here because magic energy is pretty much in everyone that isn't an issue. Ichigo explained. The substitute and current human turned to get a look at the respective reactions of the guild's members and they were exactly what he had thought they'd be. They were undoubtedly looking at him like he had lost his mind, but then again that was the only real possibility at the moment. He didn't even bother explaining what anything he had just said really meant, such as what the actual function of the Soul Society was or what a restrictive current was, but in truth he really didn't want to do that again if he could help it. His current goal was, after all, just to find out if the guild master had any idea as to what he was talking about or what could do to return home. The guild master himself, however, was also giving off the impression that he found what was said extremely hard to believe. His previously laid-back expression was replaced with widened eyes and dropped jaw, definitely not a good indicator that he knew what could be done since it seemed as if he didn't even think such a thing was possible. Well, that happens to be just my luck, apparently. Ichigo thought with a sigh. What he said is definitely impossible from my perspective, but he said it with a straight face, I can tell that he isn't lying. So is he just crazy? He could also just be telling the truth. Makarov thought, not entirely sure what he should say at the moment. On top of that, if what he was just told happened to be a lie, he wasn't sure whether to be impressed at how whimsical and thorough it was, or outright disturbed. See, I told you he wasn't lying. Natsu exclaimed happily. The guy probably just escaped from an insane asylum. You're sure that's not where you two met? The brown-haired woman who had been heavily drinking asked in a lazy voice. Kana's right, Natsu, this guy's off his rocker, and you're an idiot for being so and gullible. Gray stated matter-of-factly. Oh yeah? Ichigo, show them the badge thingy. Natsu stated, wanting nothing more than to prove the ice mage wrong. The orange-haired savior of the Soul Society truly had nothing to lose, and thus, he entered the body he had left on the primary bar's chair, something that most seemed to conveniently overlook given what had just occurred. What the hell is he doing? Many wondered upon seeing his, presumably, unconscious body still sitting within the chair. Within a moment of the black-clad teen entering the body it began to move, after which he turned to face the mass of guild members once again, though this time to show the opposite effect. 100 joules says that nothing happens. Someone stated. Natsu already stood behind him, prepared to catch the body as he had previously. With that in mind, the substitute grabbed the combat pass and pulled the practical ejection button on his soul, sending the body flying into the Dragon Slayer's arms and successfully surprising a large amount of the guild, the master included. That was really weird, but it doesn't mean he's from another world or anything. I mean, it could just be a parlor trick or an illusion. Kana thought skeptically. Pressing that badge allows me to eject my soul from its body and enter this form. This is why I am a substitute soul reaper and also why you all likely see two of me. Ichigo explained. How does that prove anything? Someone shouted. All of you knock it off. Makarov said commandingly, silencing, and confusing, many present. Master, you not saying you actually believe this guy? Kana asked out of disbelief. While you all may not be able to see it, this isn't an illusion of any kind. Very clearly they are two separate bodies that house the same host, and that is something that no magic on this earth has yet created. This means that he is either telling the truth in some manner or he is some kind of magical visionary who is off his rocker. Makarov explained, causing Ichigo to deadpan given that the man had implied it was still possible he was crazy beyond belief. There anything else you want to see? I'm positive I can prove I'm telling the truth. Ichigo said firmly. Supposing I did believe you were telling the truth. Makarov began, causing the substitute to smirk. Master, UCA. Someone began. Silence. Makarov barked, getting the instant effect of granting his request. Now, where was I? Yes, if I did believe you, I wouldn't really know how to help. I've never heard of this place called the Soul Society, or even this precipice world for that matter. I also couldn't really tell you if there is anyone who could help you. The nearest form of magic I can think of is celestial magic, but you're obviously not from the world of the celestial spirits, so I don't believe a user of that magic could help. Makarov said, a slight amount of sympathy evident in his voice. Truth be told, it actually pained him to have to say these words, mostly because they were likely the last thing the boy wanted to hear, especially if he had been telling the truth. From his perspective, he was just told by someone who likely had extensive knowledge of this world and of magic that he couldn't help him, and that was a very grim reality. However, to his surprise, the orange-haired teen appeared rather calm, as he merely nodded his head in understanding. I see, that's all right. I didn't really expect that you'd know exactly how to help me after seeing your reaction to what I had said. Ichigo replied evenly. Though this was a setback to him in that someone he had hoped would help him couldn't, it didn't exactly dishearten him. There was still his theory that the combat pass was still functional. That, coupled with the fact that his disappearance would be noticed, told him that the 13 court guard squads at the least and Urahara at the most were likely going to figure out what happened and make an attempt at searching for him. Is it possible that your friends from the other side find you and help you from their end? Makarov asked, wanting to at least brighten the boy's mood after his unfortunate answer. Yes, they probably can, it's just a matter of waiting for right now. It complicates things, but I'll get through. Ichigo replied, giving a small smirk to the elderly mage. That's good then. Makarov trailed off with a bright smile once again coming onto his features. It's like I thought, I can't really do anything from my end, but this world is somehow connected to mine, which means that in the end the tracking device on my combat pass likely still works. Moreover, they know where I was last seen and would be able to tell if I exited the Dangai, which means they'd know exactly where to look. It does SCK that I have to stay here though, damn it. Ichigo thought out of annoyance. Ichigo. Ichigo, my boy. Makarov called, breaking the teen out of his thoughts. Sorry, what? Ichigo asked with a slightly confused expression. I want you to know that if you think you're stuck here, feel free to join our guild. I can assure you that you'll find none better than Fairy Tail, and I'm sure you'll fit right in given a small PRD of time. We're always looking for new members to our little family. Makarov said in a friendly manner, confident that the boy would at least consider the offer. Happy chirped as if agreeing with the master's words. That sounds like a good idea to me. How about it, Ichigo? Natsu asked, placing a hand on the substitute's shoulder. Can I have a bit to think about it? Ichigo requested, completely unsure of whether or not to join the guild at the moment. Absolutely, my boy. Makarov replied cheerfully. What? But you've gotta join Fairy Tail, it's the most awesome guild ever. Natsu whined. Happy commented as the technical Soul Reaper made to enter his body once again. Upon re-entering his human body, Ichigo turned to look at the Dragon Slayer before releasing a slight chuckle at what Natsu and his feline companion had just said. Regardless of their inputs, it wasn't exactly an easy decision to make. Sorry, I can't go and make a decision like this on the spot, now can I? Ichigo countered. I guess not, you still SCK though. Natsu mumbled. I do not. I just have a lot to consider with this. Ichigo shouted defensively. Anyway, I'm going to go look for a job, so I'll be over by the request board. Natsu stated before walking off. Ichigo took a seat at the main bar a moment later, after which he closed his eyes, if only for a second, and released a tired sigh. However, when his eyes opened once more, where previously he had only seen the woman he knew to be Mira Jane, he saw a slew of guild members who just gave off the aura that they wanted to pry him for information. What? Ichigo asked, foolishly opening the floor to the likely innumerable questions those around him had. So you're really from another dimension? One of the members asked skeptically. Yes, but why are you even remotely believing me now? Ichigo countered. If the master believes you, then we will trust his judgment. Another answered. Fair enough. Ichigo thought, already having gotten the sense that Fairy Tail's guild master was more than capable of garnering that level of respect. There was an awkward silence as the group just stared at the orange-haired teen, obviously wanting to ask questions but clearly being unsure if they were able to do so. If you have questions, feel free to. Ichigo began, only to be cut off by the very thing he was so close to permitting. Where are you from? Someone asked. A place called Karakura Town, it's on an island nation called Japan. Ichigo answered. The first inquiry, however, was the very last one to be asked in a one-at-a-time manner. Immediately thereafter, they all berated him before he could even answer a single one of their questions. How old are you? Why is your sword so big? Where does your sword go? How tall are you? Is that your real hair color? Do you have a girlfriend? A boyfriend? Growling. Ichigo growled out in an annoyed manner, obviously not at all happy with this turn of events. Haha, alright you guys, maybe give him some space. He's probably been through a lot today. Mira Jane requested through a giggle. The nearby guild members immediately obeyed the commands of the barmaid, but Ichigo himself didn't really seem to pick up on the speed with which they disbanded, more just on the fact that they did. He turned back to the white-haired woman a moment later, inwardly sighing out of relief that at least someone didn't immediately pound him with questions. Thanks for that. Ichigo said, causing the young woman to smile brightly as she seemed to always do. You're welcome. I didn't really get a chance to introduce myself. I'm Mira Jane Strauss, but everyone usually calls me Mira. Mira Jane stated. Nice to finally meet you, and you've probably already heard my name a few times already. Ichigo said, ending with a slight chuckle. Yup. I know your name all right. But I couldn't help but overhear what the master just said to you. For what it's worth, this guild is by far the best in all of Fiori, so if you're going to join one I would strongly recommend Fairy Tail. Mira said with a bright smile. Strange how everyone in this guild seems to think the same thing. Ichigo thought with an inward chuckle. It wasn't that he didn't think they were telling the truth, it was more of just the fact that they were a little bit biased. Even so, the guild certainly seemed like a nice place, and one he didn't particularly mind save for the constant brawls. He had enough of that whenever he ran into Kenpachi Zaraki or visited the 11th Division's barracks. I'm definitely thinking about it, but to be honest I don't know what I'm going to do at the moment. Ichigo replied kindly. Still, I felt I should at least say something. Gotta do my part for the guild, you know. Mira said, giving a wink to the orange-haired teen who, in turn, chuckled. With Lucy. The blonde was fresh off receiving the pink guild mark that now took its place atop her left hand, and she simply couldn't be happier. She felt so free and secure at the same time, truly everything one would feel after joining such an amazing and lively guild. At the same time, she wanted nothing more than to show it off, and so, she began to walk towards the request board, coming up behind a bored-looking Natsu. Hey Natsu, Mira Jane just put the official guild sign on my hand. Lucy said in an excited manner. Oh yeah? That's cool, welcome to the guild loony. Natsu replied in a bored fashion. The name's Lucy. The blonde shouted angrily. Her name really wasn't that hard to remember, and yet it was always either the pink-haired dragon slayer or his annoying cat. She had been so aggravated, in fact, that she just stormed off towards the main bar once more, her face giving off her annoyance. Still, Natsu didn't seem to notice or care in the slightest as he just kept scanning the request board for a job he thought suited him. Just as his eyes landed on a job he felt would be perfect, the sound of a child's voice caught his attention. Well, it hadn't really been the voice itself, more along the lines of the words that were said. How come my dad hasn't come back yet? A child asked, sounding mildly worried. Said child was a young boy with dark purple hair, blue eyes, and standard clothing. The look on his face seemed distraught, and the man he was addressing was none other than the master himself. You're starting to work my nerves, Romeo. You're a wizard's son, have faith in your father and wait patiently for him. Makarov stated before continuing to finish off the drink in his hand. With Ichigo. Thus far the orange-haired substitute had caught on to the child's urgent voice. It was likely that the kid's worries were a little needless, but even so the conversation got his attention. But sir, he told me he'd be back in 3 days, and he's been gone for over a week now. Romeo shouted. If I remember correctly he took the job on Mount Jacob. Makarov thought aloud. That's right, it's not far from here, so why won't anyone go look for him? Romeo exclaimed. Listen kid, your father's a wizard and like every wizard in this guild he can take care of himself. Makarov replied. But. Romeo began pleadingly. Now go home, have some milk and cookies, and wait. Makarov ordered. Ichigo frowned slightly upon hearing those words, but it was just at the words themselves and not the man who spoke them. He could tell very easily that Makarov was just trying to settle the boy's nerves as best as he could, and if that meant appearing callous then so be it. Still, it couldn't have been easy for the dark purple-haired kid to hear that coming from a person he most likely looked up to. JRK. Romeo shouted, punching the white-haired wizard directly in the center of his forehead. The guild master let out a small grunt of pain, likely just to save the boy's feelings, though that clearly wasn't noticed by the child himself. In fact, it took him less than a second to storm out of the guild, tears lightly falling from his cheeks. I hate you. I hate you all. Romeo shouted, charging towards the exit. Poor kid. Ichigo thought, finding a small sense of sympathy in himself despite his current situation. That's gotta be tough. Lucy commented. I know it seems like the master doesn't care, but he really is worried. Mira stated. The resident dragon slayer then punched a hole through the request board, immediately after which he began to storm off with his expression fixed in a clearly displeased scowl and his exceed companion at his back. His intent was very clear to the other occupants of the building, and nothing anyone said or did was likely to stop him at this point. From the main bar, Makarov and Mira Jane looked on at the display with something akin to sorrow or perhaps sympathy in their eyes. Ichigo, however, could tell very clearly that they weren't going to do anything despite this being the case. That kid needs to learn when to grow up. Someone commented, their words being the last straw for a certain orange-haired teen. When one of your comrades might be in danger, that was one thing, but to say something like that after the said comrade's kid practically came begging for help was definitely something he couldn't stand for. He wasn't even a member of the guild and he had the urge to lend a hand. "Hey Natsu!" Ichigo shouted, loud enough for the pink-haired mage to hear his voice. "What?" Natsu asked, turning back with a confused expression as he was just about to exit the guild hall. "Wait up for me," Ichigo said with a small smirk. Many of the fairy tale guild's members were surprised by the newcomer's words, but Natsu grinned widely at the statement given that he knew at least one person in the guild hall would care enough to tag along. "I kinda figured it'd be him," Natsu thought, his grin still present in full force. The orange-haired teen grabbed the wooden skull badge that kept itself attached to his side and ejected himself from his human body, catching it just in time to avoid a collision with the ground. "Hey Mira Jane, would you mind watching this for me? I can't really take it with me, so..." Ichigo began, only to be cut off. "It won't be a problem," Mira Jane assured, eliciting a nod from the substitute. Without another word or even giving a curious glance around the guild hall to see what everyone's reactions were, Ichigo began to walk towards Natsu, catching up with him very quickly before the duo and colorful flying cat were off. "Wait for me you guys!" Lucy shouted, unable to resist the urge to help the child as well. Shortly thereafter the resident dragon slayer as well as their newest member and a potentially insane man exited the building. The guild hall went silent. For some time everyone just stared at the entrance, somewhat surprised or confused by what had just happened. For Natsu to do something like that wasn't very out of character, but they didn't expect two people that didn't even know the person they were looking for to go out of their way and look for one of their own members all the way up in the mountains. What was even more remarkable was that the man who claimed to be from another world happened to do this, despite the fact that he was the only one who was technically not a member of Fairy Tail and as a result had no obligation to do anything. "So, anyone wanna mess with his body?" Kana asked to no one in particular, bringing all eyes to the unconscious, human body of the proclaimed substitute Soul Reaper. The brown-haired woman began to head towards the body with a glint in her eyes and a red marker in her hand, but immediately before she had a chance to do anything a very ominous voice gave her pause. "Kana." Mira Jane called sweetly, bringing the woman's attention to her. "What do you want?" Kana began, only to stop upon seeing the sinister aura that surrounded the bubbly white-haired woman. Her demeanor and expression were kind and caring as they always were, the warm smile on her lips and her innocently closed eyes giving off the impression that she could do no wrong. However, the feel of a demon was in the air around her body. "Could you please not do anything like that? He did ask me to watch over it, and you know I don't like letting people down," Mira stated, causing the brown-haired drinking expert to sweat bullets before carefully backing away. With that done the seemingly carefree barmaid turned to the remainder of the guild, opening her eyes but still maintaining the very same sweet smile she had previously donned. "Anyone else?" Mira asked to no one in particular. "Nope." The guild answered collectively. "Good." Mira chirped happily. Chapter 4. "Hey Natsu!" Ichigo shouted, loud enough for the pink-haired mage to hear his voice. "What?" Natsu asked, turning back with a confused expression as he was just about to exit the guild hall. "Wait up for me," Ichigo said with a small smirk. Many of the Fairy Tail Guild's members were surprised by the newcomer's words, but Natsu grinned widely at the statement given that he knew at least one person in the guild hall would care enough to tag along. "I kinda figured it'd be him," Natsu thought, his grin still present in full force. The orange-haired teen grabbed the wooden skull badge that kept itself attached to his side and ejected himself from his human body, catching it just in time to avoid a collision with the ground. "Hey Mira Jane, would you mind watching this for me? I can't really take it with me, so..." Ichigo began, only to be cut off. "It won't be a problem," Mira Jane assured, eliciting a nod from the substitute. Without another word or even giving a curious glance around the guildhall to see what everyone's reactions were, Ichigo began to walk towards Natsu, catching up with him very quickly before the duo and colorful flying cat were off. "Wait for me, you guys!" Lucy shouted, unable to resist the urge to help the child as well. Rode to Mount Hakob, aboard a wagon, some time later. Most present within the wooden form of transportation sat calmly and quietly as the horse continued to pull the cart closer and closer to their destination. However, one person in particular seemed to be having a very difficult time. "I hate my life," Natsu thought as he tried his best just to keep the food in his stomach from manifesting outwardly as vomit. Ichigo and Lucy sweat dropped upon seeing the pink-haired mage's only worsening condition, but then again there really wasn't anything they could do if he had such horrible motion sickness. Well, they could just stay there and feel pity, however that wasn't particularly helpful. "You really do have a bad case of motion sickness," Lucy observed in a sympathetic manner. Happy stated in agreement. "Are we there ye?" Natsu began, only to be cut off as his stomach pain forced his mouth shut in an instant lest he risk getting SCK all over the floor of the cart. "There anything we can do to help?" Ichigo offered with a small frown, not particularly caring to see the dragon slayer in such a state. Natsu has always had horrible motion sickness and there really isn't anything anyone can do to help him out. He's used to it by now. Happy assured. "Maybe, but it's still SCKS. Natsu groaned. Ichigo turned to look outside the small windows the cart had to offer, an expression of deep thought present on his face. He recalled what Mira-Jane had told them back at the bar, and about how he believed Natsu saw a lot of himself in the son of the man they were currently trying to find. Truth be told, that was actually half the reason he himself wanted to go. Ichigo had felt the pain of losing his mother, and granted the circumstances were far from normal, but nevertheless he still felt the desire to make sure nothing like that happened to anyone else if he could help it. Somehow he felt Natsu was the same way, and that was all the more reason to help him out. Even if he didn't join Fairy Tail in the end, he'd still go out of his way to help others, that's just who he was and nothing would ever change that. The cart abruptly stopped several moments later, breaking the orange-haired teen out of his thoughts and alerting him that either something had happened or they were at their destination. "I'm sorry, but this is as far as I can take you," the driver called, alerting everyone that the latter of the two possibilities was the actual situation. "All right, we've stopped moving," Natsu exclaimed, getting up from the lengthy wooden seat and instantly jumping up in a revitalized manner. "He recovered that quickly?" Ichigo wondered confusedly. "Guess he's pretty happy about not having to be in this thing anymore." Lucy mused, smiling warmly at the dragon slayer's childish reaction. "Anyway, why did we stop here? I didn't feel us going up any inclines, so are we at the base of the mountain or what?" Ichigo questioned, looking to the overjoyed pink-haired mage for an answer. The dragon slayer stopped his antics a moment later, looking at the substitute and smirking slightly. He released a slight chuckle of amusement, after which he chose to answer the given question. "Nah, this guy couldn't get us that close to the mountain, not with how it usually is at least," Natsu replied. His answer greatly confused both Lucy and Ichigo, who just looked at one another with an expression giving off said feeling. The substitute expected her to know, but very clearly she did not. "Wait, why is that exactly?" Ichigo asked. "Pathway to Mount Hakob, with Natsu, Happy, Lucy, and Ichigo." "It's freezing," Lucy shouted, her hands shaking as they held tightly onto her shoulders. The group began to make its way up towards the summit quite some time ago, having made it to the base rather quickly. However, the weather was exceedingly brutal. Snow fell non-stop, chilling winds that cut to the bone howled without end, and the clouds made it seem as if the mountain's peak was an eternity away. Lucy, incidentally, was the only one who seemed to have any problems with the current climate, though that was understandable given what she chose to wear. Natsu, Ichigo, and Happy, on the other hand, seemed to be perfectly fine. "This place is a frozen wasteland," Lucy exclaimed, her teeth clicking together after she spoke. Why did you even come then? Natsu asked in a bored tone as the group continued to march forward. I came to help you, of course. Lucy replied through gritted teeth, however this was more of an effort to keep them from chattering as opposed to being rage-induced. Then deal with the cold. I did warn you when we were leaving the cart. Natsu stated matter-of-factly. I didn't think it'd be this bad. It's summer, so there shouldn't be a blizzard like this anywhere. Lucy exclaimed. We are on a mountain, and we're also pretty high up. It's only natural it'd be freezing. The snow is weird though since I didn't see any signs of rain down at the base. Ichigo thought aloud. Plus it's your fault for wearing light clothing. Natsu stated. I kind of agree with Natsu on that one. Wearing a skirt like that on a mountain was a bad call. Ichigo added. How on earth are you two going through this as if it's nothing? Lucy exclaimed, seeming as if she had just picked up that this was the case. I'm the fire dragon slayer. I don't get cold. Natsu replied as if the answer was obvious. I have beautiful fur that keeps me warm. Happy chirped. Oh yeah, well what about you, Ichigo? How on earth are you able to walk off this cold so easily? Lucy asked, shivering all the while. The blonde-haired celestial mage knew full well that Ichigo didn't, as he would say, have magic, which meant that there shouldn't be any way he was immune to this, and yet he seemed to walk even more easily than Natsu. Clearly there had to be some sort of trick to it, and she desperately wanted to know it. The fact that I have spiritual energy surrounding my body helps me in that it makes weather a non-issue. It's pretty useful now that I think about it, but to be honest this is the first time I've really thought about it. Ichigo replied, bringing a hand up to his chin as if to say he was truly thinking on it. That's just not fair. Lucy exclaimed. You sure talk a lot. Natsu commented. Quiet you, now give me that blanket. Lucy exclaimed, making to grab the large blanket that was currently strapped to the back of the resident dragon slayer. She just keeps talking, doesn't she? Natsu wondered aloud. Happy said, nodding his head in agreement. You say that a lot. Ichigo trailed off, giving a sideways glance at the blue-furred cat. It's Happy, that's just how he is. Natsu explained, chuckling slightly as he finished. Aye sir. Happy exclaimed. How much longer until we find the guy we're looking for? Lucy asked, shivering as she spoke. This, in truth, was the first time the blonde had been on a manhunt, without the purposes of scoping out someone to date. If this was how they usually went, perhaps she was better off sticking to warm weather and non-deadly environments. Isn't there anything you can do at all against the weather? I mean, you can use magic, right? Ichigo inquired, prompting the blonde to perk up. That's right. I've got an idea. Lucy trailed off, instantly reaching for one of her characteristic spirit keys. The substitute looked back in order to gain some kind of understanding as to how her magic worked. All things considered, the prospect of calling on another being from a different world to help you out was pretty interesting, and he hadn't seen anything like it before. He saw her take out a key, and shortly thereafter all she needed to do was speak but a few words. Open gate of the clock constellation, Horologium. Lucy exclaimed. A magic seal appeared before her a second later, shortly after which a tall brown grandfather clock appeared. He, however, was no ordinary clock. He had an actual face complete with eyes, mouth, nose, and a thin mustache, as well as long black arms. His actual clock was one of Roman numerals, and the casing protecting where the pendulum should be was made of glass. So this is how a celestial mage summons spirits. Ichigo mused. Whoa, a clock. Natsu said, smiling out of amazement. That is so cool. Happy stated. However, it appeared that they had each overlooked the biggest difference of all. Lucy, who had been previously standing outside before summoning the clock spirit, was now actually within the clock itself. She had a blanket over her shoulders, and she appeared to be trapped within the glass. What the hell? Ichigo wondered, his thoughts matching those of his companions. The blonde-haired mage began to speak from within the clock, as evident by the movement of her mouth. Yet no sound came forth, drastically confusing those who were outside of the large grandfather clock. "We can't hear you," Natsu stated in a slightly annoyed fashion. "She says I'm staying in here and I'm not coming out," Horologium replied. "So the clock talks for her?" Ichigo asked with a deadpanned expression. "Such a lazy girl." Happy trailed off, crossing his arms and shaking his head in a disappointed fashion. "Shut it, you stupid cat," she says quite angrily. "Besides, how am I supposed to be able to talk to you when I am inside a clock?" she counters pointedly. Horologium said. "Really, that's where this stops making sense?" Ichigo asked with a neutral expression. "Where did you say you were from again?" she asked sarcastically. Horologium replied. "Fair point, but seriously though, how does this work?" Ichigo asked in a curious tone. "I can summon this particular spirit and request that I be transported within him. He is quite sturdy and this allows me to be immune to the effects of weather," she explains evenly. Horologium replied. "But how do you expect to help out from inside that thing?" Natsu asked in a confused voice. "I don't care, I'm not coming out," she states quite firmly. Horologium replied. "Then why did you even bother coming in the first place?" Natsu questioned, now being more confused than prior. It really didn't make any sense, but to be honest maybe the celestial mage was really picky about weather. Even so, she'd eventually have to get over that if it was a weakness. What kind of job would force Mikao to come to a crazy place like this, she inquires. Horologium stated. "You should have asked that before you came with us." Natsu countered. "I didn't, and I still don't really care." Ichigo stated. "Yeah, but you're not the one complaining so much." Natsu replied. "I heard that," she exclaims, clearly annoyed. Horologium commented. The Dragon Slayer just rolled his eyes at the words of the clock spirit, after which he turned his vision back from Ichigo to the woman within said clock, prepared to give an explanation. "Anyway, he went to slay a Vulcan. It's basically a big monster," Natsu exclaimed, very much so to the point. Lucy seemed to pale at this, clearly not being prepared to fight off something like that, or at the very least not wanting to. She looked to see what Ichigo's reaction was, and when he didn't seem fazed in the slightest her worry was replaced with confusion. It was one thing for Natsu to know this and still go, but for Ichigo to not care as well either implied they were either incredibly stupid or incredibly brave. It was very difficult to tell in this case. Then maybe they don't need my help for this one. I mean, they seem like they've got it under control. Lucy thought in an attempt to justify doing what it was that she very much so wanted to do. Ichigo and Natsu began to walk off, expecting the clock to either follow them or stay in place until its occupant was in a condition to deal with the cold. Abruptly, however, the clock spoke up in order to communicate something once again. "I want to go back to the guild," she proclaims. Horologium stated. "Go ahead and be my guest," I say back. Natsu grumbled. Happy sneered as they continued to walk off. The clock spirit began to walk off in the opposite direction, evidently following the instructions of its master yet again. In truth Lucy felt rather guilty, but at the moment she viewed herself as just too young and beautiful to die a horrible death in such a frozen wasteland. Magnolia, inside the fairy tale guild hall. Makarov hummed and thought atop the wooden bar, a mug of alcohol in his hand but still filled to the brim indicating he had yet to take his fill. "Something troubling you, master?" Mira questioned, knowing full well that whatever the elderly mage had on his mind was likely of the utmost importance. Makarov didn't really make any indication of acknowledging the call of the esteemed barmaid, which in turn only caused more worry for Mira Jane. "Master?" Mira repeated, though this time her words seemingly broke through. Huh? Oh, sorry about that. I was just thinking on something that's been bothering me is all. Makarov replied. He then took the first sip out of his rather large mug, taking the booze in heartily before quickly finishing and releasing a refreshed sigh. At this, Mira Jane smiled, given that if it was absolutely of deadly importance the mater wouldn't have reverted to his usual self so quickly. However, that also gave the former demon of fairy tale a bit of insight as to what the problem was. Is this about Mikao, Master Makarov? Mira asked with a raised brow. Actually yes, the thing is he should have been back by now and I worry that something's happened. It might end up being a good thing that Natsu decided to go after all. Makarov explained. What did he go to Mount Hakob for anyway? Kana asked from across the room. He was sent to slay a Vulcan, which is why his lack of returning has me worried. Makarov stated, causing several who heard him to panic slightly. Master, Vulcans can. Someone began. I know that, you moron. That's why I think it's a good thing Natsu did what he did. Hell, he might even end up needing those that went with him if the beasts ended up traveling in a pack. Makarov said. He'll be fine, Master. After all, he did go with Mr. I'm from another world, didn't he? Maybe he'll take him up to that Soul Society place and we won't have to deal with Natsu anymore. Kana stated rather sarcastically. The well-known drinker went back to her favorite pastime while her words settled in. Many in the guild adopted expressions of worry, mainly those who were rather skeptical of the orange-haired teen story. Seeing this, Makarov opted to put a stop to such foolishness in what he hoped to be once and for all. Kana, granted I can see why you'd think his story isn't believable, but regardless I could tell he wasn't lying. At the very least he isn't a liar, and because of that I will give him the benefit of the doubt. Makarov said matter-of-factly. There's also the fact that he decided to go with Natsu to rescue Mikao without even knowing who he is or even being a member of our guild. People like that don't come around too often, Kana, so in my opinion we should at least believe him until we have a reason to suspect otherwise. Mira Jane said, directing a small frown towards the brown-haired alcohol enthusiast. Geez, no need to be so hostile you two. I was just saying that it's pretty DMN hard to believe, that's all. Kana commented lazily before returning her attention to her mug once again. Noted, now put a sock in it. I've had enough of all of you prattling about this he's insane nonsense to fill my head for a lifetime. From now on keep your comments to a minimum, let's say 0. Am I understood? Makarov asked. Yes, Master. The guild members replied simultaneously. Good, since my point wasn't getting across the first time I said something I was worried you brats would never learn. Makarov thought aloud before he tried to take a sip from his mug once again. Upon bringing it to his lips the master quickly realized that it was completely gone, after which he released a deep sigh and gestured the cup over to Mira Jane. With a small giggle due to the master's childish attitude, the barmaid took the cup and went off to refill it. I just hope those 3 kids are okay. I don't know what I'd do if I let anything happen to them because I decided not to worry Romeo. Makarov thought. In truth he hadn't even intended to make it seem that he didn't care, but Mikao was a strong fairy tale wizard and even against a Vulcan he should have been fine. That said, when he hadn't returned and Romeo kept pressing he thought it was the best decision to act as if everything was alright. No sense making a child panic if he didn't need to, at least that's how he saw it. It's a good thing Natsu is the most stubborn person I've ever met in my life, otherwise Mikao may have been in actual trouble. Makarov thought. A moment later the white-haired barmaid returned with the master's mug, giving it to him once more and instantly causing his thoughts to vanish in favor of taking part in the one pastime he shared with Kana. Mount Hakob, with Ichigo, Natsu, and Happy. Natsu! Ichigo shouted, realizing that the pink-haired dragon slayer had lagged behind a few paces. Yeah, what's up? Natsu asked as he continued to trudge forward, his feline companion resting on his shoulder. This weather is getting pretty nasty, you sure it was okay to let Lucy go back on her own? Ichigo asked. The wind and snow had begun to pick up more and more as they had continued to head towards the summit of the rather large mountain. Granted that the weather was likely a good bit less severe the closer to the base you were, but even so it was never okay to take chances with an apparent monster roaming around. The substitute thought that his latest friend would understand his slight sense of concern, but the best that he received was a confused expression and a raised brow. Not only that, but it also seemed that Happy was confused as well, almost as if they were both completely lost. Who? Natsu asked confusedly, causing the orange-haired teen to deadpan. You're kidding me, right? Lucy, you know, blonde hair, can summon celestial spirits. She complained a lot about the weather and she decided to turn back. These ring any bells? Ichigo pressed, his expression still deadpanned. Oh, you mean Luigi? Happy asked in an upbeat manner, sounding as if he knew full well who was being referred to. Her name is Lucy. Ichigo trailed off. Yeah, I remember, but why exactly are you bringing that up now? She's probably fine. After all, Vulcans don't typically steer towards the base of mountains, that's why we kept going up to where Mikao will probably be. Natsu replied. All right then, so do you have any idea how to find Mikao? Ichigo questioned. Well, I can't smell Mikao because of the blizzard, so my senses are useless here. But I think I've got a better idea. Natsu stated. Ichigo raised a curious brow at this, but an instant later the pink-haired mage brought both of his hands up to his mouth and started to use them as a cone for the purposes of amplifying his voice. He couldn't believe the Dragon Slayer was about to do this, but nevertheless it still wasn't definitive that he was going to do something so obviously pointless and stupid. Hey Mikao, where are you? Natsu shouted at the top of his lungs, almost prompting the substitute to slap a hand over his face. Natsu. I don't think that'll work. Ichigo said evenly, getting a surprised look from the pink-haired teen. Really? Because I thought that it was. Natsu said, only to be cut off. Abruptly a large white-furred, ape-like creature jumped from a nearby peak down towards the group of two humans and the additional feline. Its goal was quite obviously to smash both Natsu and Ichigo in one blow, but both of the talented fighters almost instantly leaped away and avoided the subsequent fist attack that smashed their previous positions. This thing's a Vulcan? Ichigo asked, eyeing the bestial creature with a slight glare and his signature battle-ready scowl. Gee-hee-hee. The creature chuckled in a taunting manner. Yup, this big guy's a Vulcan alright. Natsu replied. Alright then. Ichigo trailed off, grabbing the hilt of his Zanpakuto in preparation for a fight. His Dragon Slayer companion did much the same, getting into his own respective battle-ready stance. However, the Vulcan didn't make any indication of recognizing that a fight was about to break out. Rather, it began to sniff the air around it, as if it smelled something. A moment later it released an extremely disturbing chuckle before it simply ran off, leaving both of its potential opponents confused. Something isn't right. Ichigo thought. He just left. Natsu wondered aloud, sounding unbelievably lost. The words of the pink-haired fairy tale mage caused a realization to dawn on Ichigo. Something like that didn't just go and leave a fight because it was intimidated, especially given that it was the one who instigated the fight. No, it was clearly heading towards something else. Natsu, we have to hurry. Ichigo exclaimed, after which he began to run off after the Vulcan. Wah, hey, wait up. Why are you in such a hurry all of a sudden? Natsu exclaimed as he and Happy followed suit. Think about it, it isn't running away from a fight, and it acted like it smelled something or someone else. Who else is on this mountain right now, Natsu? Ichigo questioned. Natsu's expression instantly became one of realization, and with that the two ran as fast as they were able, through the snow, the winds, and the treacherous terrain to save their blonde-haired comrade. Further down the mountain, with Lucy. Miss Lucy, we are making good progress, but I warn you that as per my contract agreement I will likely not be able to take you all the way down. Horologium stated. That's fine Horologium, if you can just get me close enough I will be fine. Lucy replied, sounding as if something was bothering her slightly. The celestial spirit easily picked up on this, but his current master didn't really seem as if she wanted to discuss it and, therefore, he decided to leave it alone for the time being. Gah! I can't believe those two left me behind so easily. I'm sure if they'd asked me to come I would have been able to. Lucy thought. That was, however, easier said than proven. Gra-wah-wah. A bestial roar sounded off from further up the mountain path. What was that? Lucy exclaimed in an urgent manner, unable to see her behind her given that the clock didn't allow it. Horologium turned a moment later, answering his master's unasked request to see what was happening, but shortly after doing so he sorely regretted his decision. A large white-furred creature that could only be described as a monster charged relentlessly and effortlessly down the path to the mountain's summit, effectively causing Lucy to become whiter than a ghost. The beast very quickly grabbed onto the clock with a sickening grin plastered on his apish face. The blonde celestial mage began to panic, however she was infinitely thankful that she was still, at least, safe within her spirit. Me like human woman. The Vulcan trailed off, only adding to the girl's panic. In the following instant the large creature picked up the wooden clock spirit over its head and began to run off, laughing and giggling like an idiotic baboon all the while. Out of options, the freshly named fairy tale member decided that she had but one option. He-ee-ee-lee-ee-ee-eep, she exclaims quite urgently. Horologium shouted, doing his best to mimic the blonde's voice volume. Higher up the mountain, with Ichigo and Natsu. Huh? Natsu mumbled, having heard the call for help a mile away. The dragon slayer looked over to Ichigo, seeing that he too had heard the cry for help, though it was clearly still the voice of Lucy's contracted spirit. Damn it, we didn't get to her in time. Ichigo exclaimed, clearly upset that this was the case. At least she's still inside the clock. Natsu stated. Now we just have to find the Vulcan's lair and rescue Lacey. Happy chirped. You really think that's where it took her? Natsu asked with a quirked brow. It does make sense, only problem is we don't know where to start looking. Ichigo stated, eliciting a nod of understanding from the pink-haired teen. Right. I think we should split up. You go up the mountain and look and I'll go off to where Lucy was. Since it went to all the trouble of running back just for her it has to live nearby, right? Natsu mused. Happy chirped. Both of the comrades nodded to one another before running off in opposite directions, each having one goal in mind, to rescue both Mikau and now Lucy from the clutches of a literal monster. Mount Hakob, Vulcan's lair. The large ape-like being entered its cave with a sickening grin still etched on his face and slight bouts of laughter still exiting its mouth every so often. It subsequently placed the large clock spirit down in the center of its cave, after which the white-furred creature began to dance around in an idiotic fashion, only adding to the blonde's dismay. How did I get myself into this, and what's with this stupid monkey, she asks tearfully. Horologium said as he himself brought his hands over his eyes in a manner that illustrated he was crying. The comment that the spirit had uttered caused the Vulcan to stop its meaningless dancing and look deeply into the glass casing, directly at the blonde celestial mage that was held within. Thank God I'm still in here. Lucy thought, chills echoing throughout her body just at the look the weird creature was giving her. As if in an ironic twist of events, the clock vanished into this air, leaving its contractor sitting on the floor of the cave, directly in front of the Vulcan without any word of warning. Get back here, Horologium. You can't leave me like this. Lucy wailed. Sorry, but my time is up. The spirit's ethereal voice stated. Give me an extension. Lucy whined as the beast neared. Gee-hee-hee-hee. The Vulcan chuckled perversely, steam coming out of its nose as it closed in. Lucy paled at the sight of the terrifying creature being so close to here, and due to the fact that her spirit was no longer present she didn't have a means to separate herself from the Vulcan. However, in a slide of luck, another entered the cave with a clear attempt to save her. Hey you big ape. Natsu shouted from the entrance, gaining the Vulcan's attention. Natsu! Lucy exclaimed happily. Happy chirped, flying directly behind his best friend in the air at the cave's entrance. Hey Ichigo, I found her. Natsu shouted from the entrance, causing Lucy to sweat drop given that doing so was definitely not an effective means of communication. Still, it had worked on the Vulcan, so he didn't see why it wouldn't work on Ichigo. Huh? The Vulcan grunted confusedly, staring as the pink-haired mage began to run directly at him. Where's Mikao, tell me? Natsu demanded, bringing back his fist. The ape dodged the attack almost effortlessly, simply leaping backwards and leaving the side of his captive in favor of avoiding any potential damage. When this was done, Lucy made to move behind the dragon slayer, inwardly sighing out of relief due to the fact that she was able to gain a bit of room to breathe. Tell me where my friend is, you big ape. Spill it. Nasta stated in an aggravated fashion. Huh? The Vulcan uttered. You can understand me, right? So tell me where my friend is, where are you keeping him? Natsu repeated. Don't you think you're expecting a bit much? Lucy thought aloud, sweat dropping at the conversation that the pink-haired mage was trying to have with the beast. The Vulcan began to dance around, almost as if it understood and was trying to communicate something. It began to point off outside the cave, which made Natsu smile due to the fact that he thought his point had gotten through. See, he's trying to tell me something. Mikao, where are you? Natsu shouted as he headed towards the entrance, given that this was where the ape was pointing. With one strong push, the creature sent Natsu flying out of the cave and down the mountain, illustrating that despite his stupid and rather idiotic demeanor, the ape was capable of tricking someone, or at least someone like Natsu, which may not have been saying much. Aiaiawiawa. Natsu shouted as he fell. He can't survive out there. Natsu! Lucy exclaimed out of worry as she headed towards the entrance. Me no like man, me like lady, me like lady. The Vulcan chanted triumphantly, once again dancing around like an idiot around its cave and pounding its chest. All right, you pervy ape, you're going down. Lucy said in a serious tone. She reached towards her series of keys and grabbed one the next moment, preparing to summon a spirit she knew for a fact would be able to put up a fight. Open gate of the Golden Bull, Taurus. Lucy exclaimed. A large magic seal appeared in the air, shortly after which yet another of her celestial spirits appeared. This one was, as its name suggested, a large, muscular bull wielding a large battle axe and sporting a set of human-like hands, though they were proportional to his massive stature. Moo! Taurus roared as he entered from the celestial portal. Cow! The Vulcan muttered in a confused manner. I'm warning you, Taurus is the most powerful celestial spirit that I have a contract with. Lucy said in a serious tone. Oh wow, Mrs. Lucy, I almost forgot what a nice figure you have. Why don't you come here and give me a smooch? Taurus asked in a vulgar manner. Oh yeah, and he's a big perv too. Lucy thought aloud before releasing a sigh of sheer annoyance. No touch my woman. The Vulcan said warningly. Your woman. Them's fightin' words. Taurus stated matter-of-factly. He very quickly pulled out his large battle axe and hammered the ground with it, using such force that the ground itself tore a path as if it were an attack headed straight towards the Vulcan with shocking accuracy. The large ape-like creature was forced to dodge, after which it made to charge the bull spirit with everything it had. Oh wow, he's fast. Lucy exclaimed in a surprised manner, somewhat worried for her spirit. Before the creature's attack could even reach Taurus, another decided to intervene, though not for the better. Right in front of Lucy's very eyes, Natsu reappeared and sent a kick directly into her own spirit side, causing him to fly across the cave and subsequently knocking him out. Did he just? Lucy thought with an expression of disbelief. She looked on as the dragon slayer dusted off his hands, an expression of confusion etched on his face as he himself stared at the Vulcan. You could tell he didn't know how there were now two enemies, but once again it took clarification to realize the genuine stupidity of his action. Wait, since when was there two of them? Natsu wondered aloud, his facial expression suggesting he was actually confused as to why this was the case. You blockhead. You just knocked out my own spirit. Lucy shouted. Wait, what? Natsu asked. Seriously, Natsu? A voice called out from the entrance of the cave. Everyone, including the Vulcan, turned to see the face of the orange-haired teen clad in black sporting a large cleaver-like sword strapped onto his back by white cloth. How the hell did you wind up doing that? You were even here before me when she summoned it. Ichigo shouted in an annoyed manner. How was I supposed to know? I got pushed out of the cave by the Vulcan. Natsu countered. You let him trick you so easily. Lucy exclaimed in an annoyed fashion. It wasn't my fault. Natsu said defensively, causing Ichigo to facepalm as he walked up to the Dragon Slayer and the Celestial Mage. Oh Mrs. Lucy, what lovely BRSTS you have. Taurus muttered dreamily, causing said woman's face to light up in S brilliant shade of red. What the hell did he just say? Ichigo exclaimed, a light blush on his own face. You heard him right. Lucy stated in a defeated tone. Oh Mrs. Lucy. Taurus muttered. Pervert. Ichigo sneered before shifting his attention back to the large ape-like beast that had kidnapped his companion in the first place. The Vulcan was worse. Lucy commented. What do you mean? Ichigo asked. The substitute then took several steps forwards, making to challenge the creature personally. Despite this, it didn't seem to notice as it was preoccupied with another task. Gee. The Vulcan chuckled to itself as it walked towards the body of the fallen celestial spirit. It very quickly grabbed the large battle axe, lifting it in a manner that suggested it knew exactly how to use it. Very clearly this was not good for those who opposed the large beast, but even so Ichigo and Natsu didn't look fazed in the slightest. Me no want men, me want pretty lady. The Vulcan stated, glaring at Ichigo since he was the closest in proximity to him. Why the hell is everything in this world so DMN weird? Ichigo exclaimed. Me want pretty lady. The Vulcan said perversely, steam once again coming out of his nose. His words, however, caused the glare of the black-clad teen to intensify and his scowl to return in full force. You're going to have to get through me first. Ichigo stated seriously. Ga-awaya. The Vulcan roared, charging the substitute with the axe of the bull spirit held high above his head. The attack neared second by second, but the orange-haired teen didn't move an inch. In fact, he didn't even draw his sword, which gave both Lucy and Natsu the thought that perhaps the creature was charging too quickly for him to counter with his sword. This, incidentally, was viewed as a very, very bad turn of events. Ichigo, get out of the way, one hit from that axe and you're done for. Lucy shouted, knowing full well that the axe the Vulcan happened to be using was outrageously deadly. Jaya. The Vulcan grunted, slamming the large axe towards the orange-haired teen. Ichigo sidestepped the axe before it even had a chance of slicing a single one of his hairs, after which he brought up his left fist and prepared to hit the creature in the gut in an effort to end this pitiful conflict as quickly as he was able. Much to the amazement of everyone present, the fist connected, and it did well beyond what they had expected. The eyes of the large ape-like beast nearly rolled to the back of his head, and small traces of saliva exited his mouth as his body zoomed back into the furthest wall of the cave, slamming into it with a loud resounding boom. That was easier than I thought it'd be. Ichigo thought, smirking contentedly at the fact that he had won so easily. Wow! Lucy exclaimed, staring at the defeated form of the beast with wide eyes. I'll say, nice punch, you've been holding out on me. Natsu stated with a content smile etched on his face. Thanks, I guess. But we've still gotta find Mikao, right? Ichigo mused. Yeah, but still, what should we do with this guy? Lucy asked, gesturing a finger to the defeated Vulcan. Everyone turned to look at the beast with an expression of deep thought etched on their faces, after which the question seemed to answer itself. The form of the Vulcan became engulfed in a blinding yellow light, after which in a brief flash the body transformed, revealing a normal blue-haired man with a white overcoat. Mikao? Natsu exclaimed, drastically confusing the others in his group. You mean to tell me that this whole time that perverted monkey was Mikao? Lucy asked in a confused voice. The Vulcan probably used a possession spell on him. Happy mused. A what? Ichigo asked, looking back at the blue exceed with a curious expression. Vulcans survive by taking over the bodies of other people. They're evil body snatchers. Happy explained. Wait, then that means. Ichigo trailed off, grimacing as he realized that the being he had punched was inadvertently the very same person they came to save. Don't worry about it. I'm sure he's fine. Natsu assured, noticing the fact that his latest friend seemed to regret ending the fight the way he did. That didn't necessarily comfort the substitute very much, however, what happened next very much did. Mikao's eyes slowly began to open, and despite his injuries he seemed livelier than one would have expected. Mikao, are you alright? Natsu asked urgently, jostling the man's shoulder in order to prevent him from dozing off. I'm such a wimp. Mikao muttered, confusing those present. I fought off 19 of those things with no issues, but the 20th one, that's the one that got me. I'm so useless, how can I go back and face Romeo now? Mikao wondered aloud. He went up against 20 of them by himself. Lucy thought. No way man, you took out 19 of those monsters, now cheer up, we've gotta get you back home. Romeo's waiting for ya. Natsu stated with a large toothy grin. Heh, just wait a second for me to rest up. Mikao replied with a small smirk. He, however, drifted off into sleep a moment later, his expression peaceful but his breathing easy, which served as an indicator that he was fine. So he'll be okay? Ichigo asked, looking down at the defeated form of what he now knew to be a fairy tale wizard. He'll live, now come on. Help me take him down the mountain so we can get him back to see Romeo. Natsu said. Ichigo nodded firmly, after which they hoisted up Mikao's body and began to walk out of the cave as if the weight and the weather didn't matter to them. Lucy could do nothing but stare in awe, a shocked expression plastered on her face, at the dedication the two showed just to get the mage back home. So is this what it's like to be a fairy tale wizard? They're just so amazing. Lucy thought to herself before she ran after them. Magnolia, outside the fairy tale guild, some time later. Romeo sat outside the guild hall, his thoughts plagued by the myriad of insults he had heard about wizards, more specifically those of fairy tale. He had never paid any mind to such things, mostly because of the fact that he thought, and knew, they were wrong. There were no better men or women in all of Fiore than the fairy tale wizards, and as for strength no one could hold a torch to them. His father was strong, and nothing anyone could ever say to him would change that. That in mind, he was extremely worried. His father should have been back forever ago, and now even the master had started to get worried. The elderly mage hid it well for his sake, it seemed, but he could still tell that the sense of worriedness was present. Despite how down his mood was at the moment, nothing compared to the turnaround that happened an instant later. Just as the sun was at its final hour in the day, he saw a group of 4 individuals and a very distinctive cat heading towards the guild hall. He recognized each and every one of them, but nothing made him smile more than to see that his own father was in the group, being hoisted up by Natsu and the orange-haired man that he had seen enter the guild with the blonde-haired girl, who was also among those in the approaching group. Dad! Romeo exclaimed, running towards the group and tackling his father with tears in his eyes. Lucy was somewhat surprised by this, but Natsu and Ichigo couldn't help but smile at the display. The look of pure joy on the kid's face was enough to make everything more than worth the trip and effort it took to find his father. In fact, both of them would have done it 100 times over, just to get the one end result. You came back, I'm so sorry Dad. Romeo said through his tears. No, I'm sorry for making you worry. Mikao replied honestly, holding his son tightly. I can handle it, because I'm a wizard's son. Romeo stated. The next time any of those bullies pick on you, here's what I want you to say. Can your old man take on 19 monsters, 'cause mine can, ... Mikao stated with a warm smile. Romeo himself, despite the tears that welled up in his eyes, smiled widely at his father's words. Truly it warmed the heart to see the two reunited, and with that done the group began to walk away, leaving the father and son to their reunion. You guys, thanks for your help. Thank you for protecting my father. Romeo shouted, causing Ichigo's eyes to widen slightly at the boy's choice of words as he and the others continued to walk away. No problem, kiddo. Natsu replied cheerfully. Happy exclaimed. It felt good to help him out, and seeing them reunited was worth dealing with that mountain. Lucy thought aloud. Of course it was. Fairy Tail is all about family, and family looks out for one another. Now that you're a part of it, it's only natural that you feel that way. Natsu said with a toothy grin, prompting the blonde to nod in agreement. Looking out for one another, protecting people no matter what. I think I can see what Fairy Tail is all about. Ichigo thought with a small smile. In his mind perhaps joining the guild wasn't such a bad thing anymore. Doing so would allow him to at least be of some use, and if he saved even a single life that made it more than worthwhile. Plus, given that his only alternative was aimlessly wandering and waiting for his friends to locate him, this seemed very plausible. You know what? I think that's something I'd like to be a part of. I might just fit in here fine for the time being. Ichigo abruptly stated, much to the surprise of his companions. Wait, does that mean that? Lucy thought before someone decided to outwardly finish for her. You're going to join Fairy Tail, for real? Natsu asked in an excited voice, eliciting a small chuckle from the orange-haired man. Yeah, I think I am. Ichigo replied. All right. Natsu exclaimed happily, jumping up into the air with his fist raised high. Yay! Happy cheered, flying around in circles in a manner that suggested he truly was joyful. So what are you going to go do now? Lucy asked as the group neared the guild hall, being the only one outside of the substitute to not be dancing around happily. I think it's time I go sign up. Ichigo replied. Chapter 5. You're going to join Fairy Tail, for real? Natsu asked in an excited voice, eliciting a small chuckle from the orange-haired man. Yeah, I think I am. Ichigo replied. All right. Natsu exclaimed happily, jumping up into the air with his fist raised high. Yay! Happy cheered, flying around in circles in a manner that suggested he truly was joyful. So what are you going to go do now? Lucy asked as the group neared the guild hall, being the only one outside of the substitute to not be dancing around happily. I think it's time I go sign up. Ichigo replied. Magnolia, inside the Fairy Tail Guild Hall, a few moments later. We're back. Natsu shouted, kicking the door down once again just as he did previously. Many of the members looked at the entrance to see the Dragon Slayer and all of his known accompanying friends back in one piece. At the very least this meant the only potential casualty had been Mikao, but most knew all too well that Natsu wasn't the type to let that happen. The group began to walk towards the main bar once again, all eyes of the guild still on them either directly or in the case of some through a hidden series of glances. Everyone had a single question running through their respective minds, but it wasn't asked by anyone until the trio and Happy made their way towards the main bar and sat down. So did you find Mikao? Mira asked, anticipation lacing her voice. We sure as hell did. Romeo is outside talking to his dad as we speak. Natsu said with a big grin spread across his lips. All right Natsu. The guild hall cheered, several raising their glasses. Even Kana smirked as she took a sip from the mug she currently held. That was sweet of you to do Natsu. You should be proud of yourself. Mira Jane stated sweetly. Thanks everyone, but I can't take all the credit. Ichigo here ended up finishing the job by taking out the Vulcan with one punch. Natsu said, smirking slightly as he turned to look at his orange-haired friend. Ichigo himself didn't necessarily want the attention or the credit for doing what he did, but luckily the Guildhall didn't seem to take the Dragon Slayer's word as what actually occurred, at first. However, he was positive Natsu wasn't about to let anyone claim it was a lie anytime soon. No way. Someone sneered. I don't believe it. Another commented. No, it's true all right, and it was totally awesome. Natsu exclaimed, likely using a bit more enthusiasm than was needed. I'll say, it was really impressive. I mean, it was completely unreal. Lucy admitted. Happy chirped before walking off to find food, preferably fish. It wasn't really that big a deal. Ichigo trailed off in a bashful manner, rubbing the back of his head slightly. Is this true, Ichigo? Mira asked with a surprised expression from the other side of the bar. Well, yeah, I guess, but at the same time I didn't know Mikao had been possessed by a Vulcan since I didn't know they could do that to people. So I do regret not holding back more than I did. Still, it worked out in the end since even right now Romeo has his dad back, safe and sound. Ichigo replied, eliciting a nod from the white-haired former wizard. That's true. Romeo is probably overjoyed just to have his dad back. Mira commented. Yeah, he just looked so happy. Lucy added, smiling as she thought back to the events of just a few minutes prior. In any case, well done my boy. Makarov said happily from the end of the bar before taking another sip of his ale. Hang on a minute, you wished you held back more? Natsu asked with a large smirk, drawing the attention of the resident substitute. He really does seem to like fighting just as much as Kenpachi. Ichigo thought, however this time he prevented the involuntary shiver at the concept of such a person existing. You really have been holding out on me then, now I definitely want to have a fight with you. Natsu stated, his smirk increasing in size and fire seemingly burning in his eyes. It was just a figure of speech, you're really over-exaggerating. Ichigo answered calmly, redirecting his eyes in an innocent manner. Oh, I see how it is. What was I thinking? Natsu said sarcastically, his smirk still holding as if to say he didn't buy his friend's words it in the slightest. Anyway, why don't you tell Mira Jane the reason that you're actually back here, Ichigo? Lucy suggested, reminding the substitute of the reason he had actually bothered to follow them into the Guildhall. You have something to tell me? Mira Jane asked in a surprised voice. I think I know what this is about. Makarov thought with a grin, though he chose not to say anything until his suspicions were confirmed. Thanks for reminding me, Lucy. Also, yeah, I do have something to tell you, and I guess the old man as well. While I'm here, I think it'd be a good choice to join Fairy Tail, if that's still alright, of course. Ichigo replied evenly. Many in the guild were slightly surprised by this, and several individuals, particularly Kana, nearly choked on their drinks. The master released a slight chuckle, but that was rendered inaudible given that nearby several people were whispering or in some cases coughing loudly, and Mira Jane herself kept her reaction to an expression of mild surprise. Natsu, however, just smirked widely at this, while Lucy smiled and Happy just continued to eat the fish he had been consuming on one of the guild's many tables. Why the sudden change of heart? Mira asked, her tone only holding a slight amount of curiosity. I've heard it a few times about how you all think Fairy Tail is the best guild out there, but after we got back from Mount Hakob I got to see why that is firsthand. The aspect of family and togetherness, of always being there for one another, is something that Fairy Tail seems to embody a great deal. That is something I want to be a part of, because I gain my powers to help out others and to protect those I care about. That is why I want to join Fairy Tail. Ichigo replied, his words being heard by the entirety of the guild. The orange-haired teen likely didn't realize the gravity of what he had just said or the fact that everyone had heard him, but that didn't change the fact that it had a significant impact. He had practically proclaimed his reason for joining were exactly what each and every one of them all loved so much about the guild. Knowing this, not a single person, not a soul in the room could deny that the master's words had been true. Within the heart of this potentially insane individual did beat the heart of a fairy tale wizard, and crazy or not, nothing would change that. The otherworldly team belonged with them now, and they would respond as such. Guess the master was right, he's probably crazy, but at least he's a crazy person with a good head on his shoulders. Kana thought, ignoring the irony of her inner speech. Mira Jane smiled warmly at his words, the orange-haired teen having listed off exactly what she loved about fairy tales so much. The master himself was grinning like a madman, though that was most likely because, at this point, the entirety of the guildhall knew his words had rung true. Well said, my boy, I like the answer you just gave. Makarov stated, raising his mug high in the air to illustrate his contentedness. Then welcome to Fairy Tale, Ichigo. Natsu officially greeted, placing a hand on the substitute's shoulder before releasing a bout of laughter. I still have to give him the guild mark though. Mira Jane trailed off. Oh right, meh, he's still practically already in the guild anyway. Natsu stated matter-of-factly. The white-haired woman then reached down into the counter behind the bar, taking out what looked like some kind of stamping device with the official seal of Fairy Tale clearly etched on its bottom. What color did you want? Mira Jane asked cheerfully. I don't know, what do you think, Natsu? Ichigo asked, looking back at the pink-haired mage. Me? Natsu asked confusedly, gesturing a finger towards himself. Well, you are the reason I know about Fairy Tale in the first place, so it's only fair. Ichigo reasoned, sending the fire mage a small smile. There was also the fact that he didn't really care, but he figured the overjoyed dragon slayer would for some reason or another. Sure, I'd be happy to. Natsu replied. You called? Happy questioned, flying up to the group with his usual look of ignorance and bliss. Sorry buddy, wasn't trying to. Natsu clarified, placing a hand on the back of his head in a sheepish manner. The blue exceed merely shrugged it off and went back to whatever it was that it had been doing, likely something to do with fish. By the way, before we even get to any of that, shouldn't you have the stamp on your actual body? I can't see it being easy getting you out of those clothes. Mira Jane commented. Now Mira, no need to try and get our latest member out of his clothes so soon after meeting him. Bwahahaha. Makarov chuckled uncontrollably. Ichigo blushed and directed a glare towards the master of the guild while unbeknownst to him the white-haired barmaid did much the same, though her hands were placed against her hips in a show that she was genuinely annoyed. The guild master and Fairy Tale's well-respected leader still sat in place, only he noticed something about the impish wizard that he hadn't before. His body language, his expression, and the redness of the master's cheeks told the substitute everything he needed to know. Evidently the drink that was currently in his hand was not his first. Oh golly, I'm drunk. Makarov said with an alcoholic blush on his face. Seriously? How much did he drink while we were gone? Lucy asked to no one in particular. I may have lost count because I was worried. Mira Jane quietly admitted, clearly not being particularly proud of that fact. Anyway, you're right, Mira Jane, it probably would be best if I entered my human body to get the guild mark. Where is it, by the way? Ichigo asked, directing the immediate group's attention towards the guild's resident barkeep. Oh, well it's back here. Mira replied, after which she merely picked up the body from its position on the floor and dropped it on the long wooden bar. And you kept it on the floor, why? Ichigo asked with a deadpanned expression. You asked me to keep it safe, and I had to at least try to hide it when I went out to get some supplies, otherwise people would mess with it when I wasn't here. Mira Jane explained. That didn't really justify such a poor hiding place, but it was the thought that counted. Thus, the substitute picked up the body, positioned it in a chair, and shortly thereafter re-entered it. Without any hindrance. DMN, my back is stiff. What are these floors made of? Ichigo asked, feeling the results of being practically sleeping on the floor for several hours in rapid succession. Would of course. Happy answered. It was rhetorical. Lucy clarified, though she didn't think she'd need to. Thanks for watching it though. Ichigo stated, wanting to at least illustrate he was grateful. Happy to help. Mira replied, waving a hand as if to say it was actually nothing. You called. Happy chirped, once again flying over to the group. Sorry Happy, I wasn't trying to. Mira apologized with a warm smile. You guys are so mean. Happy huffed before flying off once more. So where would you like it and in what color? Mira Jane asked sweetly. Ichigo and the former demon of fairy tale then both turned to see Natsu humming in thought. It seemed that he was giving consideration, but since it was just a simple color they didn't really understand why this was the case. Let's see, where should it go and what color? Natsu thought, tapping his chin. Very clearly he could have just picked something random, but the Dragon Slayer felt the need for it to be somewhat symbolic. Something about Ichigo just breathed that they would get along swimmingly, and thus he decided he would give the location of someone he both feared and respected more than anyone else and the color that he himself sported. Middle part of his upper left arm, red. Natsu directed, causing the orange-haired teen to deadpan. That's a bit specific, any particular reason? Ichigo asked. Nope, not really. Natsu replied with a shrug, though he was inwardly chuckling. Why does that seem familiar to me? Oh well, probably just my imagination. Mira thought. Alright, I've got no complaints. Feel free to do it whenever. Ichigo said before rolling up his sleeve of his black long-sleeved shirt to the point that his upper left bicep was visible. Sure thing. Mira Jane replied. The former wizard took the device an instant later and within a moment of contact withdrew it, revealing a crimson fairy tale guild mark to be located on the orange-haired teen's mid-left bicep. She still couldn't help but wonder why Natsu chose the location and color that he did, but it wasn't very important so she didn't really dwell on it. Glad to have you officially in the guild. Natsu stated with a toothy grin. I'm sure you have a few questions about jobs since you're probably going to need some jewels as soon as possible, but it's getting late so I can explain to you the basics tomorrow, if that's okay. Mira Jane offered. Sure, that'd be great. Thanks a lot. Ichigo said with a small smile, which the barmaid returned in kind. Happy to help. Mira replied. Did you guys actually call this time? Happy asked warily, coming up the group from the ground this time around. Nope, she didn't, sorry about that buddy. Stay here anyway, we're about to head out anyway. Natsu said, prompting the blue-haired feline to nod in understanding. Aye sir. Happy exclaimed, hopping up onto the Dragon Slayer's shoulders. The pink-haired teen then turned to Ichigo, knowing full well that their latest member currently had a bit of a situation on his hands with the whole, not having a place to stay, food, or any money, thing. However that was a given since he wasn't really from their world, and with that in mind he spoke once more. Ichigo, do you actually have a place to stay for the night? Natsu asked, eliciting a shake of the head from the target of his inquiry. No, but I'll figure something out. Ichigo replied. Mira, you should ask him to stay with you. You already tried to get him out of his clothes. Wahaha. Makarov drunkenly joked, after which he began rolling around uncontrollably. Master. Mira Jane trailed off in a warning manner, a light blush creeping across her face. The elderly wizard didn't seem to make a reply or acknowledge the barmaid's annoyance. He did, however, roll off of the barrel he had been sitting atop of a moment later, after which he hit the ground without any resistance and released a pained groan. So that old man is really the one in charge. I already regret my decision to join. Ichigo said, a tick mark popping out of his forehead and a blush covering his face. Ditto. Lucy commented. Anyway, I was gonna ask if maybe you wanted to come stay the night at my place, what with you being from another world and all. Natsu offered. How can you say that with a straight face so easily? Kana asked from across the room. Well, if it's the truth, why wouldn't I be able to do it easily? Natsu countered as if it was the obvious answer. Then again, that's only if you really do believe it. Kana muttered under my breath, being quiet enough for no one else to hear. She was, after all, grateful that the orange-haired teen had rescued Mikao, therefore just this once she figured she would show a bit of respect and keep her words to herself. So, how about it? Natsu offered once again. I don't know, are you sure it'd be okay? Ichigo asked with a bit of apprehension. It wasn't that he had a particular issue with accepting the Dragon Slayer's hospitality, it was more along the lines of him not wanting to impose. Despite the fact that he knew his situation wasn't the greatest, that still wasn't a reason to burden other people excessively. Sure, it's no problem at all. In fact, I'd be disappointed if you didn't accept. Natsu replied in a friendly manner. Happy chirped. Ichigo nodded in understanding before the group exited the guild hall, waving goodbye as they did so. When the entrance was shut once again, the guild hall was quiet for a few moments, no one really saying anything in the wake of the day's events. You know, I still don't know how Natsu can believe that stuff so easily. Kana thought aloud. The master has said he believes him, so why are you having a hard time? Mira Jane countered in a calm voice. Ignoring what the master said, what do you think, Mira? Kana asked, curiosity prominent in her tone. The way he told us about where he came from and the way he acts allows me to believe he was telling the truth. Regardless of how difficult it is to believe, I don't think he's lying. Mira Jane replied honestly. Ichigo seems like a real man, and real men don't lie. Elfman stated pointedly, backing up his elder sibling. I still don't know if I buy it. I mean, I'd need to see something to tell me otherwise. Either way, it looks like things will definitely be interesting around here for the near future. Kana commented with a chuckle. I think we can trust him. If what he said to Mira was any indication, he will fit in fine around here. A petite girl with blue hair commented, taking her eyes off of the book she currently sported in her hands. Yeah, plus he went with Natsu to save Mikao, we can't forget about that. I think he's at least earned a bit of leeway. Another said in agreement. I never said I minded him joining, just saying that his story isn't easy to believe. Kana clarified. That may be true, but I know he's telling the truth. I am surer of it now than I was the first time I spoke to him. What's more, that boy has an aura around him, an aura of power that I don't think I've ever quite felt from anyone else. It's so unique, but if you try feeling for his magical energy, it's impossible to miss and also impossible to identify. Makarov stated, an alcoholic blush no longer present on his face. Evidently his fall had somewhat sobered him up. I feel the same thing. I wonder what kind of powers he has. Is it similar to magic, or is it something else entirely? Mira Jane wondered. Perhaps if she was fortunate enough she would be able to see how he fought firsthand. Outside Natsu's home, some time later. Thanks for letting me stay in your home, by the way. Ichigo said as the three made their way up to the Dragon Slayer's humble abode. No problem, in fact, feel free to stay as long as you like. I've got plenty of room, after all. Natsu replied with a smile as he made to grab the door's handle. Thanks, but I think. Ichigo began, only to pause immediately after the pink-haired mage opened the entrance to his house. The substitute stared with wide eyes and mouth agape at the colossal mess he found the wizard's home to be in. At the same time he could tell, very easily, that this was perfectly normal given by the fact that Natsu was currently staring at his expression with a confused look. What? Natsu asked confusedly. Why the hell is everything so dirty? Ichigo questioned, gesturing a finger inside the pigsty that was the mage's house. Trash and food was everywhere, furniture was literally in random spots all over the ground floor, the stench was awful, and perhaps worse of all, it was very clear that the cleaning supplies existed in the form of an open closet with nearly everything one would need to clean a given space within it. The place isn't really that dirty, Natsu said, looking at the contents of his home skeptically. Even so, he still didn't seem to see anything wrong with it. Yeah, Ichigo, I don't know what you mean. Happy stated from atop the Dragon Slayer's shoulder. The orange-haired teen released a tired sigh, after which he got in front of Natsu, pushed him back outside the house, and then immediately shut the door, much to the said mage's confusion and mild agitation. Happy just stood in place smiling blankly at the door as if nothing had happened. What the hell? Why'd you go and do that? Natsu exclaimed. Wait outside, I'm cleaning. Ichigo replied simply. Natsu raised a brow at this and was, in fact, prepared to say more to the alleged substitute Soul Reaper. However, the words died in his mouth and he decided he would simply remain quiet for however long it took his latest friend to do whatever it was that he wanted. 30 minutes later. The Dragon Slayer's ears perked up upon hearing the quiet sound of his wooden door opening, shortly after which he saw the form of Ichigo standing between himself and the inside of his home. You can come in now, I finished. Ichigo permitted before heading back into the house. Natsu and Happy gave each other a curious look before each headed into their mutual home, but when they got in their eyes widened significantly at what they saw. Neither of them had previously seen their place as dirty in any real sense of the word, but after witnessing how it looked now, it had been a practical dumpster by comparison. They could actually see the floors of the house as opposed to randomly separated bits of trash, and the furniture was arranged almost perfectly. So, clean. Happy trailed off in an amazed voice. I try. Ichigo said contentedly. How did you do this in 30 minutes? Natsu asked, turning to the orange-haired teen with a surprised look still etched on his features. It wasn't really that difficult. Ichigo replied with a shrug. Okay, why did you clean all of this? Natsu questioned. I prefer where I stay to be neat. Besides, you can think of this as my way of paying you back for letting me stay here. Ichigo replied. Hee, you should stay here all the time, then I'd never have to clean. Natsu joked. It didn't look like you did anyway. Ichigo thought. Yeah, then we can be even messier because Supermaid Ichigo will clean it up. Happy cheered. Ha, very funny, but I didn't know what to do with a few things. Ichigo stated, gesturing a hand towards a large collective pile of items that held no meaning to him. However, said items, during the time he was cleaning, were the only things maintaining any semblance of organization. He just assumed that they held some kind of significance to Natsu and, as a result, he didn't want to just throw them out with the rest of the garbage that littered the house. Just leave them be for now. Oh, that reminds me. Natsu said before he began to dig into his pockets. Ichigo watched as the pink-haired teen pulled out a piece of paper and then placed it directly on the pile of objects that he himself had gathered. He couldn't really read what was on it, but it appeared the Dragon Slayer intended to explain. This is the signature of the fake salamander we both fought in Harem. All this stuff is basically keepsakes that I have from a lot of fun times. Natsu explained with a large smile. You didn't really strike me as the sentimental type. Ichigo replied, sporting a small smile himself at the evidently nostalgic fairy tale wizard. Hee, well, what can I say? Besides, at least now I've got something from when I met Lucy and you. I guess it's just my own little way of remembering good times. Natsu mused, rubbing the back of his head in a bashful manner. Happy chirped. Alright, it's getting pretty late, so you ready to hit the hay? Natsu suggested, eliciting a nod from the substitute. Wait, but where do you even sleep? I didn't see anything like a bed when I was cleaning, Anne. Ichigo began, causing both of his latest acquaintances to laugh at his words. I sleep on a hammock, but don't worry, I've got 2 of them so you can still have something to sleep on. Natsu replied. I thought that was just for relaxing. Ichigo thought. It, however, didn't really surprise him all that much that the pink-haired wizard simply slept in one. The three walked up towards the collectively 3 hammocks, on up high and small for the resident exceed, and too far closer to the ground for Ichigo and Natsu respectively. It didn't take very long for them to get situated, Natsu and Happy just hopping in and Ichigo grabbing only a blanket before he was good to go and got into his as well. They seemingly kept their positions, speaking not a word, but unbeknownst to one another neither was asleep. Well, this was the case up until the point that one of them chose to speak. "Hey Ichigo." Natsu called in a hushed tone. "Yeah?" Ichigo asked from across the room, sleep having not taken him just yet. "You awake?" Natsu inquired. "Since I started talking to you, obviously not." Ichigo answered. "Oh yeah, hee, sorry about that." Natsu replied with a small chuckle. "Don't worry about it," Ichigo said, waving it off since it really didn't matter. "Mind if I ask you a personal question?" Natsu asked, seemingly out of the blue. The orange-haired teen was slightly surprised by this, mostly because he didn't really expect anything like this coming from Natsu. It wasn't that he minded being asked, it truly just shocked him. Ichigo?" Natsu called, breaking the teen out of his thoughts. "Wah? Oh, sorry about that." "No, I guess I don't really mind." Ichigo replied. Do you miss your friends and family?" Natsu asked. The pink-haired dragon slayer felt a bit of apprehension in asking the question, but in truth it had been the one thing he had wanted to ask Ichigo since he truly decided to believe his claims shortly after they met. The one thing he himself valued was his family, his guild mates and his foster father Ichigo, and he couldn't picture being thrown into another world, so far away from them with no immediate way of returning. Perhaps it was out of place, but he simply wanted to know. Across the room Ichigo frowned at the question, not because it struck a nerve or because it caught him by surprise, mostly just because he wasn't sure how to answer the question. Of course he missed them, but he could never really express how much, and even if he did in the long run it wouldn't matter given that he knew, eventually, they would be able to find him. The theory about his combat pass was even plausible enough to suggest that. However, as a result of this, another bout of silence ensued, neither the dragon slayer nor the substitute saying a word. That really is a weird question, but it isn't a bad one. Ichigo thought. Sorry I asked that, you know what, just forget I did, okay? Natsu said, believing that perhaps his inquiry had stepped across some sort of line. No, it isn't that I mind, I just don't really know what to say. Yes, I do miss my friends and family. I miss my dad, my sisters Karen and Yuzu, and everyone I've become close with over the years. At the same time though, it isn't like I won't ever see them again, so it isn't all that bad. Ichigo replied. On top of that he hadn't really been separated from them for a large amount of time at this point. What about your mom? Happy asked in a curious tone. Natsu's eyes shot wide open from his position immediately below the blue-furred cat, his thoughts being that very clearly she was left out for a reason. Even from the distance across the room he could tell that the mood of his latest friend had grown sullen, and he didn't need to be a genius to guess why. Happy. Natsu quietly snapped. What did I do? Happy exclaimed worriedly, picking up on the tone his best friend chose to use. It took a moment, but the traditionally clueless Exceed understood the situation despite himself. Shortly thereafter he felt actually bad about what he had said, and almost immediately chose to apologize. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Happy said, sounding perfectly genuine in his apology. Don't worry, I'm not mad about it, it's just something that isn't easy to talk about, so if it's alright with you I'd rather not. Ichigo stated. Yeah, you're lucky though, to have a family I mean. My guild is my family now, but for the longest time I didn't really have anyone. I had Ichigo when I was a kid, but I never knew my parents. After Ichigo left randomly, I was really lost, so that's why I asked you that question, since I can only imagine how you feel. Natsu explained, quickly changing the subject to something that would hopefully not make his latest friend more sullen. I'm sorry to hear that, it must have been tough when he left. Ichigo said, a small amount of sympathy clear in his voice. Well, maybe at first, but it all worked out in the long run, and I still haven't given up hope that I'll see him again, one day. Natsu replied. I remember you saying something like that when we were making our way back to Fairy Tail. Also, was that why you beat up that guy the first thing when you got back? Ichigo asked, raising a brow despite the fact he knew full well the Dragon Slayer couldn't see him. That's part of it, but fights are more or less how we show we care in Fairy Tail. Natsu replied. And that's not weird to you? Ichigo questioned. Not at all. Natsu answered happily. It's part of what makes Fairy Tail the best guild in all of Fiori. Happy piped in. That so? Well, good night, Natsu, Happy. Ichigo said in an attempt to bring their conversation to an end. Good night. Happy replied cheerfully. Good night, Ichigo, night little buddy. Natsu said, smiling warmly before he yawned and began to drift off into sleep. The Dragon Slayer had started to learn a bit more about his latest friend, and to be honest he saw a lot of himself in him. Even the reasons the substitute gave for joining the guild had mirrored what he loved about it the most. Moreover, his current situation was exactly that of his own when Ichigo had left him all those years ago, and that was something he really didn't get over until he found Fairy Tail. Perhaps he did feel a bit of a connection with the orange-haired teen, but even beyond that they got along very well. Ichigo's situation was still definitely less than preferable, but everything happens for a reason, or so they say. Chapter 6. That's part of it, but fights are more or less how we show we care in Fairy Tail. Natsu replied. And that's not weird to you? Ichigo questioned. Not at all. Natsu answered happily. It's part of what makes Fairy Tail the best guild in all of Fiori. Happy piped in. That so? Well, good night, Natsu, Happy. Ichigo said in an attempt to bring their conversation to an end. Good night. Happy replied cheerfully. Good night, Ichigo, night little buddy. Natsu said, smiling warmly before he yawned and began to drift off into sleep. The Dragon Slayer had started to learn a bit more about his latest friend, and to be honest he saw a lot of himself in him. Even the reasons the substitute gave for joining the guild had mirrored what he loved about it the most. Moreover, his current situation was exactly that of his own when Ichigo had left him all those years ago, and that was something he really didn't get over until he found Fairy Tail. Perhaps he did feel a bit of a connection with the orange-haired teen, but even beyond that they got along very well. Ichigo's situation was still definitely less than preferable, but everything happens for a reason, or so they say. Natsu's home, the next morning. Natsu. Happy called. The Dragon Slayer and the substitute currently lay in their respective hammocks sleeping soundly if the peaceful expressions on their faces were anything to go by. Happy was, for the moment, the only one among them who was awake, therefore he took it upon himself to carefully wake them up so as not to upset them a great degree. When the pink-haired teen did nothing but mumble and roll over on his side, his back subsequently facing the blue-furred exceed, Happy took that to mean his attempt at peacefully waking up his best friend ended in failure. Accepting the fact that he had tried, because technically he had, the resident feline summoned his wings, made a move to the upper part of the hammock near the beam it was tethered to, and gracefully flipped it. However, graceful only described the manner in which it was flipped, how its occupant landed was another story entirely. Natsu then hit the floor with a loud thud, his face being the first part of his body to actually connect with the hard wood. Within a moment he picked himself up, tick marks popping out of his forehead, and he prepared to scream at his friend for waking him up in such a horrible way. He was, however, silenced upon the blue feline gesturing a finger towards the only other occupant of the room. That gave him pause, given that at the very least it was clear Ichigo was still sleeping soundly, and obviously his yelling would cause him to wake up. That hurt Happy, what the hell? Natsu asked in a quiet voice, his anger very evident but his voice volume surprisingly contained. Sorry Natsu, I tried to wake you up another way but you just wouldn't listen. Happy replied, crossing his arms upon landing back on the floors and retracting his wings. Next time just poke me or something, okay? Natsu asked, deciding something that stupid wasn't worth being angry over this early in the morning. Happy replied in a hushed tone. Anyway, let me show you how to wake someone up without flipping them over and making them land on the floor. Natsu stated as he walked up to his latest companion. The fairy tale wizard stopped at the side of the hammock, getting a good look at the fact that his house guest was dead asleep. Even so, he wasn't about to do a repeat of what Happy did, and thus he simply decided to slightly stir him. Ichigo, wake up. Natsu called in a voice of normal volume. The orange-haired teen made no sign of acknowledging that he had heard the call, which caused Natsu to scratch his head. He thought his voice was definitely loud enough to hear, or maybe it was that he really was that tired. Poke him, Natsu. Happy suggested, recalling that is exactly the thing that his friend had advised he do a moment ago. Alright, hey, Ichigo, wake you. Natsu began, poking the shoulder of the substitute as he spoke. He didn't even get to finish his sentence as the moment his finger came into contact with Ichigo's shoulder said orange-haired teen instantaneously woke up and punched the dragon slayer with such force that he was sent flying across the room, hitting the opposite wall with a loud bang. Happy just looked at the display with an expression mirroring absolute shock or fear, while Natsu just slid down the wall with a bucket covering his head and quiet groans escaping his lips. Ichigo, however, just looked extremely confused as he could have sworn he was asleep a moment ago. Yet now he was currently standing with his fist primed in a way that suggested he had recently thrown a punch. What did I? Ichigo thought, only to stop upon seeing the dragon slayer across the room, lying on the ground with a metal bucket over his head. He then looked over to the blue-furred Exceed, who almost instantly adopted an expression of fear. Don't hit me. Happy begged in a fearful manner. What? No. I wouldn't do that, sorry about that, Natsu. Ichigo said in a slightly embarrassed manner. Ow. Natsu mumbled upon taking the bucket off of his head. He then walked over to Ichigo, clenching his stomach briefly given that it definitely wasn't something he was prepared for. Usually he was never hit this early in the morning given that a certain scarlet-haired mage didn't see him until he arrived at the guild. Needless to say he had no intention of making this a habit. What was that for? Natsu exclaimed confusedly. Well, you see, my dad had a habit of waking me up every morning by attacking me, to make sure I was always ready if someone did actually attack me for some reason. It's really weird, I know, but it did build in good reflexes. Ichigo replied, sheepishly rubbing the back of his head. Yeah, I'll say. Natsu grumbled, having just witnessed the results firsthand. Happy said in agreement. By the way, that would have been something nice to know before I tried waking you up. If I had known, I'd have called that BSTRD Gray over to wake you up. Natsu said, actually smirking at the thought. Again, sorry. Ichigo apologized. Meh, don't worry about it. I've been hit a lot harder than that before. Natsu replied with a friendly smile. So what exactly do you have planned today? Ichigo asked in a curious tone. The dynamic of a guild was very interesting to say the least. It wasn't quite like the 13 court guard squads where you reported to your division every day without fail and simultaneously lived within it, and yet clearly they had some kind of responsibilities to uphold within a guild. However, that didn't necessarily imply that everyone entered the guild hall every day, especially considering that perhaps they were out of town for some reason or other. Needless to say he was curious as to what the Dragon Slayer traditionally did day by day. What we usually do, eat breakfast and then head over to the guild. Natsu replied in a cheerful manner. Gotcha. Ichigo replied, sweat dropping slightly. I wasn't really expecting such an obvious answer. Ichigo thought. Magnolia, Fairy Tale Guild Hall, some time later. What's up everyone? Natsu exclaimed, yet again kicking the door open in what had become known to the substitute as his traditional entrance. Mornin' Natsu. Several greeted, most others choosing to just look over to the door and nod so as to acknowledge his presence. "Do you always have to kick the door open?" Ichigo asked as the two walked into the guild. "But it's so cool." Natsu replied, lightly whining in an attempt to defend his position that it was an awesome entrance. Happy chirped. The trio then walked towards the bar, as per Natsu's suggestion, given that a certain white-haired girl had offered to teach Ichigo the basics of job requests. It wasn't that the Dragon Slayer wasn't capable of explaining how jobs worked, he just felt that Mira Jane would probably be able to do it better. "Good morning you two." Mira greeted cheerfully, bearing her usual bright smile. "Hey Mira Jane, morning." Ichigo replied. "So how was it at Natsu's house?" Mira inquired, a bit of humor in her voice given that she could somewhat predict the first thing the orange-haired teen would say. "His house was really, really dirty, at first. It wasn't bad at all after I cleaned it." Ichigo replied. "Thanks for that by the way." Natsu said, genuine appreciation in his voice. "How bad was it? Were there actual fumes coming out of it?" Mira Jane asked in a joking manner, however she could very easily see this being true. "It wasn't that bad," Natsu said defensively. "It was pretty bad, but no, not that bad," Ichigo stated. "Anyway, were you two in a hurry to get here this morning?" Mira Jane asked, sounding somewhat curious. "No, why do you ask?" Ichigo inquired. He didn't really see a particular reason to suspect they had been rushing this morning, which made the barmaid's question all the more surprising. "It's just that you're wearing the same thing you did yesterday, so I thought maybe you were in a rush and didn't change," Mira Jane explained. Even she and many others changed into a fresh version of their current clothing pretty much every day. With Natsu this was always possible, but he never really wore any significant clothing, so it wasn't really a valid topic of conversation. "To be really honest, I don't have other clothes," Ichigo replied, trying not to belabor the point that he wasn't even a native to this world. "Oh, silly me, sorry I said that. I don't know how I forgot about your situation," Mira Jane said in a somewhat embarrassed manner. Mentally the former fairy tale mage berated herself for her simple slip of the tongue. It was so obvious that since according to him he had never stepped foot in this land before today, which would mean that naturally he wouldn't have daily necessities. She just hoped that her question didn't imply that she didn't believe his claims, because in truth she did. "Don't worry about it. I'm sure you just forgot about my situation or something like that. But I would be grateful if you could explain how job requests work around here, because I need to go on one as soon as I can to get some money for, well, you can guess," Ichigo said, chuckling slightly as he finished. "Of course, follow me please," Mira Jane replied happily. The white-haired barmaid led the way towards the request board, which currently sat in place with no wizards currently around it. In truth most of the guild had yet to arrive, but it was fairly early in the morning, so it wasn't entirely ridiculous to assume that many hadn't yet arrived. Natsu almost immediately began to look at the various pieces of papers attached to the board, accompanied by Happy. However, Ichigo just stood in silence, waiting for his technical guide to fill him in on how this all worked. This right here is called the request board, and it's basically just what it sounds like. Many different organizations put in requests to our guild and we put down the basic information on these pieces of paper. Any member of the guild can feel free to take any job they like, provided they think they can handle it, of course. Mira Jane explained. "So essentially I can just take any one of the jobs I want?" Ichigo asked, wanting to ensure that he grasped the core concept. In truth he was only asking said question because he wanted to be completely sure that no paperwork was involved. The sheer amount of complaining that Ranjaku did about her own and the amount her captain did about her not doing it only gave him the implication that organizations like the 13 court guard squads were often much more complicated than they appeared on the surface. Yes, that's the gist of it. On the flyers you can find out the reward, who the employer is, obviously what the job is, and the location or locations you need to go in order to complete the request. You do need to tell myself or Master Makarov when you go on and complete a job though, just because we like to keep records on who does what. Also in some cases we need to inform the employers that you will be taking the job. Mira Jane replied. Alright then, thanks for explaining all that. Ichigo said with a small smile, eliciting a slightly bashful nod from the white-haired teen. Glad to help. Mira said before walking off. Alright, now I assume it takes time to figure out what job I should go on, so I guess I'll. Ichigo thought, only to stop upon his pink-haired friend speaking. Got it. Natsu exclaimed, tearing off one of the many pieces of paper that lined the request board. That was quick. Ichigo said with a deadpanned expression. Very clearly his previous thoughts on the complexity of choosing a job were very misplaced. Well, Echidna had my eye on this job since yesterday. I just really needed to find it. Natsu replied, shrugging slightly as he finished. So what's the job? Ichigo asked out of curiosity. I can explain that later, but I need Lucy for it, which is why I am about to go see her. Natsu replied. Natsu. We should take Ichigo with us so Lucy doesn't bully me. Happy said, tugging on the Dragon Slayer's shorts. The words of the blue-furred cat made both Ichigo and Natsu chuckle, the latter doing so because the exceed always amused him and the former because the antics of the feline were starting to grow on him. It was almost as if he was in the presence of a non-perverted version of Kigo. Well, it was also entirely possible that Happy was ever so slightly more intelligent. Wad dia say Ichigo, feel like coming with us? Natsu offered in a friendly manner. I guess I don't have a problem with that. Just let me pick out a job first and then we can get going. Ichigo replied. Nah, just pick one with a decent reward and you'll be fine. I can give you the directions and everything. Natsu stated confidently. I don't think that's a good idea. Ichigo mused, obviously not seeing the logic in picking out a job without knowing the conditions or the description thereof. It's your choice. Natsu said with a shrug. Ichigo turned to face the request board once more, though when he did something definitely seemed off. He glanced behind his shoulder, only to see both Natsu and Happy hovering over him with curious eyes and blank looks, however very clearly they had a reason behind their collective action. Are you just going to do that until I pick a job? Ichigo asked, guessing that this was the reason for what they were doing. The two replied simultaneously. The orange-haired substitute released a tired sigh, after which he just turned back to the request board, snatched a job off the wall, and then turned around to speak to his latest friends once again. Let's go. Ichigo simply said. Follow me. Natsu said, cheering slightly as he turned and headed towards the guild's doors. Immediately after they left, the elderly mage who claimed the title of fairy tales master waked over to the request board with a curious expression etched on his face and a lone finger tapping his chin in thought. Now I wonder what job Ichigo decided to take. Makarov thought aloud. He knew perfectly well which Natsu had taken, mostly due to the fact that the Dragon Slayer had gone through the request board the previous day and seemed intent on taking a particular job. In fact, had he not been sidetracked by finding Mikao he would likely have gone on it the previous day. Now that leaves Ichigo, given what's been taken already, it's pretty easy to tell that he took. Makarov thought, only for his eyes to widen slightly as he realized exactly which task the orange-haired teen had decided on. Gee, so it's that job, good thing he snagged it too, it had only been up for about half an hour. Talk about a last-minute request though. Makarov said, giggling perversely at the recollection of the request's description. The elderly mage was broken out of his less-than-decent thoughts by none other than the barmaid that always smiled so warmly, who walked up to the master and made to speak. Goodbye master, I'm off to the Sorcerer's Weekly magazine shoot. Mira Jane said, giving her farewell and simultaneously informing said mage of her whereabouts just in case he were to forget what she had scheduled today. Makarov didn't seem to acknowledge the girl's words, instead merely choosing to give a slight wave so as to say goodbye. A childish grin was currently etched on his face, and he couldn't help but release a slight chuckle given that he understood the situation perfectly. He didn't know whether to be proud of the orange-haired teen or envious. Still, it didn't quite matter, and upon the barmaid exiting the doors of the guild, the master chose to speak. "Goodbye Mira, say hello to Ichigo for me," Makarov said to himself, immediately after which he erupted into a torrent of laughter for reasons known only to him. Magnolia, Lucy's apartment, some time later. The blonde celestial spirit mage sat at the desk of her new apartment with a bright smile on her face. It was possible one of the best buys she could have hoped for, and she couldn't happier with how the place looked. She currently only wore a towel around her body, which may have seemed odd to anyone who would be able to see her, but given that she was within the comfort of her own home and currently had the desire to write her mother, she figured it wasn't an issue. Lucy turned back to the letter she had written thus far to her mother, preparing to add more to it in favor of being distracted by how much she loved her new apartment. "Dear Mom, I made it to Magnolia just like I hoped I would. Oh, and I became a member of Fairy Tail. Everyone seems so nice at the guild, and I've met so many interesting people," Lucy thought, reciting what she had written down. She paused, briefly, deciding on what more she should write. There were already quite a few things she could tell her mother about, and even though she had only been in the city for a day, it was already difficult to choose what to talk about next. "There's this one guy especially, Natsu, he's a dragon slayer, and he is a bit weird, but he has a big heart, and an annoying blue cat. I also met this other guy from a different dimension. No, seriously, he is. He randomly appeared out of thin air, practically, and even though I feel bad for him I can't help but be interested in what his world is like. He and Natsu are definitely the people I can say I'm closest to right now, but I have a feeling I'll get along with the rest of the guild just fine, provided they aren't all as insane as I initially thought, of course," Lucy wrote. "Ah. I just love this place," Lucy squealed girlishly, rather grateful that not a soul could likely hear her. The blonde-haired mage stretched her limbs before getting up from the desk, placing her practically finished letter within the drawer before she began walking off. Her face was marked by a large smile as she walked through the halls of her new home, completely incapable of forming a frown at this point in time. Everything about her place was so phenomenal: the fireplace, the location, the price, and even the proximity to Fairy Tail. All of these things were, indeed, great, but nothing could compare to the bedroom. Immediately after stepping into the bedroom, however, she was greeted with the unfortunate sight of a very evident mess, the source of which was clearly the two individuals who sat in the chair by her table, or on it in the case of a certain cat. Before her very eyes, Natsu and Happy sat as if nothing was out of the ordinary, snacking on various foods, within the confines of her own bedroom. Lucy stuttered out, a shocked expression on her face. "Oh, hey." Natsu greeted with a small smile, however his words had the unfortunate consequence of breaking the blonde out of her stupor. She then began to growl, her body lightly shaking so as to illustrate her rage. "Get the heck out of here, you JRKS!" Lucy exclaimed, kicking the dragon slayer directly in his face and subsequently sending him across the room. Ironically enough, the dragon slayer's feline companion was also hit by his body, successfully injuring him as well. Natsu landed on his side, a stark contrast to what had happened the very same morning with his orange-haired comrade. Well, at least there was no bucket this time. For Happy, however, this was the first time today, thus far, that he had been injured. But that was to be expected when he was in the company of Lucy. "Why'd you do that?" "We just came over to check out your new pad," Natsu said, rubbing his cheek slightly. "Oh yeah? What you call checking out I call barging in," Lucy exclaimed angrily, a tick mark popping out of her temple as she spoke. So scary, Happy thought. He only wished Ichigo had gone in with them, maybe then he could have stopped the blonde from her feline bullying habits. "And I'm sure the police would call it breaking and entering," Lucy continued, glaring at the duo. "Oh come on, don't be like that," Natsu said in what was his best attempt at a soothing voice. This is a serious invasion of my privacy. Lucy grumbled. Before the blonde could continue her pseudo-rant on how her latest friends had broken into her new home, a knock on the door seemingly pacified her. Who could that be? Lucy wondered aloud. It's probably Ichigo. Natsu mused, the substitute being the only person he could think of. Why would it be him? Lucy asked, turning to the dragon slayer and quirking a curious brow. We can talk about that later. Now quickly Lucy, let him in so he can protect me. Happy exclaimed. The blonde-haired mage just released a sigh of annoyance before walking toward the door and opening it, quickly shifting her expression to one that didn't suggest she was enraged so as to greet the one friend she currently had in the city that hadn't broken into her home. Oh, hey Ichigo. Come on in. Lucy greeted in a friendly manner. Why does he get that kind of greeting and we get pummeled? Natsu exclaimed, possessing but restraining the desire to flip the nearest table. Because he didn't break in. Lucy shouted as the two entered the bedroom. See, I told you she wasn't okay with it. Ichigo stated, unable to hide the satisfied tone in his voice at his being correct. The substitute began to look around the room, having gotten a decent look of the outside while he was waiting. In fact, the only reason he had been out there so long was that Lucy didn't seem to notice they had entered very quickly. It had been a good 10 or so minutes before he heard her screams of annoyance. Nice place you've got. Ichigo said, only pausing as he noticed what the celestial mage was wearing, or rather a distinct lack of clothing. Are you okay? Lucy asked, noticing a tinge of red creep onto the substitute's cheeks. Why are you only wearing a towel? Ichigo exclaimed, averting his eyes so as to properly sidestep his increasing blush. It's my home. Lucy said defensively, a large amount of blush coming onto her cheeks as well. Anyway, I'm not the one who needs to explain things, tell me why you two are here. Lucy demanded, though it was more so that she could change the subject. Relax, we're all friends, right? Natsu mused as he shifted through a large collection of paper. The blonde-haired wizard turned as if to say something to the resident dragon slayer, but she stopped immediately after seeing what he had in his hands. Without even a second thought, she ran up to him and kicked him once again, after which she grabbed the large stack of papers and ran over to the opposite side of the room, holding them tightly against her breasts. Are those papers so valuable that you had to do that? Natsu asked, rubbing his head to alleviate the minor amount of pain he currently felt. It's nothing. Lucy immediately shouted. So you'd kick me over nothing? Natsu asked confusedly. Yeah, maybe I would. Can you just go home now? Lucy asked. Why? Your place is so much more exciting. Natsu replied. I hate boys. Lucy whined. What about cats? Happy asked. I hate you more. Lucy growled. Eep, hide me Ichigo. Happy exclaimed, summoning his wings and hiding behind the orange-haired teen's shoulder. A lone eyeball peeked out from the side of the substitute's body, which allowed the feline to see, very clearly, the glare Lucy now sported. Can we just calm down? Natsu, you said you wanted Lucy for a job, right? Ichigo said, the mild seriousness of the situation putting the blonde's lack of clothing to the back of his mind. Oh yeah. Natsu trailed off, sounding as if he had forgotten. Ichigo just looked at the pink-haired mage with a deadpanned expression while Lucy, on the other hand, looked at him with one of surprise, as if she hadn't expected such an offer out of the blue. Me? Lucy asked. Yeah, but maybe you want to get dressed before we talk about it. Natsu mused, knowing full well the blonde couldn't do the job dressed in a towel. Lucy blushed slightly, after which she nodded her head and walked off towards the bathroom, where everyone just assumed she had the clothes she intended to wear. Lucy's apartment, common area, some time later. The group sat at the main table of the common area with different respective expressions. Ichigo's being neutral, Natsu's being on of curiosity as he was still looking around the room, Happy's being one similar to his namesake, and Lucy's being one of annoyance for obvious reasons. Anyway, like I was saying before, this place is really nice. Ichigo complimented, looking around the room as he spoke. Thanks, can you believe I got it for only 70,000 jewel a month? Lucy asked, though her question didn't achieve the intended result. How would I know if that's a good deal? Remember, not from here and all that. Ichigo reminded, though it was continuously becoming tedious. Trust me, it's a good deal. Lucy stated confidently. It needs more fish. Happy trailed off, an expression of thought etched on his face as if he was deliberately trying to find the flaws of the blonde's home. Listen, if you were just joking about the job request, I'd prefer you just leave. I'm not really in the mood for visitors at the moment. Lucy said in a warning fashion. Talk about cold-hearted. Natsu mumbled. I've met worse. Ichigo thought aloud. Ice cold. Happy commented in his usual tone of voice. Watch it, cat. Lucy warned. But do you really have something better to do than hear us out right now? Natsu asked, believing the blonde did not. Actually yes, I was about to make my contract with another celestial spirit. Lucy said with a small smirk, believing that she had disproved the dragon slayer's notion that she had nothing better to do. Whoa, really? Natsu asked in an excited tone, only feeding the ego of the celestial mage with his words. Yes, actually. Lucy replied. Wait, how does that work exactly? Ichigo asked. I summon the spirits and work out the details of their service. It's how all celestial wizards determine when and where they can summon their spirits. Lucy explained with a smile. Very clearly the blonde loved to explain her powers. So how many of these spirits do you have contracts with? Happy inquired. 6 so far. Not to brag or anything, but I've got a couple different types of them. The silver keys are the ones you can find in a magic shop. I've got Horologium the clock, Cruz the Southern Cross, and Lyra the harp. But the gold ones are super rare. There are 12 total, and they open the gates of the zodiac. I've got Taurus the golden bull, Aquarius the water bearer, and the last one is Cancer the giant crab. Lucy explained, however 2 of her 3 friends seemed to pick up on a select few words she had uttered. Whoa, a giant crab? Natsu asked, his and Happy's mouths watering at the thought. That's all you picked up on? Lucy asked in an annoyed tone. Anyway, if you need to make the contract I'm sure we can wait. Ichigo offered, not wanting to be an inconvenience. Oh, would the 3 of you like to see how a celestial wizard makes a contract? Lucy offered with a bright smile. I hope it's not some kind of grody blood pact. Happy whispered as he and his best friend huddled with Ichigo. I don't know, it sounds like a pain in the butt to me. Natsu commented. You know I can hear you, right? Lucy said. Crap, now we're gonna have to watch it. Thanks a lot, Ichigo. Natsu grumbled. You wanted to come here, remember? Ichigo countered, eliciting a grunt from the dragon slayer. The blonde-haired wizard then got up from her seat and grabbed the key she presumably was going to use in order to form the contract. She held the key out directly in front of her, and then began to speak. I call upon thee in the world of the celestial spirits. I beckon you to my side at once, pass through the gate. Lucy chanted. She then held the key up, a magic circle forming underneath her feet and magical energy following around her body before she was finally able to finish the summoning. Open gate of Canis Minor, Nicora. Lucy exclaimed. Before the eyes of everyone present the spirit appeared. It was a short, stout white creature with bland eyes and a golden horn-like nose that took a similar shape to that of a carrot. He seemed to shake for some reason, but nevertheless he was the spirit that Lucy had called on. Aw, you're such a cutie patootie. Lucy said in a voice similar to one that most used when speaking to a dog or a cherished pet. She then began to rock the rather adorable creature back and forth within her arms, her eyes shut and a blissful expression etched onto her face. Seriously? Natsu asked confusedly, his words mirroring the thoughts of his orange-haired comrade. He, however, kept his reaction restrained to a deadpanned expression. Well, it doesn't really take a lot of energy to get these guys here from the celestial spirit world, so a lot of wizards just keep them as pets. Lucy explained. I guess that makes some sense. Ichigo said, not seeing any direct flaws with that logic. They then began to watch as the two started on their contract, which seemed to consist of Lucy asking what days the small white creature was free and said small white creature either nodding or shaking his head. This is really boring. Natsu whispered. Happy mumbled in agreement. Just a little bit. Ichigo thought, sweat dropping as the blonde-haired mage and the spirit seemed to finish their contract just like that. Okay, now I just need to come up with a name. Lucy thought aloud. Isn't its name Nikora? Happy asked. I think that's just the type of spirit. Ichigo stated, gathering that much thus far. Ichigo's right, Nikora is just the species. Wait, I know what to call him. Lucy said, her tone spiking at her realization of what to name the spirit. The blonde then gestured her arms towards the adorable white spirit with a bright smile on her face, almost as if she was calling it without so much as saying a single word. Come here, Plu. Lucy said in the very same voice she had used prior when addressing the pet-like spirit. Plu, huh? Natsu and Happy wondered aloud. What, I think it's the cutest name ever. Lucy said, hugging the spirit as she did so. I don't see a problem with it, anyway, you did say you wanted to talk to her about a job, right? Ichigo mused, finally able to get back on track given that the only item on the female mage's agenda had been dealt with. Oh yeah, thanks for reminding me, again. Actually I've got a copy of it right here. Natsu stated, after which he handed the piece of paper off to his blonde-haired comrade. So you were serious? Lucy asked in a surprised voice as she took the piece of paper. In fact she was so taken back by the apparent truth of the Dragon Slayer's words that she failed to see the mischievous glint in Natsu's eyes. At the moment she happened to be more engulfed by the fact that someone as strong as Natsu had asked for her help in the first place. Something tells me this isn't going to turn out well for her. Ichigo thought. He chose not to say anything, mostly because he was positive it was harmless fun in the long run, but still he could tell. It's in Shiritsum. Oh wow. We get 200,000 jewel, and all for getting a book back from some guy named Duke Everlew. Lucy exclaimed, the sheer amount of the reward surprising her given that the task seemed so simple. So you up for it? Natsu asked with a toothy grin. Where do I sign up? Lucy asked rhetorically. Alright, then it's settled, you're definitely a part of our team. Natsu happily stated, somewhat to the confusion of the blonde-haired mage. Team. Ichigo and Lucy asked in unison. Aye. Even though everyone in the guild is allied to one another, some members that get along real well form teams within the guild. That way jobs that may be too hard for one person to take can get done by a team. Happy explained. Awesome. Lucy cheered, seemingly excited by the concept. That's the spirit. Natsu said, bringing up a fist and smiling wholeheartedly at his latest team member. What about Ichigo, is he coming with us? Lucy asked, noticing that the orange-haired teen had been somewhat quiet since he got here. I actually thought he should take his first job on his own, mainly 'cause he doesn't know too much about this place so it would be a good experience. Natsu explained. I took a job from the request board before we left the guild. Sadly I don't really know what the job is because someone wanted to get here as soon as possible. Ichigo stated, glaring slightly at the pink-haired dragon slayer as he finished. Happy chirped. Wait, you don't know what job you took? Lucy asked in a surprised voice, eliciting a shake of the head from her orange-haired friend. I've got the paper, but I haven't looked at it yet. All I know is that the job is around 400,000 jewel I think. Ichigo said. Whoa, that much? What kind of a job is this? Lucy inquired, seemingly astonished. A moment later he reached into his pocket and pulled out the request, after which he handed it over to the curious celestial mage who seemed to want to look at it. She carefully unfolded the paper shortly thereafter and, upon doing so, began to read. When it became apparent that Lucy had finished reading the job request, her mouth hung open and an expression of disbelief became etched on her features. This, in turn, confused everyone else present given that none of them knew what could bring about such a reaction, especially if it was due to the job Ichigo was taking on. What's with that look? Ichigo wondered. A moment later yet another expression, equally as confusing, replaced the one of amazement. The blonde was now sternly glaring at Ichigo with a small frown, almost as if she was insulted in some manner. After giving me crap for wearing a towel in my own home you have the nerve to do a job like this? Lucy asked in an annoyed tone, causing the substitute to blink in a confused manner. Huh? Natsu muttered, sounding completely lost. I don't know what's worse, the fact that Ichigo turned out to be a massive perv or the fact that he is being paid so much to be one. Lucy thought aloud. What? The three stuttered in unison. Happy almost immediately grabbed the paper out of Lucy's hands, after which he brought it over to Natsu and the two started to read it in unison. Ironically it seemed that the one who was actually taking on the job request would be the last to find out what it entailed. As opposed to simply taking back the piece of paper and finding out for himself, Ichigo allowed the pink-haired teen to read it for himself. After this had apparently been done, Natsu's expression mirrored that of Lucy's just a few minutes prior, but Happy still kept his usual appearance for some reason or other. Ichigo subsequently grabbed the job request and read it for himself, shortly after which his eyes nearly shot out of his head. Damn it. Ichigo grumbled, a blush creeping its way onto his cheeks. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Lucy asked as if she were scolding him. In his defense, I did kinda make him take a random job. Plus I don't think Ichigo is the type of guy to take this kind of request, it's more up the master's alley. Natsu stated sheepishly, though he did raise a good point. At the very least the celestial mage also appeared to believe that this was the case, otherwise she would have continued on with her rant. However, she then tapped her chin in thought, as if considering the words of the Dragon Slayer. Fair point, but that still doesn't change the fact that he is still basically a security guard with a front and center seat to watching bikini-clad models in a photo shoot. Lucy countered. Not, basically, I am one, of all the requests I could have taken, why'd it have to be this one? Ichigo said in a defeated tone. At least you're not overjoyed about it, and since taking this job would make you look like a perv I could see why you wouldn't want it. Lucy conceded, giving a skeptical look at the orange-haired teen. Meh, we won't think any less of ya, right buddy? Natsu chirped, looking to his feline companion for support. Ichigo is too awesome to hate. Happy said in agreement. So you think I should do it anyway? Ichigo asked with a quirked brow, genuinely curious given that he himself was at odds with what to do. One option was to simply ignore the request, but that would probably just backfire in some way. Another would be to take it back to the guild, which was feasible but very much so impractical and tended to send a bad message. On the other hand, if anyone in the guild found out about it, his stay in this dimension would be much less pleasant for the foreseeable future. He always did value his reputation, after all. I don't see why you shouldn't. Natsu trailed off, tapping on his chin in thought. Well, the request is set for a few hours from now, which means even if you took it back to the guild I doubt anyone would be able to take it. Lucy added, almost reluctantly. This was likely due to the fact that she didn't necessarily approve of the job itself, but even so she had to acknowledge which decision was better. Well, that settles that. I still need directions to the place, Natsu. Ichigo stated. A little part of his did want them to talk him out of it, but still a commitment was a commitment no matter what, so he supposed honoring it was the best decision. Oh, that's easy, you just. Natsu began. Fiore, outside the Sorcerer's Weekly Studios. Wow, for someone who has such a horrible memory, Natsu can give good directions. Who knew? Ichigo thought aloud. The orange-haired teen had to take a train to another town over, but even so the Dragon Slayer was able to tell him step by step, literally, of what to do when he got off. In fact, Natsu had even lent him the money to travel to the city. Guess I'd better head on in. Ichigo thought. A moment later he waked up the entrance, at which point he was greeted by a man who seemed to have been standing outside for quite some time. There wasn't really anything distinguishing about his looks, his eyes being brown and his hair of the same color. His uniform, however, was a bright blue security guard outfit, or at least what appeared to be the equivalent of this world. Sorry sir, there aren't any tours going on today due to a model shoot. You'll have to come back another time. The man said as the teen approached. You've got it wrong. I'm here in response to the request. Put out to fairy tale. Ichigo stated. A moment later he presented the guard with the paper he had taken from the request board. The man seemed to go over it briefly, likely to ensure that it wasn't a fake, after which he looked at the teen once more. It appeared that he was going to say something, but evidently Ichigo was one step ahead of him as his sleeve was already rolled up and the crimson tattoo on his left arm was showing proudly. Well, I guess you're legitimate. The guard said with a small chuckle, after which he handed back the paper. You'll need to go to the director's office. Once you enter the building, just head straight down the first hall you see and then follow the signs from there. You can't miss it. He continued. Ichigo nodded as a sign that he understood, after which he followed the guard's instructions and made his way into the building and launched head-on towards completing his first quest as a Fairy Tail Guild member. Chapter 7. Fiori, outside the Sorcerer's Weekly Studios. Wow, for someone who has such a horrible memory, Natsu can give good directions. Who knew? Ichigo thought aloud. The orange-haired teen had to take a train to another town over, but even so the Dragon Slayer was able to tell him step by step, literally, of what to do when he got off. In fact, Natsu had even lent him the money to travel to the city. Guess I'd better head on in. Ichigo thought. A moment later he waked up the entrance, at which point he was greeted by a man who seemed to have been standing outside for quite some time. There wasn't really anything distinguishing about his looks, his eyes being brown and his hair of the same color. His uniform, however, was a bright blue security guard outfit, or at least what appeared to be the equivalent of this world. Sorry sir, there aren't any tours going on today due to a model shoot. You'll have to come back another time. The man said as the teen approached. You've got it wrong. I'm here in response to the request put out to Fairy Tail. Ichigo stated. A moment later he presented the guard with the paper he had taken from the request board. The man seemed to go over it briefly, likely to ensure that it wasn't a fake, after which he looked at the teen once more. It appeared that he was going to say something, but evidently Ichigo was one step ahead of him as his sleeve was already rolled up and the crimson tattoo on his left arm was showing proudly. Well, I guess you're legitimate. The guard said with a small chuckle, after which he handed back the paper. You'll need to go to the director's office. Once you enter the building, just head straight down the first hall you see and then follow the signs from there. You can't miss it. He continued. Ichigo nodded as a sign that he understood, after which he followed the guard's instructions and made his way into the building and launched head-on towards completing his first quest as a Fairy Tail Guild member. Sorcerer's Weekly Studios, outside the director's office. I guess this is the place. Ichigo thought as he walked up to a seemingly large office with the label of director. He may be from another world, but some things were just universally understandable. Without further delay he brought up a hand and knocked on the door, doing so with enough force that whoever was currently inside would definitely be able to hear him. Who is it? I'm meditating right now. A booming voice called out. I'm here in response to the request you put out to Fairy Tail. Ichigo stated. Why didn't you just say so? Come on in, my boy. The voice exclaimed cheerfully. Taking that as clear permission to enter, Ichigo did so, opening the door and stepping into the presence of the assumed director but a second later. When he was finally within the confines of the room, Ichigo took note of the elaborate decorations. Many photos of models were framed and put up on each wall, the poses in some of which caused him to blush a decent amount. His eyes were then brought towards the desk, at which point he got a good look at who his technical employer would be. In the chair sat a rather short man, likely the same height as Makarov, with a clear face, devoid of facial hair, brown eyes, and spiky brown hair that reached the middle portion of his upper back. He seemed like he was in his mid-30s at most, but more so than that he gave off an artistic vibe, the type you would expect from someone who decorated his office with so many photos and artsy materials. Splendid. But may I ask that you present the paper? I can't be too careful, now can I? The man requested cheerfully. Ichigo presented the paper, immediately after which the man took it in his hands, gave a quick glance over it, handed it back, and then smiled in a friendly manner. Shockingly, he didn't even ask for his guild mark as clarification, but perhaps he just had some way of knowing that only a fairy tale wizard would have that piece of paper. My name is Shoji Atsushi, Director Extraordinaire. The man greeted in a friendly manner, extending his hand to gesture his fresh employee to do the same. Ichigo Kurosaki. Ichigo said, taking the man's hand and shaking it firmly. You have my thanks for answering the request so quickly. It was last minute and we are in dire need of the extra assistance. Shoji stated. No problem, just glad I can help. Ichigo replied. That's the spirit. Now follow me, young Kurosaki, I wish to introduce you to my models. Shoji proclaimed, pointing a finger to the door in an overdramatic fashion. Before the substitute could even say a single word, the eccentric man jumped over his desk and began to run down the halls, his hands extended outwards as if he were an aerial vehicle and a serious expression present on his face. Though Ichigo was outrageously confused, he followed suit, only he found jogging to be sufficient as the size of his legs gave him an already significant advantage in terms of movement. Sorcerer's Weekly Studios, Photography Area. Ichigo walked through a door with a confused expression on his face, not entirely being sure if the man had actually entered this particular room. Most of the doorways looked exactly the same, and when rounding the hallway it was always difficult to tell where the short man had actually gone. He sighed out of relief upon seeing that the director was standing proudly at the center of the room, choosing to place himself directly next to a device that seemed to mirror a camera in many ways. At the very least it was used for the purpose of taking pictures, that much was obvious. Splendid, my boy. You were able to follow me without getting lost, a feat that the last security guard was incapable of matching. Shoji remarked proudly. Yeah, sure thing. Ichigo trailed off, obviously not completely enjoying the director's eccentricities. At this point he was able to get a good look at the room itself, whereas previously he had been looking around strictly for the purposes of finding his technical boss. The area was very reminiscent of what he pictured a model's photography studio to be like from his world, however, as opposed to green screens, or whatever it was that they were called, an actual beach scene, sand and all, was laid out directly in front of the camera. I wonder if they brought that here or if it has something to do with magic. Ichigo wondered. Admiring the studios, my young friend? Shoji asked with a proud smirk, the basics of the studio being his own personal design. Yeah, it's really nice. Ichigo said, sounding rather genuine. His words made the man beam as if those words had sent him soaring. Very clearly this man was an artist to his core, always appreciating it when people complimented his personal brand of genius. Enough of your praise, girls, please come out and meet our new security guard. Shoji stated. The director then gestured a hand towards a door off to the side of the studio, evidently to guide the young teen's vision. When his eyes landed on what the man presumably wanted him to see, he took note that it was a simple door labeled as a changing room. Oh, is he here already? A feminine voice called out from within the room. Yes, my dear, feel free to mingle until the session begins. Shoji said graciously. Do you really have to speak so loudly? A soft voice called out, the owner of which seemed to enter the room a moment later. Out of the door stepped a girl who appeared to be no older than 18. She had peach-colored skin, straight lengthy blue hair that reached the middle of her back, light green eyes, and currently wore a blue bikini, quite possibly because it was the exact same shade and color as her hair. When she caught sight of the orange-haired teen, she smiled in a friendly manner and introduced herself. "My name's Shelley Rivers, nice to meet you," she said. "Shelley, I told you wait for us," a voice exclaimed childishly. A moment later 2 more women came out of the room, however they were slowly running as opposed to their predecessor. Each appeared to be the same age as their companion and had the same color skin, but that was where the resemblances ended. One of the girls had long slightly curly, black hair around the same length as Shelley's that also slightly covered her left eye. She had a set of crimson eyes that appeared to sparkle in the light of the studio, and wore a pitch-black bikini, which was once again keeping in line with the trend of the swimwear matching her hair in almost every way. The other had luscious light red hair that only reached her shoulders, onyx-colored eyes, and a black tattoo of what could only be assumed as some gild etched on her lower left hip. She also wore a red bikini, once again being the exact same shade as her hair. "Hey there, my name's Carla Simons," the redhead greeted. "And I'm Macy Cates," the black-haired girl added. "Nice to meet you all, I'm..." Ichigo began, only to be cut off. The manager placed a hand directly in front of his face from atop a director's chair that seemed to appear out of thin air. Though this didn't really make any sense to Ichigo, the intent for him to stop speaking was quite clear. "Not just yet, my boy, we are short a model," Shoji stated with a chuckle. "Just a sec," a sweet, feminine voice remarked. "Do not fret, my dear," Shoji said reassuringly. Hearing the voice of the last model, however, struck a chord in Ichigo's memory. It seemed extremely familiar, so much so that he couldn't believe he didn't instantly recognize it. However, by the time that he nearly figured out who he knew that voice to be from, said model exited the changing room, a bright smile plastered onto her face. The woman had white hair, captivating blue eyes, a brilliant smile, and currently wore a white bikini the very same shade and color as her hair, much the same as the others. As opposed to the others, though, she had a very particular knowledge of who their new security guard was. At the same time, Ichigo knew full well who this girl was, and the fact that he didn't recognize her voice at first still continued to nag on him. "Hello, I'm..." Mira began, only to stop and gasp upon seeing her guild's latest member present. "Mira Jane?" Ichigo exclaimed, sounding rather surprised. The director and the remainder of the models present began to look back and forth between the two with confused expressions. It wasn't all too uncommon for people to know who Mira Jane was, but the new security guard said the name with such familiarity that they just assumed the two had met before. "Do you two know each other?" Shelley asked, eliciting a giggle from the white-haired model that had just recently graced their presence. "You could say that, actually, Ichigo here just recently joined Fairy Tail," Mira explained. "Oh, so your name is Ichigo?" Macy asked, her tone giving off the impression she was unsure. "Yeah, my name's Ichigo Kurosaki, nice to meet you all," Ichigo formally greeted, knowing full well that he hadn't gotten the chance to do so yet. "So this is what you picked for your first assignment?" Mira Jane asked in a friendly manner. "Not exactly what I had intended, but yeah," Ichigo replied, rubbing the back of his head in a slightly bashful manner given the circumstances behind his presence in the studios. "Aw, you know it's rude for a man to say he doesn't want to be in the presence of pretty ladies like us." Carla pouted, crossing her hands underneath her BRSTS in a teasing manner. "And no, that wasn't what I meant, I just..." Ichigo began. "You're not even going to apologize? That's just going to make us even sadder," Shelley said, pouting in much the same manner. What? "I'm sorry, but still I just meant that," Ichigo said, only to be cut off by the model's collective laughter, save for Mira Jane. "Oh, you're lucky to have this one in your guild, Mira," he's just too cute. Macy commented, wiping away a lone tear from her left eye. The way he just stumbles over himself is just so adorable. Shelley added. At these respective comments, Ichigo blushed, which he knew perfectly well would only feed the desire of the girls to tease him repeatedly. It was a vicious cycle that, in part due to Yoruichi, he never figured out just how to break. We really are lucky to be guarded by such a handsome man, aren't we, ladies? Macy mused, caressing the orange-haired teen's face with the back of her hand in a flirtatious manner. As both she and the others expected, the blush on Ichigo's face deepened, however he simply took it in strides and didn't falter. At the very least no one could say he cowered in fear from feminine charms. Still, luck appeared to be on his side as just before the rest seemed like they were about to pile on to the redhead's advances, the director decided to break up the happy group in favor of taking care of business first. That is enough for now, girls, please get ready for the photo shoot. It is almost time to start. Shoji requested in an upbeat manner, chuckling slightly as he could just feel the sense of relief coming off of his latest security guard. "Aw, I wanted to have some more fun." Carla pouted lightly, though an elbow to the side courtesy of the raven-haired woman to her left. "Of course, Director Atsushi. We'll get ready to start," Shelley stated. "Be sure not to let anything bad happen to us. Who knows, maybe we'll thank you afterwards." Macy cooed as she walked off. DMN, it's like a group of Yoruichis, but at least they aren't completely naked. Ichigo thought. The actual concept of there being more than one of her sent a shiver down his spine. It was like thinking of more than one Kenpachi in that it just rubbed him the wrong way, only having more than one of the female former captain would be astronomically worse for him personally. Ichigo. Mira called, breaking him out of his daze. Upon his train of thought being interrupted, the substitute noticed that Mira Jane was the only one of the four who had stayed behind. Despite the strangeness of the situation, it was probably something important or encouraging as he wouldn't expect anything less from the bubbly white-haired girl. Ichigo mumbled. "Just to make sure, you're not stalking me or anything, are you?" Mira Jane asked jokingly, however it wasn't quite received that way. "No. Nothing like that, I just picked the job at random," Ichigo stated defensively, clearly having become mildly flustered as a result of the question. The last thing he wanted to do at the moment was somehow make himself seem creepy or perverted given that these people weren't his friends from the Soul Society or from his world. He had to build up his image, and anything to the contrary would simply label him throughout his stay, and that would just be a pain in the butt. He calmed down, however, upon hearing the barmaid and occasional model giggling at his evident distress. Though this did mean he was being made fun of, he honestly preferred that to her actually thinking he was a stalker. They were right, he really is adorable. Kind of like Natsu, but a bit more mature, which I think makes it even more hilarious. Mira thought before getting her laughter under control. Laugh it up," Ichigo requested sarcastically, though the slight smile on his face implied it was good-naturedly. "Good luck on your first job. Do your best, okay?" Mira said, smiling brightly as she usually did. "Thanks, I appreciate it," Ichigo replied, returning the smile himself. The white-haired woman turned to head towards the other models, after which Ichigo responded in kind by walking off towards the director, who currently sat in his chair near the device that appeared to be a camera. He, however, stopped upon hearing his name called once more, again not knowing for the reason behind said call. "Oh, and Ichigo." Mira Jane began, prompting the substitute to turn around once again. "Yeah, Mira Jane, what is?" Ichigo said, only to pause as he saw the look the model was giving him. The white-haired teen was currently looking at him with an innocent expression and a lone finger pressed lightly against her lips. He didn't know exactly why this was the case, but he knew whatever she was about to say was something that would cause his face to light up. "Don't let anything happen to little Omi, okay?" Mira Jane requested innocently. "Don't worry, I won't," Ichigo replied honestly, though his cheeks were still tinged red. She smiled and then began to walk off once more, giggling slightly, which told the substitute that his cheeks were likely a decently colored shade of red at the moment. Given how often that had just occurred within the past few minutes, he really started to lose the feeling of what it was like to not have his cheeks so flushed. I'm glad they seem to be so fond of you. They didn't get along very well with the last man we hired. Shoji stated. Yeah, lucky me. Ichigo said, his words ironically being true for pretty much any other normal man. By the way, how long have you known Mrs. Strauss? She is one of my top models, so I am just curious. Shoji asked as he began to fiddle with the picture-taking apparatus. Only about a day or so, why do you ask? Ichigo replied. The manager looked at him with a knowing smirk and a glint in his eyes, the likes of which he had only ever seen in the eyes of Kisuke whenever he knew something that someone else did not. All the same, that particular look unnerved him, and the fact that the director hadn't yet replied to his question was all the more unnerving. What? Ichigo asked warily, not entirely sure if he wanted the answer. Oh, nothing at all, Ichigo my boy. Shoji chirped. Right. Ichigo trailed off. With the models. Hey Mira-Jane, you get one in before we start the shoot. Shelly asked with a mischievous grin, prompting the barmaid to blush. You all made it look so fun that I just couldn't resist. Mira replied bashfully. I still can't believe you've got him in your guild. Mira, that guy's really hot, hee hee hee. Shelly stated, giggling girlishly as she finished. Mira only nodded in response, a slight blush creeping onto her face once again due to the fact that she couldn't necessarily deny the words of her fellow model. If anything, the fact that someone as beautiful as her came to a similar conclusion, it only supported its truthfulness. It SCKS that director Shoji wanted to start the photo shoot, I wanted a bit more fun time. Macy whined, crossing her arms in a manner that could only be described as cute. Maybe we still can. Carla trailed off, a mischievous smirk etched on her face. If Ichigo were capable of seeing the raven-haired girl's face at the moment, his skin would turn into the color of his inner hollows. It was even worse than the look Yoruchi would get whenever she was about to force Ichigo's blood pressure to go sky high, which, needless to say, wasn't a very good thing for the resident substitute. What do you have in mind? Macy asked curiously. Hee hee hee, just follow my lead, Kay. Carla said before walking off to the center of the stage. With Ichigo. Alright ladies, time to start the magic. Shoji exclaimed in an excited manner. The very first model, the black-haired girl, stepped up front and center a moment later, simply awaiting the signal from the director to start. Shoji himself operated the camera, or at least the device that seemed like a camera, while Ichigo stood directly behind him and to his left. For obvious reasons the camera needed to be protected, in some cases it was more valuable than lives. Well, the lives of interns, but still lives nonetheless. With a simple thumbs up from the director, the shooting began. Carla began to take on poses that most would describe as sisi, miming and groaning, albeit barely, each and every time she took a different position. The director seemed pleased as he took picture after picture, a clear grin etched on his face. Wonderful. Show me the magic. Shoji exclaimed in an encouraging manner. Ichigo, however, knew something was extremely off. The sound effects were perhaps something that models did when they posed in order to get in the zone, or something like that, and he wouldn't know if this was true or not given that he had never really been at a model's photo shoot before. At the same time, the fact that the MMS were timed whenever she switched positions coupled with the fact that the raven-haired woman was looking directly into his eyes made her intentions very clear. Needless to say, Ichigo's face was currently many different shades of red. These pictures are brilliant. I've never seen Carla so into it before, it's just splendid. It would be perfect if she was looking directly at the camera, but I still don't understand why she isn't. Shoji thought. The director and duly noted photographer's grin turned into a knowing smirk, at which point he released a chuckle, more to himself than anyone else. He knew perfectly well what she was staring at, and he figured it was fine. He was, after all, the one paying for the security to be here, so he figured it was fine to get his money's worth. Ichigo, could you stand directly behind me please? I have no idea why I had you stand off to my left. Shoji stated. The substitute complied a moment later, though his eyes were glued to the model just so that he could guarantee his suspicion was correct. Just as he thought, the raven-haired girl followed his body with her deep crimson eyes, her movements and MMS not stopping all the while. That's splendid, simply marvelous Carla. Shoji cheered. This is hell on earth. Ichigo thought, having lost all feeling in his face. This is heaven's beauty at its finest. Shoji thought. Some time later. The remainder of the photographs were all worse than their predecessors, for Ichigo at least. Shoji on the other hand was of the opposite opinion, they continued to get better. In fact, if he could have the four go again he definitely would have, but time constraints were present, after all. Worst of all on the poor innocent substitute had been Myra's turn. The barmaid wasn't as bad in terms of teasing him because she, in fact, did so the least out of all the models. She just seemed so innocent that it turned out to be sickeningly cute, as ironic as that was. When the majority of the photos were complete, steam practically shot out of Ichigo's ears and his face actually felt a little bit numb after it all. It, however, was over now, and he was just glad that was the case. Marvelous girls. Now we just need to get the group photo and we'll be. Shoji began, only to be cut off. The wall at the far back of the room cracked open rather suddenly, sending a loud boom echoing throughout the room. A large group of men then charged into the studio, each just breathing the aura of a bandit. What the hell? Shelly exclaimed. EEP. Carla squealed, holding on to her blue-haired friend for dear life at this point. The men very quickly surrounded the group of models, and the director himself retreated to the set and cowered in practical fear with them. In fact, Ichigo was currently the only one outside of the small huddle and very clearly the only one who intended to do anything to save them. He stood directly in front of them, trying to ensure that nothing would come to harm them if he could help it. Well, well, well. A man's voice came from the large hole. A man clad in a brown trench coat with a black mohawk and gray eyes stepped in. He was wearing tacky sunglasses, black boots, and wore a series of gold rings on both of his hands. Two other men came up at his flanks, neither really discernible from the rest of the large mass of assumed gangsters that had invaded the studio. Looks like we hit the jackpot. Four of Fiore top models boys, they'll fetch a high price. The man commented. Ichigo instantly scowled and glared at the evident leader of the bandits, the choice of words unnerving him greatly. Actually it didn't unnerve him, it set him off. Let me guess, you scumbags want to take and then sell these girls? Ichigo asked in an agitated tone. Nobody talks to our boss like that, you bstrd. One of the men roared before charging at the substitute, sword in hand and prepared to slice the teen in half. Ichigo sidestepped the sword stab and instantly punched the man so hard that he was sent flying into the far end of the room, slamming into the wall. Take this. Another exclaimed, coming up from behind the orange-haired teen and attempting to stab him with a knife. Cheap bstrd. Ichigo thought out of annoyance. He turned a moment later, positioning himself in such a way that would allow him to take out the clown that tried to attack him with one blow. Sadly, he hadn't counted on the knife grazing his shirt, thus tearing it. The women and the director looked at him in a worried fashion, but very clearly no blood was spilled, and an instant later the orange-haired teen grabbed the attacker's arms so tightly that it could have cracked bones. Do you have any idea how much of a pain in the butt this is? Now what the hell am I supposed to wear? Ichigo exclaimed, a tick mark appearing on his face. Wah! The models and Shoji wondered, their faces morphing to that of extreme surprise. What? The man stuttered, sounding as confused as his comrades. Appeared. That's all you have to say? Ichigo asked angrily, gesturing a hand towards the extremely torn shirt. His abdomen and part of his chest was showing, allowing his muscles to show off effectively. However, he really didn't need that. What he needed was a shirt, and this was currently the only one he had, literally. Without further delay, Ichigo released the bandit from his grip and subsequently kicked him across the room, a scowl present on his face and his eyes still fixed in a glare. He then turned back to face the man he assumed was the leader, his expression still holding constant. "Now just who the hell are you clowns?" Ichigo asked in an annoyed tone, obviously his torn shirt not helping his mood. "You've got a lot of nerve insulting us and then hitting two of my boys, kid," the apparent leader stated, taking off his sunglasses and glaring at the only thing that stood between him and a practical jackpot. "Just answer my question, you circus freak." Ichigo sighed out, clearly not having the time for such nonsense. "Circus freak?" the man exclaimed, a tick mark popping out of his forehead. The models actually began to giggle, and even the director chuckled despite the situation. This, obviously, didn't go over too well with the man who intended to take them captive, as he very clearly wanted to be feared as opposed to mocked. "My name's Ryo Takumi and these here are my boys. You've gone and set me off, so it's too bad for you that I can't offer to let you live if you just come quietly," the bandit leader said. The models gasped at this, knowing full well that by numbers the orange-haired teen and their protector was at a disadvantage. Even if he wasn't able to protect them, the last thing they wanted was to see him get injured or perhaps worse. "Oh, you're dead now, kid," one of the bandits muttered. "That's what you get for pissin' off the boss," another stated. "Answer my DMN question," Ichigo demanded. "They are obviously the bandits who are after my precious models. This was expected, so now please protect us." "That's what you were hired to do," Shoji exclaimed fearfully. Ichigo just gave the man an expression of disbelief, obviously grasping the fact that the director seemed to know this was coming. If that were the case, then there were any number of better solutions, each of which were a lot more effective than just hiring a security guard from some random guild. "Don't give me that look. Why else would the pay be so high for such an easy job?" Shoji countered, eliciting a sigh from the resident substitute. "So you and your people really are here just to take these girls and sell them off? You're just like that scumbag Bora then," Ichigo thought aloud. "Wait, boss, I think I remember this kid's looks," one of the members stated. "Yeah, he's got orange hair, it has to be him," another said in agreement. Wait, this punk is one of the kids that took out Bora. Give me a break," Ryo said before he broke out into a hysterical fit of laughter. The members of his gang followed shortly thereafter, but the orange-haired teen himself didn't falter in the slightest. "Well, if you guys say it's him, I'll take your word for it. Guess that just means we need to get a little payback," Ryo mused. "Heh, you're welcome to try, scumbag," Ichigo challenged. Each of the bandits stirred after this, mainly due to the fact that they saw the comment clearly annoyed their boss. In total there were at least 35 of them, including the boss. From a brief feel courtesy of his spiritual senses, none of them were particularly powerful. That, at least, was good news given that it meant he didn't have to cut into them with his Zanpakuto and take any of their lives, his fists would be sufficient for this fight. "Mira-Jane, can you watch my body for me while I take care of this?" Ichigo asked, his words greatly confusing most of those around him. In fact, everyone save for the person he was addressing was astronomically lost. "Sure thing," Mira replied seriously. An instant later, and before anyone could comment on the oddity of the teen's request, Ichigo grabbed the wooden skull badge that dangled from his side, after which something that shocked most present occurred. The apparent body that everyone had suspected the boy to have flew backwards into the hands of the models, who grabbed it despite the fact that they were extremely shocked. Now, before their very eyes, the same man stood, but other than his face and figure everything was different. His clothing had changed, and a sword seemed to appear out of nowhere. "What the hell kind of magic is this?" one of the thugs wondered aloud. "Whoa, never seen anything like that." All the models save for Mira thought simultaneously. I'll give you all a chance to just give up now and maybe I'll go easy on you. Ichigo stated. Ha 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 ha. That's funny kid, you going easy on us, what a bad joke. Draw that sword of yours quickly while you still have the chance, otherwise we'll kill you before you can even reach for it. Ryo boasted. You really think I need this sword to beat all of you? Now who's the one making bad jokes? Ichigo asked, prompting the gray-eyed gang leader to growl. Men, take him down. Ryo began, only to stop mid-sentence given an unexpected occurrence. The man had suspected that his underlings would be the first ones to make a move, and thus he was fairly confident he would at least be able to give the order to go in all at once. However, he hadn't counted on this one kid being fast enough to do something beforehand. Ichigo rushed directly into a clustered group of 5 bandits, instantaneously punching or throwing them across the room in separate directions. Shortly thereafter 3 more subsequently rushed him with swords in an attempt to take him down, but in doing so they sealed their fate. Yet again the orange-haired teen dodged each of the sword strikes, expertly punching and knocking out each bandit, one at a time, as they tried in vain to strike him. The speed and precision he displayed put the remainder of the group to a standstill, but it was very clear that he himself had no intention of stopping. You guys may want to keep your eyes open. Ichigo exclaimed, sending a powerful punch directly into the midsection of one of the bandits who had been frozen in the wake of his previous display of strength. Several began to charge him, using knives, brass knuckles, swords, and even a mace in the case of one of the larger combatants. It didn't seem to matter, however, as Ichigo easily sidestepped them before punching, kicking, or throwing them so hard that they were almost instantly knocked out. So fast, he can dodge their attacks so easily. The models thought in awe. The way he's moving, it's like I'm watching a high-level mage, and he isn't even trying all that much. Mira thought, her eyes glued to the fight as the orange-haired teen continued to rip into the group of assailants. Shoji, on the other hand, instantly determined the fight was over shortly after his hired security help had disposed of 10 or so of the bandits without breaking so much as a sweat. While the others were captivated by the ongoing fight, a more artistic element beckoned the eccentric director. Throughout the conflict thus far, the models had been holding rather tightly onto the body of Ichigo Kurosaki, or what he assumed to be his body given that he had absolutely no idea what kind of magic the teen was using. Regardless, a very much so physically attractive teen was currently in the grasp of 4 of Fiori's top models. This would be a hit with our female viewers. Shoji thought, bringing his hands up and making a mock camera lace as if he were trying to picture what a photograph would look like. Director Shoji, what are you doing? Mira asked confusedly, taking her eyes off of the fight for a brief moment. Quiet dear, my muse is speaking to me. Shoji replied. UBSTRD. A bandit roared as he charged the teen, foolishly holding no weapons. Ichigo effortlessly caught the first before countering with a punch to the random underling's jaw, knocking out several teeth and effectively taking him out of the fight. In total there were only 8 left, one of which was the leader. Who the hell is this kid? Ryo thought. To his credit, the bandit leader did a fantastic job of keeping his calm in the face of a surefire defeat. It was likely just to maintain morale, but perhaps he was also arrogant enough to think he could salvage the situation. His confidence, however, was replaced with pure and simple fear when next the teen addressed him. You're next, scumbag. Ichigo stated, his glare firmly directed at the leader of the criminals. Retreat boys, we've got to. Ryo began, making to run away. He was cut off by his opponent sweeping his legs and instantly sending him off of the ground, after which Ichigo kindly sent him right back to the floor of the studio courtesy of an elbow to the gut. The man gasped for air and his eyes appeared to roll back into his head as if he was out cold. Incidentally, that was probably a good thing, as an instant later he hit the ground so hard that it actually cracked. This guy's some kind of monster. The remaining bandits thought upon seeing the beaten body of their leader taken down so easily. Why don't the rest of you just lie down on the ground and wait for someone to come here and arrest you? It'd save me the time of beating the crap out of you. Ichigo stated, turning and glaring at the remaining members. The look of fear on their faces told him that they would likely comply, and, a second later, they did. Simultaneously, the remaining 7 bandits walked over to the far side of the room, got down on the ground, face first, and decided not to move a muscle. That's what I thought. Ichigo said contentedly. The substitute then walked back over to the group of models, who could do nothing at the moment other than look at him with a star-struck expression. You'd think they had never seen someone take on a large group of bandits before. Are all of you all right? Ichigo asked in a slightly concerned voice. His words seemed to have the effect of breaking the girls out of their trance, although Shoji was still looking tentatively at Ichigo's body as if trying to envision something. A moment later, all of the models save for Mira Jane collectively got up and swarmed Ichigo with beaming smiles and sparkling eyes. The director, once again, didn't move, but the white-haired barmaid was essentially stuck, holding the body of her guild mate as her colleagues swooned all over the orange-haired teen like a gaggle of harpies. What the hell? Mira Jane thought, not appreciating the actions of her presumed friends. She wasn't going to just drop the body and run over to him, after all, as that would be rude. That was amazing, Ichigo. Shelley commented in an awestruck voice. You were so fast. You even beat them without needing to use your sword. Carla stated, clinging onto his right arm. This isn't fair. Mira pouted mentally. Don't mention it. Ichigo replied, a light blush creeping onto his face as the rest of the girls took the lead of the black-haired model. Mira Jane watched as the collective gathering of females invaded the substitute's personal space. While he didn't seem to be able to do anything, he didn't appear as if he enjoyed it. Perhaps her next action would be helping him out, in a way. Ichigo, you should probably get back into your body so we can finish the photo shoot. Mira called in a sweet voice, smiling all the while. Yeah, I probably should. Ichigo replied, inwardly releasing sigh of relief. The 3 models that had been a little bit too close for comfort whined slightly when he attempted to shake them off, but they didn't stop him from moving forwards. He reached his body a moment later, Mira Jane having brought it up so that he could easily enter it. Both of the 2 bodies seemed to merge, or rather one seemed to just walk into the other, and shortly thereafter the teen's appearance as they knew it when he was first introduced to them was once again the only one present. I still can't believe they trashed my shirt. Ichigo griped, looking down at his extremely torn shirt with a scowl. He really did like the shirt, and he doubted he would find anything quite like it in Fiori given that the clothing here, as he saw it, was a little bit different from that which he usually saw in his own world. That didn't mean the styles were as outlandish as what they wore in the Soul Society, but still. How do you do that, by the way? Macy asked, genuine curiosity in her voice. Oh, you mean the thing with my body? Well, that's complicated, but I guess the best I can explain it is that my powers are in a different form than my human body, so I have to separate from it to use my sword and other abilities. Ichigo explained, though he desperately wanted to avoid a long-winded story that would likely give the 3 women, and likely the director, the inclination to believe he was crazy. So is it like Requip? Carla asked, tapping her lips with her index finger so as to show. She was thinking on what it could be. What now? Ichigo asked confusedly. So I guess that's a no. Shelley trailed off, both she and her colleagues sweat-dropping given that most people at least knew what Requip magic was. Regardless of what type of magic you used, you did a splendid job, Ichigo, my boy. Shoji cheered, obviously being extremely pleased that his models, and camera, were safe. No problem, though I am sorry about the damage to your studio. Ichigo replied, referencing the extensive damage to the studio's rear. Most of the damage had resulted from the entrance the thugs had made, but the rest was slight cracks in the floor and destroyed materials caused by Ichigo throwing them in every direction that was opposite of the models and the director. Despite this, he knew full well that destroying things was likely not the best way to properly do a job. Don't worry, my boy. The studio can always be repaired, but the lives of my models are irreplaceable. Shoji proclaimed. By the way, shouldn't we inform the police, or whoever is supposed to take care of them? Ichigo reasoned, knowing full well that no one had made the effort to contact whoever it was that would end up actually arresting the mass of criminals. With an explosion like that we found our way here rather quickly. A man's voice called from the large hole in the far wall of the studio. Everyone turned to see a sizable group of army soldiers, clad in their usual uniforms, walking into the studio with their weapons primed. Very quickly, however, they noticed that the entirety of the bandits group was incapacitated, save for a few who were obviously playing dead so as to avoid any injury. Are you all right? What happened here? The man asked, evidently acting as the leader of the company of troops. We are fine, never better in fact. Now please take these rapscallions away from my precious studio. Shoji requested, his voice booming as it usually was. Very well, you heard him men, take them away. The soldier stated, turning to his men so as to give the final order. The guards seemed a little bit confused as they began to drag the thugs towards the barred wagon they traditionally used to transport prisoners, but nevertheless they did so. It was very likely that they were all attempting to figure out how exactly a short man, a group of gorgeous but essentially powerless teenage models, and an orange-haired teenager took down nearly 40 members of one of the most wanted gangs in the city. In fact, the leader of the gang was among those who were knocked out, only adding to their confusion. At least they work fast. Ichigo thought, taking specific note that in the course of only a few minutes the soldiers had cleared the room out and were on their way. I am glad to see such trash removed from my beloved studio. Shoji proclaimed contentedly. I'm just glad this is over. Shelly sighed out. But don't we have one photo to take? Macy recalled. Ah yes, the group photo. Shoji exclaimed in an excited fashion. The short brown-haired man turned to face Ichigo with a glint in his eyes, which greatly unnerved the substitute given that whenever he saw a look like that it was never good for him. All right, then I'll get out of the way. Ichigo stated warily, after which he began to walk back towards the picture-taking device. Now just where do you think you're going? Shoji asked amusedly. Behind the camera, where I am supposed to be. Ichigo answered, believing his actions to be rather obvious. Ah, but I said group shot, did I not? Shoji countered. At this, each of the models smirked and Ichigo slightly paled. However, respectfully declining something that wasn't within the job description wasn't grounds for him not to complete the task, so he figured he might be able to. Sorry, but I'm just security. I don't really do that whole modeling thing. Ichigo respectfully replied. But surely you didn't expect me to demand this of you without proper reward? I will gladly throw in another 50,000 jewel for the sake of my muse. Shoji exclaimed, believing that the teen would jump at the opportunity. Thanks, but I think I'll pass. Ichigo replied. All you would need to do is sit in the center while the girls pose, it's quite simple really. I'm practically giving you the money my boy. Shoji stated. Again, Ichigo began, only to be cut off. Ah, come on Ichigo. It'll be fun. Macy cooed, eliciting a chuckle from the director as he knew very well where this was going. That's my girls. Shoji thought triumphantly. Yeah Ichigo, please, please. Shelly begged in a cute manner, making the best begging face that she could. Ichigo stuttered, his unwavering willpower currently leaving him for the moment. Mira-Jane, talk to your cute friend for us. Macy stated, smirking devilishly given that she knew full well with each of them making the request he just couldn't say no. The white-haired barmaid looked somewhat apprehensive, but whether it was because of her own potential personal desire or peer pressure she decided to give in. If it isn't too much trouble, I think it could be fun. Plus it's a good way to say thanks for saving us, and you wouldn't want to say no to our thank you, would you? Mira asked in an innocent manner. The very instant that all of them decided to hound him about taking the photo was the same moment he knew he was going to be in the photo one way or another. His personal morals just wouldn't allow him to deny a collective request from a group of girls, at least not something as harmless as this. He'd have to remember to punch his old man extra hard for making him that way when he got back to his own dimension. Thus, he sighed in defeat and nodded his head, which incidentally caused both the models and Shoji to smile victoriously. "Fine, I'll do it," Ichigo replied. "Great, now wear this," Shoji requested. He tossed the boy a dark red swimsuit with white stripes on the sides a moment later, which was caught but subsequently elicited an expression of disbelief from the substitute. "You just carry around a swimsuit with you?" Ichigo asked in a confused tone. "Of course," Shoji answered as if the behavior was perfectly normal. "Right," Ichigo replied before walking off into the changing room. A few minutes later. "All right, is everyone good and ready?" Shoji asked, the excitement in his voice coming out as he prepared to take a photo of the group. Currently, the 5 individuals in total sat on a faux beach scene completed with real sand. Ichigo currently sat in the center with each of the 4 women hanging on his sides. Carla and Macy each sitting on his left and right, posing near his midsection, and Mira and Shelley sitting behind him on his right and left side respectively, grabbing onto his shoulders and posing as they were requested. Incidentally, be that by the request of the director or not, the 4 girls stared at the orange-haired teen with bright, stuck smiles, or at least that was the word that came closest to describing it. Ichigo himself just sat on the center, doing a phenomenal job of keeping the red tinge off of his cheeks. It took every fiber of his being not to blush given the proximity of the 4 respective models, and he knew full well that the red-headed one was leaning a bit too far into his body, as evident by the fact that her BRSTs were noticeably pressed against his side. Shelley was no better on his left side given that she clung a bit too tightly, therefore pressing her BRSTs against his back and shoulder. It was like an attack from 2 fronts, but even so he remained composed. He didn't have the ability to speak, but he was composed nonetheless. "Yes," came the collective reply of the models. At the moment Ichigo just decided to stay still, shut up, and wait for the madness to end. "Mira my dear, could you please switch places with Shelley? I believe the scene is better complete this way," Shoji requested. The white-haired woman nodded, a blush coming onto her cheeks, after which she and the green-eyed model swapped positions, which put Mira to Ichigo's immediate left and Shelley on his right. Realistically this only changed which part of his back the blue-haired girl's BRSTs were pressing up against, but still Ichigo wouldn't protest. With that done, the director smirked, and an instant later took the picture. "Marvelous. Excellent job today girls," Shoji exclaimed proudly. The short brown-haired man hopped off of the device and then proceeded to walk up to his technical employees, a bright and content smile plastered onto his features. They all dispersed a second later, each respectively getting up and stretching their limbs after such an arduous day of labor. "Ichigo my boy, I would like for you to come back to my office so that I may give you your just reward," Shoji requested, ceasing the substitute to release an inward sigh of relief given that it officially meant he was done with this job. "All right," Ichigo replied. Both he and the director then began to walk off, but they were stopped by several respective calls in rapid succession of one another courtesy of the girls. "Thanks for saving us again Ichigo," Shelley shouted, waving goodbye. "Don't be a stranger if I see you at some point," Macy stated, mimicking the actions of the blue-haired model. "Be safe," Carla said in a friendly manner. Ichigo responded in kind, waving back and flashing the girls a friendly smile. At the very least he could say he didn't exactly hate his first job, in part because of them and also in part because he had the opportunity to protect them. Once he had left the room, each of the models released a collective blissful sigh. "He really wasn't what I expected when Director Shoji said we were getting a security guard." Macy sighed out. "Mira is so lucky to have him in her guild. Why does everything good happen to her?" Carla lightly pouted, crossing her arms underneath her BRSTs. Each of the girls then noticed something, or rather a lack of someone to be specific. They each looked around the room, instantly realizing their college and mutual friend was no longer in their presence. Hey, where did Mira go? Macy wondered aloud, sounding confused. She probably just went back to change. She does, after all, have to catch a train back to Magnolia soon. Shelley mused. Sorcerer's Weekly Studios, director's office, several minutes later. And here you are. The extra money has already been put into it. Shoji stated happily as he threw a large envelope down onto his desk. Ichigo's sweat dropped at the relative ease the man parted with the money, but he took it all the same with the appreciation one would expect. He just wasn't used to work going this way just yet. Thanks, also, sorry if I destroyed anything in your studio. Ichigo said, though his words were met with a friendly shake of the head. As I said, don't worry about it, my boy. Money is something I can always make more of, and a studio is something I can rebuild, but thanks to you I still have the chance to create beauty. Shoji replied cheerfully. Alright, thanks again. Ichigo said with a smile before turning heel and preparing to walk off. Oh, wait, before I forget. Shoji called, prompting the substitute to stop in his tracks. The orange-haired teen turned to see the man offer him what appeared to be a pitch-black t-shirt and a business card, the same address written on it as the building they currently stood in. He figured the director would explain, therefore he said nothing in favor of shooting the man a curious brow. Think of the shirt as an extra thank you for what you've done, and the card as if you ever decide to get into the modeling business, just food for thought. Also, if ever you need a favor, feel free to ask. Shoji said, chuckling slightly. Thanks for the offer, I appreciate it. Take care of yourself. Ichigo said as he put on the shirt, now being extremely glad he didn't have to look like STRPR when next he saw Natsu or entered the guild. Shoji nodded his head firmly as if to acknowledge the teen's farewell, after which Ichigo left the room, feeling somewhat thankful that the day was finally done and he had been paid. He supposed this was the hardest part of his stay here, and it just got significantly easier given that he was just rewarded so much money. It did make him feel a tinge of regret given that he was fine with protecting the girls without a reward being necessary, but even so he supposed if the money was offered in the first place there wasn't a point in refusing it. Sorcerer's Weekly Studios, outside the director's office. What a day. Ichigo sighed as the door to Shoji's office finally shut. Really, was it that rough? A sweet feminine voice inquired. The orange-haired substitute released a small gasp of surprise, after which he turned to see none other than Mira Jane leaning up against the wall just outside the director's office clad in her usual attire. Hey Mira Jane, what are you doing here? Ichigo asked, sounding surprised. That's really the kind of greeting I get? Mira asked, pouting cutely. And no, I was just surprised to see you. Outside Shoji's office is all. Anyway, how are you holding up? Ichigo asked, his voice shifting to one of concern as he finished his question. Hee, why are you so serious? I'm fine, thanks to you. Mira said reassuringly. That's good to hear. So anyway, Mira Jane, did you want to talk to me or something? Ichigo asked, wanting to get back onto the topic he had originally wanted to start on. The white-haired barmaid directed a slight glare and a rather adorable frown at Ichigo immediately after his question was prompted. This, in turn, confused him greatly, but it was very hard to believe she was angry since her facial expression was very non-threatening and her hands were cutely placed on her hips. Did I say something wrong? Ichigo asked confusedly. Not really, it's just weird that you call me Mira Jane all the time. Most people at the guild call me Mira since we're so close. When you use my full name it makes me think you don't see us as friends. Mira explained. Oh, sorry about that. I didn't really know you preferred to be called that. Ichigo replied, bashfully rubbing the back of his head and shutting his eyes for a brief moment. I understand, but you're a member of Fairy Tail now which makes us family, and every member of my family usually calls me that. Plus, you did just save my life. Mira countered, her usual bright smile returning in full force. Gotcha. Mira. Ichigo said, causing the girl's smile, if possible, to increase in size a slight but noticeable amount. I did want to speak with you though. I wanted to say good job on your first mission. Mira cheered. I'm just happy those dirt bags are in jail now. Ichigo muttered. A scowl and accompanying glare unintentionally formed on his face as the thought back to his fight with the human traffickers. This subsequently caused Mira to giggle at how easily his mood seemed to change at the mention of the littlest things. He really is too serious sometimes. Mira thought through her laughter. What? Ichigo asked, not believing he did anything that was particularly humorous. It's nothing, Ichigo. I guess it's just fortunate you were the one to be here today. I don't think there are too many others in the guild that could have taken care of them so easily. Mira replied. Honestly, I would have taken them down with or without a reward. Actually, I feel kind of bad taking the money to begin with. Ichigo said in all honesty. Too noble for his own good, I see. Mira thought with a smile, his words being something that he expected to hear from Natsu. Perhaps this was part of Ichigo's actual personality, or perhaps it was just Fairy Tail's beloved Dragon Slayer rubbing off on him, but either way it was really something else to hear. Where did you learn to fight like that, by the way? You seem to know exactly where they would attack and how to take them down. Mira stated, her tone containing a small sense of awe. I picked up the hand-to-hand moves on my own, for the most part. Actually, I had a habit of beating up thugs before I got my powers. I can't even believe that was just a year and a half ago. Ichigo said. He chuckled at the acknowledgement of how quickly his life had changed after just one simple event. Regardless of whether or not it was predetermined, that didn't change how impactful it was. Oh, that's interesting. I look forward to seeing more of your powers and maybe hearing a thing or two. Mira said with a bright smile. In truth, she wanted to ask him a good bit about how his abilities worked, and now even more so than before. His words implied that he somehow received his powers, which was really something else given that she had never heard of anything like that before. Despite the fact that she desperately wanted to ask a myriad of questions, the barmaid thought it best not to swarm him with said inquiries. In time she would be able to ask him whatever she wanted, and there was also the distinct possibility that the questions would answer themselves. Actually, given that they were both heading back to the same location, the white-haired former mage thought that there was a chance they could head back together. If they were on the same train, perhaps she wouldn't have to wait all that long to ask him the questions she wanted. At the same time, she wasn't entirely sure if she should ask for him to accompany her back. A somewhat awkward silence ensued, Ichigo not entirely sure what to say next and Mira Jane evidently wanting to say something but debating on whether or not she should. So. Mira began, fidgeting slightly. Yeah. Ichigo asked with a raised brow. Are you going to catch the train back to Magnolia or do you have plans? Mira asked, somewhat sheepishly. Sorry Mira, but Natsu asked me to meet up with him in the forests almost one town over. Ichigo replied, frowning slightly. Oh. I see. Mira said, her tone one of evident disappointment. Well, if you really want, I can just travel back with you. I'm sure Natsu will understand if I tell him later. Ichigo stated. I really want him to, but if he promised Natsu then I can't really do much in good conscience. Mira thought. It was actually just comforting to know that Ichigo so readily offered to accompany her when he found out that it seemed to be what she wanted. In a way it was sweet, but still Mira couldn't justify being so selfish in this instance. Plus, knowing Natsu, he'd stay put and assume that Ichigo would eventually be where he wanted to meet up. That sounded just like him, after all. No, you go ahead and head back with Natsu. I'll see you back at the guild. Mira said with a bright smile, no longer sounding dejected in the slightest. Are you sure, because Ichigo began. No, really, I'm fine. Now go and find Natsu, I'm sure he is waiting. Mira reassured. Without another word, Ichigo just nodded his head and ran down the hall, stopping for only a second to wave goodbye to the white-haired barmaid who returned the gesture in kind. Mira Jane released a disappointed sigh when she knew that the substitute was out of range, mainly due to the fact that she had really wanted to ask him about himself on the train ride back to Magnolia. At the same time, however, she now knew something she hadn't before, something specifically about Ichigo and his personality. When he said what he did before joining the guild, I could tell he wasn't lying. Now I know for a fact that he has the actions to back up his words. You really do belong at Fairy Tail, Ichigo. Mira thought, looking off down the hallway the substitute had recently exited through. Still, I did want the company on my way back. Mira lightly pouted. Chapter 8. Are you sure, because Ichigo began. No, really, I'm fine. Now go and find Natsu, I'm sure he is waiting. Mira reassured. Without another word, Ichigo just nodded his head and ran down the hall, stopping for only a second to wave goodbye to the white-haired barmaid who returned the gesture in kind. Mira Jane released a disappointed sigh when she knew that the substitute was out of range, mainly due to the fact that she had really wanted to ask him about himself on the train ride back to Magnolia. At the same time, however, she now knew something she hadn't before, something specifically about Ichigo and his personality. When he said what he did before joining the guild, I could tell he wasn't lying. Now I know for a fact that he has the actions to back up his words. You really do belong at Fairy Tail, Ichigo. Mira thought, looking off down the hallway the substitute had recently exited through. Still, I did want the company on my way back. Mira lightly pouted. Forests outside Magnolia, entrance, some time later. The young substitute Soul Reaper who currently found himself a ways away from home, putting it mildly, stood in place leaned against a tree as he had been for nearly an hour. If he had a watch on his person he'd have checked it just about 10 times by now. Natsu was the one who told him where to go, and given that the Dragon Slayer should, in theory, be closer to the designated meeting place it was very odd that Ichigo had been waiting so long. Well, I guess it isn't that big of a deal, maybe he got caught up on his job. Ichigo thought. Natsu's mission very easily could have been more time-consuming and it wasn't exactly implausible for this to be the case. Actually, Ichigo's job was very simple and really the only remotely difficult about it was dealing with 40 or so bandits. Scratch that, dealing with those models was harder. Ichigo thought, chuckling to himself given that he found such things to hold true. In all honesty the orange-haired teen didn't really mind the quiet time he had received this past hour or so as it allowed him to reflect on the day's events. Everything that happened was just so weird, and the more he thought on it the weirder it got. Some of the things he had considered were more pleasant than others, such as the implications of taking down the thugs who came after the girls at the photo shoot. Putting them away likely saved a lot of lives that could and likely would have been put in danger had they been allowed to roam freely. Moreover, he supposed it was actually a good release of stress to beat them down. Sure there was a moral aspect, but given the circumstances surrounding his presence in this world and the situation his actions were not only warranted but called for. I did warn them at the start, not my fault if they didn't choose to listen. Ichigo thought. After a little over a year without his Soul Reaper powers, though, it felt absolutely amazing to protect people again. Granted the human traffickers weren't necessarily as dangerous or as difficult to deal with as Hollows, but even so they still presented a threat to this world and the people in it. He smiled, nostalgically, as he once again allowed himself to feel the joy of protecting something. That had actually been one of his main concerns, or rather a subset of one of his primary concerns. Since arriving in the land he now knew to be Fiori he was worried mainly that he wouldn't be able to get back to his world on his own. That, for the most part, proved to be true. However that was only really an issue if he couldn't find a place to be useful, a place where he could protect people during his stay. Being thrown into a different dimension, in a literal sense, wasn't really something that disturbed him a great deal. Technically speaking the Soul Society was a different world and he voluntarily went there a little over a year ago. He did it again a short time later when he charged into Hueco Mundo. In both instances he had the desire to protect something precious to him, and that was the sole reason he chose to fight no matter what during both of these excursions. You know, I should probably be a little bit concerned that this doesn't bother me that much. Ichigo thought ironically. The only different aspects about his current situation and his various trips to Hueco Mundo and the Soul Society, respectively, was the fact that when he traveled to those places for the first time he knew he was going because something was there that he wanted to protect. Now it was the reverse, he was here in Fiore and needed to find something to protect, but in doing so the situation became something he was ironically comfortable with. I think that fairy tale is definitely the thing I was meant to find, or at the very least the people in it. Ichigo thought. He released a slight sigh, after which he became silent once again. Self-reflection was only bearable for a certain period of time, after a while it just got plain boring. Nevertheless he didn't really have the power to speed up time, and thus he decided to simply wait. See, I told you. A cheerful-sounding voice shouted in triumph, breaking Ichigo out of his thoughts. Yeah, whatever you stupid cat. A feminine voice responded in a melancholy fashion. Ichigo turned his head to see a group of 3 familiar individuals exiting a nearby bush, smiles on 2 of their faces and a neutral expression on the third. You're just bitter because he was right. Natsu said in a teasing manner. Luigi is just a bitter person. Happy stated matter-of-factly, eliciting a growl from the blonde-haired mage. For the last time it's Lucy. She shouted angrily. Where the hell were you 3? Ichigo asked as the 3 made their way towards him. We got held up on our job. Sorry if we're a little late. Natsu said, rubbing the back of his head in a sheepish manner. His latest roommate didn't know it yet, but he had spent a great deal of time on a job that turned out to be far from worth it in a monetary sense. Even so, not accepting the reward was something the Dragon Slayer would have done 100 times over. It's not that big of a deal, to be honest. I'm just glad you made it. I was starting to think you wouldn't get here. Ichigo replied. How long were you waiting here? Lucy asked with a raised brow, sounding curious. An hour, but that isn't the point. Ichigo said, waving it off as if it were nothing. The blonde looked at him with a deadpanned expression, knowing full well that had it been her she would have found the nearest city and taken a train back by now. Say what you wanted, but this guy seemed to keep his promises. Anyway, I'm beat. Natsu commented, suppressing a yawn as he spoke. Happy stated in agreement. Then do you guys just want to set up camp here? After the day I've had, I'm kind of tired as well. Ichigo said. I could go for some rest right about now. Lucy replied, looking to her fellow teammates for a response. By the time her head had shifted to the Dragon Slayer and his feline companion, the 2 were already sitting by a light fire with fish cooking all around it. How this was possible, neither she nor Ichigo knew, but at this point they just didn't care enough to question it. That was fast. Ichigo said amusedly as he took a seat by the fire. When it comes to fish and food, we never joke around. Happy stated. You got that right, little buddy. Natsu exclaimed cheerfully. A moment of silence kicked in as the group watched the fish cook, or in the general direction of the fire in Ichigo's case. He wasn't really all that hungry given that he had stopped to grab some food before he decided to head towards the forest's entrance. In hindsight that was a good decision given that the Dragon Slayer and the rest of his friends were a little more than fashionably late. So how did your job turn out? Ichigo asked, breaking the silence. Well, that answer is a bit complicated. Lucy stated vaguely. Happy trailed off. What the hell happened? Ichigo asked with a raised brow. We got to the employer safe and sound and got all the information straight after we left and I gave you directions. We actually found out the reward had been raised to 2 million jewels. Natsu began. Whoa, that's a lot of money. Ichigo said, his eyes widening slightly at the sheer amount. Even by this world standards his words had to be correct. Yeah, Lucy over here nearly fainted. Natsu joked half-heartedly. I did not. Lucy exclaimed in an embarrassed manner. Did too. Happy commented. So, anyway, what happened after that? Did the job not go well? Ichigo inquired. Yeah, it actually did. We ran into a mean-looking celestial spirit and that Everlu guy was really annoying, but we pulled through and got the book. Natsu replied. But that's where everything kinda turned downhill. Lucy commented. I don't follow. Wait, Natsu blew up the guy's house, didn't he? Ichigo stated, not entirely understanding what other explanations there could actually be. Everlu's house, yes, and I couldn't blow up the other guy's house 'cause he didn't own it to begin with. Natsu replied. So you did blow up the employer's house? Ichigo asked, realizing the Dragon Slayer didn't say anything to the contrary. Of course not. How violent do you think I am anyway? Natsu countered. You're insanely violent, and you also used me just because I had blonde hair. Lucy exclaimed. He did what? Ichigo uttered confusedly. It's not that big of a deal, all I did was have her dress up as a maid so we could try to get the book real quickly. It didn't work out though since Everlu didn't think she was cute enough. Natsu replied. And we were sure it would work. Happy said. The latest fairy tale wizard glared daggers at her two companions before shifting her vision back to Ichigo, wanting to pick up where they had left off in their explanation. To actually explain what happened, we found out the guy didn't actually own the house. He wasn't actually rich, and he didn't have the money to pay us. It turned out that he was just borrowing it from a friend so that he could look the part. Lucy began. He didn't smell like the house, that's how I knew. All he wanted was for the book to be brought back, but he had a good reason I guess. Natsu stated. Which was? Ichigo questioned, wanting elaboration. His dad had been forced to write the book for Everlu, and he wanted to destroy it. When I looked at the book through a special type of reading glasses I figured out that his dad had written the book for him, specifically. Natsu figured out that the guy wasn't really rich, though. Lucy explained. Yeah, and when he told us it was true he couldn't pay, we said it was fine and that we couldn't accept it even if he had the money since he wanted the book so badly. So long story short we really got nothing. Natsu continued, rubbing the back of his head and chuckling at the irony of the situation. I see, well, I wouldn't have taken the money either. It really wouldn't have felt right to me. Ichigo stated, his words being in line with the thoughts of the others present. That's pretty much what we though too. Anyway, you win some you lose some, right? At least I got to get in a good fight, and even Lucy here kicked some serious butt. Natsu replied. The blonde-haired mage blushed at this before waving the comment off in an attempt to illustrate a sense of humility. Even so, her ego was so easily satisfied it was truly quite shocking. Oh stop, it wasn't all that impressive. Lucy stated. I was surprised. Natsu commented amusedly. Happy chirped. Gee, thanks for the believing in me guys. Lucy replied with a deadpanned expression. The group then turned towards the orange-haired teen, not yet having heard how his mission went. When it became clear that he didn't know quite why they were staring at him, the celestial wizard decided to clarify. So how did your job go, Ichigo? Lucy asked in a friendly manner. Though her job hadn't ended quite how she had wanted, and even though Natsu had basically used her for her looks, she didn't view the day as a total loss. Also she was quite curious as to how the orange-haired teen's first job went, which with any luck went better than hers. Actually it went pretty well. However I did find out the hard way why the pay was so high. Apparently the director of the magazine had expected a gang to try and kidnap the models, so that's why he sent a request to Fairy Tail. Ichigo began. Wait, so he sent out that request knowing something would happen? Did he at least tell you, because I don't remember reading anything like that in the request? Lucy asked, eliciting a shake of the head from the brown-eyed substitute. No, he didn't. It was pretty obvious when they made their entrance though, mainly because they blew a hole in the wall. They were in the same human trafficking thing as that Bora guy if what they said was anything to go by. At the very least they knew who he was. Ichigo replied. Bleh, that creep. Lucy sneered, scowling at the memory. So how many of the thugs were there? Happy inquired. I think 35 in total. If you're asking about the models there were only 4, one of which was Mira, actually. Ichigo answered. Wait, you ran into Mira? That must have been amazing to see her at her modeling job. Lucy squealed in a girlish manner. Very clearly she envisioned the life of a model as extremely glamorous, otherwise she would have paid more attention to what happened and specifically who it happened to. I think you're missing the point, Lammy. Happy stated. It's Lucy. She shouted. So those creeps tried to take Mira and the other girls away like Bora tried to do to Lucy? Natsu asked, receiving a nod as confirmation. TCH, I hope you kicked their buttes fairy tale style. Natsu said with a scowl, likely due to the fact that one of his close friends was involved. Other than Ichigo, that is. If by that you mean I beat the crap out of them then yes, I did. Ichigo replied with a smirk. Natsu smirked in much the same way while Happy just continued to look content and blissful as he usually did. Lucy, on the other hand, looked at the substitute with wide eyes, the implication of his words not being lost to her. You took down all 35 of them? Lucy exclaimed. Yeah, I did. They were just lucky I didn't use my sword, otherwise they wouldn't have gotten off with just some bruises and a beating. Well, I guess the army took them to whatever jail is like here, but still that's a lot less of a punishment than I had in mind. Ichigo replied. He scowled a second later at the memory of how cocky and disgusting the gang members had been. They really did belong in jail, and he was more than happy to put them there. There you go. It would have been a real shame if you let anything happen to Mira, otherwise a lot of the guild would be set off at you. Natsu stated matter-of-factly. Happy said in agreement. Since I guess that means you got paid, did you already buy some new clothes? Lucy asked. No, why would you think that? Ichigo questioned right back. It's just that you're wearing a new shirt so I could only assume. Lucy answered. Oh, well this is a new shirt, but the director of the magazine gave this to me as a thank you and a bit of compensation since I was stupid enough to let one of them rip into my shirt with a knife. Ichigo explained, though he ended on a bitter note. He had a reputation to uphold, after all, so he couldn't just let anyone tear his clothes up, much less some random thug. How much did you end up making? Happy asked. Around 450,000 jewel in total. Ichigo replied, causing a certain blonde's mouth to hang open out of shock. Not too shabby if I do say so myself. Natsu said with a wide smirk. Think of all the fish we could buy. Happy thought aloud, actually drooling at the prospect. I'll be happy to buy you a fish, Happy, but I can't just go and spend all of it on something like that. Ichigo stated emotionlessly. The blue-furred cat turned and looked at him with a stern glare, holding his paw up a moment later so as to illustrate he was about to lay out a condition. 2 fish. Happy said with conviction. Sure thing little buddy. Ichigo replied, chuckling slightly as his words seemed to instantly turn around the feline's mood. Yes. Happy shouted, jumping into the air as if to proclaim his technical victory. He did, after all, just get 2 free fish. Wait a minute. Lucy trailed off, sounding as if she was deep in thought. She had, at first, been taken aback by the amount that Ichigo had earned, but upon breaking out of her stupor she realized something. The request hadn't actually been for that much money in the first place. The job was only for 400,000 jewel, so how did you get the extra 50,000? Lucy questioned skeptically. Oh yeah. How did you do that, Ichigo? Natsu asked in a tone of childlike curiosity, almost as if he was hanging on to every word that was being said. The orange-haired teen blushed slightly and averted his eyes, the reason for the extra money not being something he was all too proud of. In actuality, the photo might not even be published, so he figured not telling them wouldn't immediately backfire. "I'd rather not talk about it," Ichigo replied vaguely. "Okay, that's a bit weird, but still good job," Lucy said, ending on a cheerful note. "By the way, Natsu, how did you end up figuring out they weren't really the owners of the home you went to?" Ichigo asked, doing so out of curiosity. "Oh, that was easy. The place didn't smell like it was theirs," Natsu replied. "Is that a dragon slayer thing?" Ichigo inquired. "I think it's just a crazy thing," Lucy commented. "Hey!" Natsu exclaimed. Well, despite how he figured it out, it turned out to be true. "I wasn't really paying attention to who they were though. I was still lost in the clouds after reading that book," Lucy stated, smiling widely at the recollection of discovering the actual text of the literary work. The blonde was immediately pulled out of the clouds, so to speak, upon noticing a somewhat sinister smile courtesy of the Dragon Slayer. He gave off the impression he knew something about her that she didn't want him to know. "I think I've got you figured out, all those papers I found in your room earlier today," Natsu began. Ichigo raised a curious brow at the words of his pink-haired friend, but it was more because of what his words resulted in. Almost immediately Lucy began to panic, a blush creeping onto her cheeks and sweat lightly dripping from the sides of her face. Whatever he has to say can't be that embarrassing, Ichigo thought. Perhaps after the day's events he really shouldn't be the one to sit in judgment over what was and was not embarrassing. "You're writing a novel, aren't you?" Natsu mused. His assumption was proven without the need for confirmation on the part of the blonde-haired celestial mage, whose face lighted up a brilliant shade of red as a result. "Oh, so that's why she's such a bookworm," Happy reasoned. "Wow, that's not something I expected," Ichigo commented idly. "Promise you won't tell anyone about that, okay?" Lucy pleaded, her face still a bright crimson color. "Why not?" Happy inquired. "Because I'm a horrible writer, if anybody ever read my stuff I'd die of embarrassment," Lucy exclaimed, fidgeting back and forth due to the self-proclaimed truth of her words. "It can't be that bad," Ichigo said in an attempt to console the clearly distraught mage. He incidentally did a much better job than the follow-up that came courtesy of his companion. "Don't worry, nobody's ever gonna read it," Natsu said reassuringly, sweat dropping at the blonde's reaction. "Yeah, that doesn't really make me feel any better," Lucy replied with a deadpanned expression. The next morning, the group of freshly named friends continued to make their way back to Magnolia and back into the safe haven that was their guild. Each was currently trudging through the murky swamp, however that was perhaps a very loose interpretation of what was going on. Natsu was the only one who was technically trudging through the bog while Happy rested on his shoulder and Lucy stood at his side from within Horologium the clock spirit. Ichigo was also making his way through the swamp, but it was only in spirit, literally. His spirit form was walking through the murky water while his human body was thrown over his back. "I don't know about this, guys, are you sure we're going the right way?" she asks. Horologium stated, obviously speaking for his time-slotted master. "Happy says this is the way home, so this is the way we're going," I answer. Natsu sneered. "Have some faith. I'm a cat and I have a great sense of smell. My nose will lead us home," Happy proclaimed proudly. "It's dogs that have good noses, and what does smell have to do with direction?" she asks quite haughtily. Horologium said. "Lucy, just drop it. We'll find our way back, eventually," Ichigo stated in an attempt to pacify the blonde. "That doesn't make me feel better," she sighs tiredly. Horologium replied. The group soon exited the swamps, after which Ichigo entered his human body once more in order to walk properly on foot again, or at the very least do so without his own weight thrown over his shoulders. Lucy, however, didn't exit the clock spirit, who seemed to have a much greater time limit than the last time they had seen it. Perhaps the blonde reworked her contract after the incident with the Vulcan on Mount Hakob. Still, she really could complain a bit less. Ichigo thought. Natsu didn't really seem to care all that much, but even so it still appeared to annoy him a decent amount. "What does your nose tell you now, cat?" she asked scornfully. Horologium abruptly said as they continued to walk down a clear path through the forest. "It says I'm going the right way." Happy answered confidently. "Why don't you do your own walkin' for a while?" Natsu questioned, not even bothering to look back at the girl who knew perfectly well he had been addressing her. "Because I'm tired," she groans exhaustedly. Horologium replied. Any would-be conversation resulting from the repeated complaints of the blonde about Happy's sense of direction was cut short immediately upon a nearby bush randomly shifting, which caused each of them to stop dead in their tracks in favor of glaring warily at the large plant. Very clearly it wasn't the wind that had shifted its leaves, and that meant only one thing. "Who's there?" Natsu exclaimed. Fairy Tail's resident dragon slayer didn't even bother waiting for an answer despite the fact that he raised the question. In an instant he leaped into the bush, prompting Ichigo to look at the currently rustling foliage with a deadpanned expression. "Do you always have to fight?" she inquires worriedly. Horologium stated, having caught the bags that Natsu tossed backwards in favor of jumping into the nearby bush. "You can take him, Natsu." Happy cheered. "Why are you encouraging him? Also, why the hell did you ask if someone was there before you just jumped in?" Ichigo asked, not seeing the logic. If he had at least kept quiet then he had a bit of an advantage, but asking the question and alerting whoever it was to his presence took away the purpose of giving the person a chance to come out as well as any advantage he gained from not saying anything in the first place. Natsu was already a good friend, plain and simple, but that didn't mean he didn't do stupid things. His thoughts and mental gripes about the Dragon Slayer's logic were cut off upon seeing two individuals pop out of the foliage into the open area, where both could be seen. Both Ichigo and Lucy immediately recognized the individual as someone that they had met beforehand at the guild, and even along the same theme he didn't really appear to be wearing any clothes outside of his boxers. "It's Gray!" Happy exclaimed. "Why the hell is he basically naked?" Ichigo shouted in an annoyed tone. "I was trying to find a bathroom," Gray stated, glaring at the Dragon Slayer as he spoke. "Then why would you take your clothes off before you found one? Also, whoever heard of a bathroom in the middle of a forest?" Natsu countered, glaring at the ice mage with equal intensity. "I wanted some privacy. I didn't expect some idiot to barge in randomly." Gray countered, butting heads with the pink-haired teen. "Who are you, Callan, an idiot?" Natsu growled out, starting off what had become known as a traditional encounter with the ice make user. "Why are they so childish?" Lucy wondered aloud, having called back her clock spirit at some point after Gray was revealed. "When did you come out of the clock?" Ichigo trailed off. "Some time later." "I see, so you're just coming back from a job?" Lucy asked. After Natsu and Gray had stopped their childish fight, courtesy of some motivation by a certain orange-haired teen, they had sat down by a hillside and opted to fish in the river that flowed at the bottom. Also, by some miracle, the ice mage had actually managed to find his clothing. "Yeah, there's a shortcut through these woods that'll get you back to town in no time," Gray explained. "See, I told you so," Happy stated. "Yeah, well, if your nose is so great then how come you didn't smell Gray, smart guy?" Lucy countered. "There's some things you don't want to smell," Happy replied. "What did you say?" Gray barked, a tick mark popping out of his forehead. "I agree, so go on home and we'll smell you later," Natsu said with a cocky smile. "We might as well walk back with him. Gray is in the same guild, after all," Ichigo reasoned, though the Dragon Slayer just huffed at the notion. "I agree," Lucy commented. "Well then you better get up and head back as soon as possible. Even if you don't follow me back you should do the same, unless you want trouble that is," Gray warned. Why would we have to get back as soon as possible? Ichigo asked with a raised brow. Because Ursus due back any time now. Gray answered in a solemn tone, his skin paling as he spoke. Whoa, no way. Natsu trailed off, something akin to fear shining in his eyes. Wait, he's actually capable of fearing something. Ichigo thought with wide eyes. The reaction that the simple name elicited from the Dragon Slayer was rather extreme, especially if you considered who it was that it happened to. His skin paled, he started to sweat, and his body even shook at random intervals of time. The Urza? Lucy exclaimed with a somewhat fearful expression. She's the most powerful woman in all of Fairy Tail. Happy chirped with a fish in his mouth, likely fresh off the line he had been manning. Wait, who? Ichigo asked confusedly. His words drew a collective expression of disbelief from Natsu and Gray, while Happy didn't seem to do a thing. The blue-furred exceed really seemed incapable of having any face other than a playful glare or a cheerful smile and general demeanor. Needless to say, however, this person defiantly had a reputation. Lucy, on the other hand, looked rather cheerful or excited for some reason, though Ichigo couldn't for the life of him tell why this was the case. I can't wait to meet her. Lucy cooed. That answered the unasked question in an instant. It likely had something to do with the fact that this girl, whoever she was, had the ability to instill fear into Natsu. If she could do that, then perhaps she was some kind of goddess on earth. Again, who is she? Ichigo asked, turning to the blonde-haired celestial mage given that she seemed to be the only one capable of giving him a concrete answer. All I know is that she's the strongest female wizard in Fairy Tail, though I don't know what she looks like. I haven't even ever seen her picture in Sorcerer's Weekly or anything. Lucy replied. Speaking of which, what's she like? Lucy inquired, looking towards her other comrades for an answer. Scary. Gray, Natsu, and Happy answered collectively. Hee hee. Lucy nervously chuckled, not entirely sure what to make of their answer. Wild animal. Gray commented. A vile beast. Natsu added. More like a full-on monster. Happy corrected. The image of a colossal beast seemed to be portrayed by the duo, and that seemed to unnerve Lucy by Ichigo just sighed. There was no possible way that this female wizard could possibly be that bad. She's not that big, you guys. Happy commented. She's big enough to me. Natsu replied. If there's one thing we can all agree on, she's at least that scary, maybe even scarier. Gray said, sweating slightly at the mere thought of the Titania's power. Come on, she can't be that scary. Ichigo reasoned. No, she's much worse and also freakishly strong. Natsu replied, his skin still pale. Why do you think she's so? Ichigo began, only to be cut off. In an instant a large explosion sounded off. Ichigo had been the only one who had seen it coming, but even that was a split second before it occurred. As a result, he was off to the side, safe and sound, while the others were now covered in sand. What the hell was that? Ichigo wondered, glaring at the surrounding area in order to see exactly what had happened. What now? Lucy griped. You guys alright? Ichigo asked, walking up to his guild mates as he sensed no immediate threat was nearby. I'm fine, but... Happy. Natsu exclaimed, realizing that his feline companion wasn't currently among the group. Magnolia, Fairy Tail Guildhall. I'm back, everyone. Mira Jane chirped as she gracefully entered the wooden building. Glad to see ya. Several exclaimed. The white-haired former mage then walked towards the bar, ready to resume her duties as soon as was possible. Her train ride had been delayed, which made it even more unfortunate given that a certain orange-haired otherworldly individual had denied her invitation. What's more, he clearly wasn't back yet, which did put a slight damper on her mood, but she didn't allow it to bother her too much. Ah, Mira, how was the photo shoot? Makarov asked in a friendly manner. Well, we had a slight problem when a group of bandits showed up, but luckily. Mira began, only to be cut off. What? Many members of the guild shouted in unison. It wasn't every day that you heard of a group of thugs ransacking the sorcerer's weekly studio, but at the same time it annoyed the barmaid a great deal that she had been interrupted. They didn't even pick up on that, but luckily, which she had foolishly hoped would calm them down. Big sis, what happened? Elfman asked worriedly. Can I please finish? Mira asked, her tone possessing a slight edge. Almost instantly everyone in the guild went as quiet as a mouse. It was very rare that she requested something like this in that particular tone, or pseudo-tone, since it didn't sound all too threatening. But even so, when she asked in that manner, the entire guild had the choice of listening or disobeying at their own peril. The white-haired former demon of fairy tales smirked proudly, given that it appeared she hadn't lost her touch, but upon opening her mouth so as to continue with her explanation, the only person in the entire guild, at the current moment, cut her off. So I assume Ichigo dealt with them, eh? Makarov asked with a knowing grin. How did you know? Mira Jane exclaimed in a surprised manner. I saw him take the job, and since you're back here safe and sound, I could only assume. Makarov explained, chuckling as he was met with the sight of the barmaid's adorable pout. Well, do you also know how many showed up and how many he took down? Mira Jane asked, trying to sound somewhat superior, given that the master very easily could have told a bland version of the story in her place. She wasn't very petty in the least, but even so she wanted to at least be able to convey a decent story or two whenever one came around. After all, since a certain tragic event nearly 3 years ago, her life hadn't been all that exciting. I dunno, maybe 20. Makarov guessed, sounding as if he thought his answer was correct, or at least close to the actual number. Try 35, and he won with his bare hands. Mira Jane stated with a small smirk. My, now that is impressive. Makarov replied with a grin. Very clearly his suspicions about the boy's ability to fight were correct. I don't believe it. Kana scoffed, not seeing the teen as the type to be capable of such things. Not only is it true, he did it in only a few minutes as well. They were all arrested when the army showed up, and everything was fine after that. Mira chirped. You're serious? I mean, maybe 10 or 20 I could buy, but that many in that short a PRD of time? Kana asked. Skeptically. The brown-haired mage wasn't really a cynic by any measurable amount, but she did prefer to see things with her own eyes, especially if they involved things that were particularly hard to believe. When it came to Ichigo Kurosaki, many things had proven to be hard to believe. It's completely true. Why would I lie? Mira countered. DMN, then I guess he can fight after all. Kana thought aloud, sounding a bit more surprised than she likely intended. Anyway, I'll have to congratulate the boy when he gets back. A job well done protecting Fairy Tale's treasure. Makarov stated proudly. So he isn't back yet? Mira asked with a raised brow. The elderly mage instantly picked up on a slight drop in the positive nature of the woman's tone. Well, that on top of the fact that she didn't smile brightly at the compliment he gave her. That usually never happened. And no, he as well as Natsu and Lucy are still out on their jobs. Well, probably on their way back by now, but still. Makarov replied. I see, well, if he gets back and I'm not here, say thanks again for me. Mira requested, her bright smile returning once more. Of course, my dear. Makarov said, returning the gesture in kind. Forests outside of Magnolia, unknown location. We're finally going to eat some meat tonight. An odd-looking shortly built creature with grey skin stated. He and a group of wizards, all of which were human with the exception of a rather large chicken, currently stood by a tied-up cat over what appeared to be the makings of a fire, save for the flames actually being present. Each was salivating, but the blue-furred cat himself was shaking nervously, obviously not enjoying the prospect of being eaten. No more berries for us today, time for some protein. One of the men said, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. "Hey you JRKS!" A voice called out from the nearby hillside. Each member of the oddly sorted entourage of mages looked up to see a group of 4 teens, 3 men and 1 woman, standing atop a low-leveled peak. None of them looked particularly happy, but that was to be expected given that each knew perfectly well the cat they were about to eat belonged to them. "That's our friend over there and there's no way in hell we're gonna let you eat him," Natsu stated convincingly, cracking his knuckles as he spoke. "Yeah, get ready for an butt kicking," Gray added. "Buzz off you brats. The cat's our food now," the short inhuman creature exclaimed. "Are you guys all wizards? What guild are you from?" Natsu asked, glaring at the group of individuals he knew to be wizards. "Heh, not tellin', dot," one of the men replied. In a fit of rage Natsu almost charged down the hill directly into the pile of mages, but a hand forcefully being placed in front of his chest stopped him from doing so. He looked at Ichigo, who seemed to direct a simultaneous scowl and glare down at the group that took happy. "You mind letting me take this? These guys really PSS me off," Ichigo stated. Natsu looked at him confusedly before said look of confusion was replaced by a knowing smirk. Without any further words, he nodded, effectively giving the substitute to do whatever he pleased. In an instant Ichigo grabbed his combat pass, allowing his body to fall back freely into the hands of both Natsu and Lucy. Gray had wanted to make a move, but he didn't given that the one person he never expected to give up a fight allowed this to happen. Natsu must actually respect this guy, who knew he was capable of that? Gray wondered. There were 2 other exceptions in the form of Urza and the Master, but his listening to each of them possessed a slight bit more of a fearful undertone than a respectful one. The substitute jumped down the ledge, his zanpakuto strapped to his back in white cloth as it usually was, and his posture suggesting he was about to come at the group of mages without any hesitation. "I'll give you guys a warning. Give us back the cat and then maybe I'll go easy," Ichigo threatened. Subsequently after these words left his mouth, one of the men made to laugh at the notion. However, before even a single section of laughter left his throat, Ichigo lunged forward and planted his fist firmly into the man's stomach. His mouth shot wide open and a gasp escaped his lips, but immediately after this he went flying into a nearby hillside, cracking the stones with his body. What the hell? Many wondered, not having seen the teen move. Whoa! Gray uttered, not even remotely expecting Ichigo to be that fast. Nice hit. Natsu said with a grin, his arms crossed and his eyes glued to the fight. It was this way when he fought Bora. I didn't really believe what I was seeing, Lucy said with a smile as she observed the battle. The remainder of the wizards began to attack Ichigo in an attempt to take advantage of his lack of positioning, or at least at what they thought they were doing. Without even a moment's hesitation, the substitute dodged the fists before sending a kick directly at 2 of his attackers, hitting one who subsequently smashed into the other. It was made all the more ironic by the fact that they appeared to be twins. Incidentally, they soon shot directly into a collection of nearby trees, obviously no longer being able to fight properly, but he didn't stop there, in fact he was already prepared to make the next move. As Ichigo had suspected, the large chicken-like creature attempted to punch him directly in his midsection so as to capitalize on his lack of ability to move after having just dispatched 2 more people. However, he effortlessly caught the beast's fist, after which he sent a punch straight at the center of its head, knocking it out in an instant. With that done, Ichigo turned, still holding his scowl and glare, to face the remaining man, or creature by the looks of it. The only one remaining was the sole gray inhuman-looking beast that he had sensed the moment before Happy was taken. Well, let's go help clean up, Natsu said with a small chuckle before he began to travel down the hillside. Alright, but don't go tellin' me what to do, Gray barked before following suit, the blonde-haired mage doing the same shortly thereafter. I'll bet you think that you've got me backed into a corner, don't you? The creature reasoned, staring down at the black-clad teen across from him. Well, you don't, he exclaimed, calling forth a large amount of sand to the palm of his extended right hand. It appeared as if he was going to blast the substitute with some kind of sand magic spell, but he didn't even get the chance as the instant he readied to fire his attack a punch sent him flying into the side of a very large tree. The creature then fell over, face first, with its eyes closed and its mouth only uttering quiet pained mess. Yeah, clearly I didn't. Ichigo scoffed. A few minutes later. Ichigo had entered the sanctity of his own body once again while Natsu and Gray had tied up the group of mages and Lucy had opted to free Happy, although begrudgingly. That was pretty impressive, Ichigo. I didn't peg you as someone who was skilled at hand-to-hand combat. Gray complimented. Thanks, I guess, but where the hell are your clothes? Ichigo exclaimed. Those words were very familiar to him, but not in the context of talking to a man. He was more used to speaking to a very, very stuck purple-haired woman who enjoyed teasing the hell out of him. Gray, however, didn't even seem to notice whenever his clothes would vanish. Crap! Gray shouted. How can you lose your clothes so easily and not even know it? Natsu scoffed. You wanna go flame brain? Gray challenged. He and the Dragon Slayer butted heads while in the background both Ichigo and Lucy began to examine the group of captured wizards. The inhuman-looking one had started to come to, as evident by the fact that he had started to mumble something incoherently. Bye. The creature uttered. Wah. Natsu wondered aloud. Bye. It repeated. Is it saying lullaby? Gray asked. I think so. Ichigo answered. At complete random some kind of invisible force ran through the ground, so difficult to detect that not even Ichigo had sensed it coming. Every member of the group fell to the ground a moment later, bearing witness as the tree that the wizards were tied to simply sink into the ground, taking the men with them. What was that? Gray wondered aloud. You mean who was that? Natsu corrected, eyes wide. Ichigo immediately got up and glared off into the distance, his senses catching something far off from their current location. Even if he had opted to use his combat pass and go after the presence with flash step, it was too elusive. 1 second it was there, and another it wasn't. Damn it. Ichigo thought, not at all being prepared for what had occurred. Whoever it was they're fast, I can't even sense them anymore. Gray stated. Neither can I. Ichigo commented, sounding clearly annoyed. What could this mean? Natsu wondered aloud. Lullaby. Lucy repeated, the very name striking her as if she knew it. At the same time she just couldn't put her finger on it. Damn it, I was careless. Ichigo grumbled. It doesn't matter. Happy's safe and that's what counts, right little buddy? Natsu asked, high-fiving the blue-haired feline. Happy chirped. Anyway, we should probably get moving now. If we hurry we can make it back to the guild before sundown. Gray stated. Right. They replied in unison. Magnolia, Fairy Tale Guildhall, some time later. We're back. Ichigo announced calmly as he and the others entered the infamous building. Hey guys. Many said in a friendly manner, some holding their drinks up so as to say hello in their own right. The guild looked back and gave cheerful expressions, appearing as if they would do so for any of their comrades that decided to enter no matter what the means. What kind of an entrance was that? Where's the spirit? Natsu asked. Is there supposed to be spirit in kicking down the door? Ichigo countered. Well, yeah. Natsu replied, though the orange-haired substitute just waved him off in favor of walking further into the guildhall. Many people stared at the group as they walked towards the main bar, though for unknown reasons given that none of them had done anything of note lately. In fact none of them had been here for quite some time, nearly 2 days in total. For a second Ichigo just assumed that it had been Gray and he had lost his clothes again, but upon seeing that the ice mage had walked off he knew that couldn't be the case. Welcome back, you guys. Mira Jane chirped, greeting the trio and Happy with a warm smile. Yes, welcome back. How did your first missions go? Makarov asked eagerly. Thank you, master, but between the three of us only one of us got paid. Lucy said, rubbing the back of her head in a bashful manner. What did Natsu blow up this time? Makarov asked through a sigh. Hey! I don't always blow stuff up. Natsu shouted defensively. Well, did you? Makarov asked knowingly. Yeah, but words still hurt, you know. Natsu replied. Still, he chose not to accept the reward because the family that offered to pay them didn't really have the money. The employer apparently faked their wealth just because they were so desperate. Natsu and Lucy got done their job just fine, and to be honest I'd have done the same thing if I were in their position. Ichigo stated, defending the pink-haired mage for what it was worth. Oh, I see, then I apologize, Natsu, that was a very mature decision you made. A job well done. Makarov said in a humble manner. His words, however, were disproved a moment later when the Dragon Slayer continued his childish antics, or rather his response as the case currently was. You're DMN right. What else would you expect? Natsu cheered. I don't know, maybe your usual flame-brained brand of idiocy. Gray commented from a nearby table, successfully angering the Dragon Slayer. You wanna go as TRPR boy? Natsu challenged, angering the ice mage just as much as the previous comment had angered him. Bring it, you moron. Gray replied. The two then launched at one another with their fists primed and not a care in the world. Ichigo released a sigh, but overall it had been the case that Natsu held back for the entirety of their trip back to the Guildhall, so he guessed it was earned in a way. Wow, I know it's bad when I start to think like that. Ichigo thought, mentally chuckling given that in any normal circumstance he would have asked or forced the Dragon Slayer to stop. There they go again. Lucy sighed out. They usually do, anyway, can I get you anything, Lucy? Ichigo. Mira offered from the opposite side of the main bar. No, but thanks. How was your train ride back, by the way? Ichigo asked, recalling that the bubbly woman had suggested he accompany her. Well, my train was delayed by a good amount of time, which made me wish I had company. Mira replied, ending on a suggestive tone that prompted the substitute to release a nervous chuckle. He, sorry about that. Now I really do feel bad. Ichigo said bashfully. You saved her life, you shouldn't feel all too bad. Kana stated, coming over to the main bar with a smirk on her face. Thanks again for that, Ichigo. Mira stated, giving honest words of gratitude. Oh, by the way, I don't think we've officially met. Name's Kana Alberona. Friendly word of advice, don't challenge me to a drinking game unless you want to lose. The woman said. Ichigo Kurosaki, nice to meet you. Ichigo replied. So Mira told the guild that you took down over 30 thugs with your bare hands, is that true? Kana asked with a raised brow, the same smirk still present on her lips. The brown-haired booze enthusiast gave a sly glance to Mira, who was somewhat unnerved by it. Kana wasn't necessarily one to randomly walk up to a person she didn't know too well without reason, and the usual motive was simply to mess with them. The only question remained if she was here to mess with her, or with Ichigo. Yeah, I did. They deserved a lot worse though, DMN perverted scumbags. Ichigo scoffed. Wow, now that really is impressive, but you have the thanks of the entire guild for saving our resident sweetheart. Kana said amusedly, prompting the barmaid to giggle since that very clearly was a reference to her. Oh stop, you're making me blush. Mira replied, though the kindness in her voice was somewhat faked at the moment. It became perfectly clear that she was now being mocked by the busty brown-haired mage, and in all honesty she didn't care to make a habit of being mocked freely by people. But I nearly had a miniature slide when I hear that. Kana began overdramatically. She, however, stopped upon seeing the white-haired barmaid write something down on a piece of paper before holding it up behind Ichigo's shoulder. As a result of this, the conversation came to a sudden pause, with Kana looking over the substitute's shoulder briefly in order to read the apparent message. Kana, don't forget who decides to give you drinks. She read, after which she cleared her throat so as to push off her silence on something going down the wrong way. Sorry, I had something in my throat. Anyway, I may have been exaggerating a bit, but still you did a good job and I figured I may as well tell you that. Kana stated before walking off. Messing with people was one thing, but losing her drinking privileges was something that just wasn't worth risking. That was weird. Ichigo thought aloud. Not really. Mira commented, bringing the orange-haired teen's eyes towards her once again. Anyway, I think me and Natsu should head out. It was good seeing you, Mira, and again sorry I didn't go back with you. Didn't really think the train would be delayed. Ichigo said, honestly clear in his voice. It's okay. Mira reassured. Alright then. Natsu. We're leaving. Ichigo stated, turning to look at the Dragon Slayer. Ah, but I want to fight Grey more. Natsu lightly whined, though to speak he did, in fact, stop fighting the Ice Mage. You can fight him tomorrow, we should get going now. Ichigo stated. The Dragon Slayer sighed out of annoyance before he exited the fight and headed for the exit alongside Ichigo, the blue-haired Exceed sitting happily on his shoulders. See you tomorrow, guys. Natsu said. The guild waved a collective goodbye at the two teens as they left, a gesture that they returned in kind up until the point that the door closed behind them. However, their exit did leave a small impression on those who remained. They seem a lot like brothers, don't you think? Kana mused as she sat back down at the main bar. You mean if Natsu was the younger one that does stupid things and Ichigo is the older mature one, then yeah, they're brothers all right. Lucy stated, eliciting a giggle from the white-haired woman across from her. At the same time, though, she knew Natsu had a big heart, in fact one that likely shined brighter than anyone she had ever met before. I think it's cute that they get along so well. Plus, Natsu seems happy. Mira commented. Magnolia, Natsu's home, some time later. The Dragon Slayer and his latest comrade and roommate entered the large wooden cottage-like building in silence. Not even Happy chose to say a word, yet he kept the same usually goofy expression he always did. You've been glaring at me for the past 10 minutes, any reason why? Ichigo asked, looking at the pink-haired mage and taking note that he still hadn't let up. I just realized halfway back to the house that I won't be able to fight Grey tomorrow since Urza will probably be back. Natsu stated in a childish tone, eliciting a chuckle from the orange-haired substitute. They then began to walk towards the dual hammocks, Happy flying up to his and the other two lounging in their own. It actually was quite peaceful until a certain fire magic user decided to continue on with his previous rant. Great, just great, now I have to act all buddy with that stupid but strpr. That's just fantastic. Natsu sneered, obviously sounding discontent. Why would you not be able to fight with him again? Ichigo asked, raising an eyebrow despite the fact that it served no purpose other than to highlight his own personal curiosity. Because Urza doesn't like it when we fight and we have to listen to her because she's frickin' scary. Natsu replied, sounding a bit nervous. Well then we'll just have to get to the guild a bit early tomorrow. Ichigo said suggestively. Really? Natsu asked in a hopeful tone. Sure, why not? Ichigo replied. Happy chirped. The trio stayed in silence for the time being, each trying to fall asleep but neither really being able to despite the fact that each was tired. Something was left unsaid, and no one would be able to sleep with peace of mind until it was addressed. Hey Ichigo. Natsu called. Yeah, what is it? Ichigo asked. Are you awake? Natsu questioned, prompting the orange-haired teen to chuckle, though it was more to himself than at the Dragon Slayer. You've got a habit of asking that ridiculous question, but yeah, I am. Ichigo answered. It's just that. I can't shake this bad feeling I have, and it's been bugging me since we had that run-in with those wizards. Natsu stated. It could just be that you did something stupid and Urza will be upset with you over it. Happy commented. No, that's not it. I think. God, I hope not. I'm so screwed. Natsu whined as if it was a predetermined fate. You haven't done anything stupid that I know of, and to be honest I've had the same feeling since we got out of the forest. Ichigo replied, alleviating the dragon slayer of his fear in the process. Yeah. Same with me. Why do you think that is? Natsu asked, genuinely wanting to know what the substitute had to say. Well, I think it's because those mages vanished just before they were about to say something. Moreover, we know someone was behind it, and that someone doesn't want us to know what they were about to say. Ichigo mused. But they wanted to eat me, so good riddance. Happy huffed, obviously still not entirely getting over the fact that he had nearly been consumed. It wasn't entirely odd that the Exceed was distraught about that particular situation, but it still didn't address the problem. Someone that neither of them could sense got the drop on them and very blatantly prevented any information the group might have had from reaching their ears. If that didn't seem suspect, then nothing in this universe could be subjected to scrutiny by sheer comparison. Does the word lullaby mean anything to you? Ichigo inquired, hoping that perhaps the Dragon Slayer would be able to shed some light. I think it's one of those things you sing to a kid to get him to sleep, right? Natsu replied. From his hammock on the opposite side of the room, Ichigo resisted the urge to slap the palm of his hand over his face. Perhaps he should have clarified, and that was his mistake, but even so it was still surprising that the pink-haired teen gave that particular answer. Besides the obvious answer. Ichigo clarified. Anything that isn't obvious is not in Natsu's department. Happy commented, eliciting a chuckle from the substitute but clearly annoying his closest friend. Whose side are you on anyway? Natsu exclaimed. Whoever gives me more fish, and since Ichigo owes me 2, I'm on his side. Happy proclaimed. That may have sounded rather greedy, but the Dragon Slayer perfectly understood the desire to have food. In fact, in some cases food took priority over everything else, and fish to Happy was the same as meat to Natsu. So he supposed it was a fair response. Oh yeah, I almost forgot about that, we can stop at the market or something tomorrow. Ichigo stated. Fish, 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 fish. Happy chanted, causing the orange-haired teen to sweat drop. Yeah. I'm gonna go to sleep now. Good night you too. Ichigo said. Night Ichigo. Natsu replied. Fish. Happy exclaimed, causing both Ichigo and Natsu to chuckle.